A brutal northern blizzard sweeps over mountains, ruined towns, and corpse-strewn battlefields before racing toward Brightmont's refugee camp. A fast-moving convoy of riders and heavy wagons cuts through the icy wilderness, clearly in a hurry. Outside the city, starving refugees crowd around a pot of meat soup and guard it like wild animals because food is life here. The convoy crashes straight into the camp, and the refugees scatter in panic. The horses overturn the soup pot, and the spilled meat is exposed as human flesh before it is trampled into the snow. In a nearby shack, Jing rises from his herbal stove as soon as he hears the commotion outside. Even half-starved, Jing studies the riders with bright, disciplined eyes instead of fear. His mother, Madame Shin, weakly calls to him from behind, barely able to speak through her damaged lungs. Madame Shin still looks striking among the refugees, but 5 days after fighting off bandits, the lung injury she took is killing her. And Jing had helped turn that bandit fight around, but now his mother's condition is beyond what this camp can treat. And Jing stares at the convoy and says he is going to beg them for food, rice, and maybe medicine. Madame Shin quietly realizes she is dying and wishes he would not waste his last precious days chasing false hope. And Jing cuts her off, hands her the herbal brew he made, and refuses to give up. Madame Shin drinks the bitter tonic, and the heat gives her a little strength back. As he walks out, the narration reveals that Jing is no ordinary refugee boy and has carried strange visions of another world since childhood. People once believed he was a star child because of his talent and his early spark, but war and the snow calamity crushed his family anyway. Still blaming himself for not being strong enough to protect his mother, and Jing swears he will chase even the smallest chance to save her. At the riders' camp, a one-eyed commander calls the refugees over and announces his master will trade grain for children and teenagers entering service. He sweetens the offer by promising treatment for the sick, and desperate parents rush forward at once. And Jing realizes he fits their age and body requirements, and the word treatment hits him harder than the rice. When a desperate father begs for help for his frostbitten daughter, and Jing watches closely to see whether the convoy's promise is real. The physicians inspect the girl's body and birth date, and their leaders look pleased by what they hear. They actually use precious medicine on her, and the girl wakes up clear-eyed and able to feel her hands again. Her father breaks down in gratitude, and the whole camp starts seeing the riders as wealthy saviors. And Jing is not fooled by appearances alone, because the riders move like harshly trained elites and their leader never stops guarding himself. He also senses the quiet scribe is far stronger than he looks, which makes their hidden background even more suspicious. Even so, after seeing real medicine in their hands, and Jing knows this may be his only chance to save Madame Shin. He runs through every ugly possibility, from cruel clans to slavers to worse, and still decides his mother's certain death is the greater danger. So while other parents hand over their children for rice and survival, and Jing walks to the convoy alone. The scribe notices him first, and then the one-eyed leader turns with sudden interest because this starving boy is built far better than he looks. The commander offers Jing an even better price, but Jing says plainly that he is selling himself only to buy treatment for his mother. He presents himself with startling composure, saying he comes from a martial family and is worth enough to pay for medicine for damaged lung meridians. The leader's smile fades, and he spurs his giant frost steed right up to Jing to test whether the boy's nerve is real. And Jing holds his ground under the beast's shadow, and that alone convinces the commander he truly has martial training. Then the scribe moves so fast he seems to vanish, shocking Jing with a glimpse of just how dangerous this group really is. The commander dismounts, and the force rolling off his body feels more like a battlefield beast than a man. He grabs Jing's arm to inspect him, praises his bone structure, and realizes this half-starved boy is a rare talent. As strange energy floods through his body, Jing realizes the commander is using a high-level aura technique far beyond ordinary fighters. When the scribe reappears and quietly confirms the assessment, the commander decides Jing really is worth the medicine he asked for. They bring out a heavy chest packed with rations and medicine, and the commander tells Jing it will be enough to treat his mother. Both sides understand the deal without saying more, and Jing has been given a life-saving chance, and now he must come back. Without hesitation, Jing hoists the huge chest onto his shoulder, thanks the commander, and carries his mother's hope back through the snow. When Jing comes back to the shed with a whole chest of grain and medicine, Madame Shin instantly understands the price and breaks down in tears. She tries to sit up and blames herself, terrified that her son has sold his freedom to dangerous people just to keep her alive. And Jing steadies her and says he owes her his life, so even if these people are villains, he will repay the debt somehow without abandoning his family's principles. To stop her from drowning in guilt, he pulls out a red pill and eagerly tells her these medicines can restore her aura by tonight. Madame Shin finally gives in to his pleading look and swallows the pill. Once she has medicine and supplies, Jing tells her to head south immediately, avoid checkpoints, and never wait for the north to get even worse. She trusts his judgment, but like any mother, the only thing she really wants to know is what will happen to him. And Jing answers calmly that whoever bought him clearly needs him alive, so his life should still have some value to them. That answer makes him pause, because most refugee children have nothing left except the fact that they somehow survived. Then it clicks for him. Maybe these people are gathering disaster children because some of them might awaken life arcs and become real martial talents. He remembers the martial ladder clearly enough to know these riders are likely terrifying experts, far beyond ordinary aura martialists like his parents. Now fully serious, Jing grabs his mother's hand and begs her to stay alive no matter what, because they can only meet again if both of them survive. After that plea, he hugs her hard and says the riders allowed him one last meal with her, a mercy he did not expect. He starts cooking rice right away, trying to turn their parting into one decent meal instead of pure sorrow. As she watches him, the medicine surges through Madame Shin's body and she coughs up black blood, a brutal but miraculous sign that her injured lung meridians are clearing. And Jing is overjoyed, because once her aura returns, ordinary bandits will no longer be able to touch her. But the smell of rice spreads through the starving camp, and Jing quickly notices too many hungry eyes turning toward their shed. A few refugees, already twisted by hunger and resentment, pick up wooden spears and creep closer, furious that the riders gave food to this boy and his sick mother. And Jing meets them head-on without a trace of fear, seeing them not as neighbors anymore but as a pack of winter wolves. The moment they close in, he rips out his looted bandit knife and slashes the nearest attacker across the shoulder. He does not stop there, kicking the man down and carving him open with brutal speed before the others can react. Then he finishes the job in one fluid motion, severing the man's head and turning the whole camp's hunger into fear. He impales the head on a wooden spear beside the shed and tells his mother this warning should buy her time to recover. When he comes back in, Madame Shin is relieved rather than shocked, because the rice is ready and he has made sure she will not be prey tonight. She gently wipes the blood from his face and asks him to sit down for their final meal together. So amid the stench of blood and the camp's fearful silence, mother and son slowly share one last meal before they part. When Jing returns to the riders' camp covered head to toe in blood, the refugees shrink away, but the one-eyed leader and the scribe only look pleased. The fox-like scribe praises his performance, making it obvious that they heard exactly what happened and were testing him the whole time. The leader has other riders take him away to be washed and changed, treating him less like a captive and more like valuable stock. After changing into fresh clothes, Jing returns to find the riders preparing to leave, because they have already collected enough children. In the fading light, Jing looks over the frozen wasteland and Brightmont's distant bulk, and the whole frontier feels huge, cold, and merciless. Then he looks down the road and sees what this recruitment really means, parents on both sides waiting for one final goodbye with the children they sold. Madame Shin, strengthened just enough to stand there, gives him one last order through her hoarse voice: survive. Jing forces a smile back at her and promises that if he ever gets free, he will go south and find her in Riverside near Brokeblade Mountain. He climbs onto the carriage and watches his mother's lone figure fade into the white distance, and for the first time the separation really hits him. He steadies himself by reasoning that with restored strength, his mother should still be able to make it south and survive on her own. Only then does he notice the carriage itself is unusually rich and carefully built for snow travel, far beyond what ordinary buyers would use. There are only 8 children inside, including the frostburned girl he remembers, and none of them make a sound because this disaster already crushed the normal child out of them. The sight drags his mind back to the camp's worst horror, where some refugees traded or stole children to butcher and eat them. He clenches his fists in disgust, knowing he only managed to kill one of those monsters because protecting his mother always came first. Once his anger cools, he realizes every child here has probably learned the same brutal lesson and now only cares about making it to the next meal. So he turns back to analysis and starts piecing together what kind of people prepared such transport, resources, and timing for this calamity. The more he thinks, the more exhausted he feels, until he suddenly realizes that this heavy drowsiness is not natural at all. He looks around in alarm and discovers the other children are already unconscious, which tells him the incense in the carriage is drugging them all. He tries to resist on sheer will, but even he is finally dragged under. Outside, the riders are impressed that he stayed awake for 15 minutes, because ordinary people would have dropped in seconds. Their talk reveals this batch of disaster children is unexpectedly promising, and some may even survive initiation to become something far above ordinary recruits. An older rider shuts the chatter down fast, warning them that talented youngsters can become dangerous people to offend later. After that, the convoy travels in grim silence, keeping the children sedated through the journey so they cannot track the route or cause trouble. Over the following days, more convoys merge in, the white-robed scribe peels off with one group, and the whole operation grows into a proper caravan. Even half-sedated, Jing keeps observing and concludes they are heading southwest and have already left the snow calamity behind. His thoughts drift into stranger territory too, because bits of knowledge from his past life surface even though he still has no idea who he used to be. About 10 days later, the convoy finally reaches its destination, a secluded manor hidden deep inside an ancient mountain forest. As the road narrows into wild mountain paths, the children realize this is no noble household but some secretive force that built its home where ordinary people should never be. That understanding darkens the sharper children's faces, because once they are this deep in the mountains, escape and an ordinary life are both gone. At last the carriages stop, and a rider tells them to get off because they are home now. And Jing takes a breath, prepares himself for whatever future waits here, and steps down first from the carriage. Before he can study the place properly, the familiar one-eyed leader greets him again and singles him out as the most promising of the new batch. When the convoy finally reached Direife Manor, and Jing was the first child bold enough to step out into the huge empty clearing before the gates, the one-eyed rider praised him again, and Jing calmly accepted it instead of playing humble. As Jing studied the manor, the place itself felt wrong in a way that was more intimidating than haunted. His attention locked on the entrance plaque, where the name Direife Manor and its inscription seemed to press directly on the mind. Jing quietly grasped the meaning behind the words, and the rider realized this boy was far sharper than the others. The one-eyed leader's excitement only grew, because after so many failed hunts for gifted children, Jing looked like the rare jackpot. Only after several more minutes did the rest of the children stumble out and gather nervously in front of the still-closed gates. While everyone gathered, Jing quietly counted the group and realized Direife Manor had collected 253 children. A handful of youths in matching black clothes were treated very differently, and Jing immediately guessed they might already be awakened. Then the gates opened, and the vice apothecary finally appeared like a living warning sign. The team leaders bowed and handed over their lists, and the old man checked everything with chilly satisfaction. When the vice apothecary lifted his eyes to the children, raw animal fear hit them all at once and froze the line in place. The old man forced out a thin smile, waved them inside, and ordered baths, new clothes, food, rest, and later training and tests. Because he had been first out of the carriage, Jing ended up at the head of the children's line and caught every word of the plan. Most of the arrangements sounded reasonable, but the mention of tests made Jing suspect this manor was selecting people for something hidden. The vice apothecary suddenly stopped, turned, and asked whether Jing was the most promising one in the batch. Caught off guard, Jing still recovered fast enough to greet him politely, only to get a cryptic laugh in return. That tiny exchange instantly made Jing the center of attention for the entire group. Some of those looks were already hostile, because once he had been labeled the best, others would naturally want to replace him. Jing hated pointless exposure, but since the spotlight was already on him, he decided he might as well aim to take first place for real. The first real processing was simple. The children were taken to a deep waterfall canyon to wash and change into identical gray outfits. During registration, Jing stood at the front and quietly memorized names, places, and ages while the manor recorded nearly everyone. He also noticed the only ones left outside that process were the same 5 black-robed youths who had been treated differently from the start. By twilight the children were served a plain but precious meal, and after a year of disaster, nobody cared that it was simple. Then the manor added meatball soup, and even Jing was momentarily won over by how good it tasted. Afterward, standing by his bed under the moonlight, Jing suddenly saw the whole strategy. Direife Manor was carefully manufacturing gratitude and belonging. He realized this was exactly how an organization could turn rescued children into fiercely loyal death-sworn, even if its true nature was dark. Even so, he decided on his own terms that since he had eaten their food and they had treated him well, he would repay that much in work. The dormitories themselves were tight bamboo partitioned spaces, but for children who had slept exposed for so long, that cramped warmth felt safe. Jing trusted his strange lifelong spark more than anyone else, so once he judged the night safe enough, he finally let himself sleep. Over the next days, Direife Manor stayed outwardly gentle and claimed it was just an ancient hidden legacy struggling to recruit disciples from deep in the forest. The explanation was flimsy, but after shelter, food, and kindness, most of the children were ready to believe whatever they were told. Life settled into a strict routine: mornings for body-strengthening martial drills, afternoons for reading lessons, and later physician examinations. Jing judged the martial techniques mediocre compared to his clan's, but still useful enough to learn seriously. The reading text turned out to be an ordinary classic about revering heaven, which eased one of Jing's quieter suspicions. The meals were medicinal too, and with steady rest on top of them, Jing's body began to recover fast over 2 weeks. Even with all his caution, Jing had to admit the place had become comfortable enough to feel almost luxurious. As the children regained their strength, many of them started to see Direife Manor as their real home. Jing also became familiar with his peers, and because he could already read and fight, instructors kept using him as the example student. His old feral edge did not disappear, but once he regained his health, that danger was covered by the look of a gifted, confident young prodigy. The manor quietly elevated him into the role of senior disciple, a title meant to bind him tighter and push the others into competing around him. Jing understood exactly how manipulative that role was, but he still played it perfectly because it benefited him too. Before long, the other children naturally clustered around him, treating him like an older brother during drills and meal breaks. For now, life as the senior disciple was easy and comfortable, but Jing never forgot it was only the calm before Direife Manor's real trials began. One day, Direife Manor abruptly swapped the usual drills for a lecture in a large hall, and the topic was not the Imperial Sky Classic at all. Instead, the lecturers drilled them on practical basics like conserving breath, using muscles correctly, and protecting their joints. Most of the children found it strange, but Jing read the warning immediately. If the manor was teaching survival fundamentals this carefully, the easy recovery period was ending. He memorized every detail anyway, even the parts he already knew, because this was a rare chance to patch holes in his own training. That same afternoon, the one-eyed instructor finally revealed what formal training really meant. He announced that Direife Manor only chose the best, and that their first real test would be a brutal full-body endurance trial to push them to their limits. Then he turned and ran, forcing the entire group onto the mountain road after him. Running in front, Jing silently became the pace-setter for his peers and understood that the last 2 weeks had only been recovery and preparation for this. The route itself was absurd: steep roads, a 5-li round trip, and 10 laps at the instructor's unbroken speed. Before 4 laps were done, some children had already slowed to a crawl or stopped outright. After 7 laps, more than half the trainees had collapsed. And Jing still had energy to spare, and his disciplined breathing let him outlast almost everyone else. With room to observe, he picked out the strongest among his peers and saw familiar faces still hanging on. Zhang Ying, the hunter's son from his dorm, was still going on sheer mountain-bred stamina despite breathing hard. And Jing remembered that Zhang Ying had challenged his authority on the second day, then submitted completely after Jing nearly forced him to his knees. Yi Xiuyuan was still keeping up too, using the lecture's techniques to make up for his weaker body. And Jing knew Yi Xiuyuan had once stirred the others against him, but he had also tested Jing's strength, accepted the result, and helped reinforce his authority after that. Gu Yechi from Jing's hometown was also still in the run, smiling back at him even as she struggled to hold her pace. She had martial roots of her own, and her respect for Jing since he sold himself to save his mother had already made her one of his most willing followers. The survivors kept dropping one by one. Yi Xiuyuan passed out midway through the 7th lap, and Gu Yechi finally fell on the 9th. Zhang Ying might have lasted to the end, but one bad trip sent him down for good. 2 hours later, only 14 children out of more than 200 were still standing. Even the one-eyed instructor looked surprised that so many had finished such an inhuman run. He praised the batch as unusually talented, then complained that having so many standouts made it hard to decide who should lead them. When the other finishers all looked toward Jing, the instructor made his choice without saying it outright. Instead of ending the ordeal, Instructor Lee ordered them back for 200 stonelock reps. That extra round broke 3 more children on the spot. The rest were forced through even more punishment with staff swings, horse stance punches, and weighted squats until Jing finally dropped too. As he blacked out, Jing had one grim thought: please do not tell me this is every day now. He barely had time to fear it, because by the 3rd day of formal training more than 10 people were already preparing to challenge his senior disciple position. Their challenge had originally been planned for the very next day, but the manners training left everyone too sore to move, so it had to wait. And the real reason was not Instructor Lee's teasing remark, but the winner's reward that came with finishing first. By then everyone already knew Jing was the best overall, whether in reading, martial skill, or raw physical ability. One earlier scuffle had sealed that reputation when Jing pinned the giant Zhan Feng and another strong boy down at the same time with one hand on each. So after more than 2 weeks, his seniority was already an open secret long before the official challenge began. On the day of the test, that status turned into a feast when Jing's dinner came with braised pork ribs and a rich vegetable tofu soup. The manor fed everyone decently, but nothing else on the table came close to that smell. The whole dining hall went tense with hunger, and even Jing felt his own eyes go sharp at the sight of the meat. So he did the obvious thing and devoured every bite without hesitation. That night, the dormitory was full of grinding teeth and sleep talking about roasted meat, and Jing found the resentment almost funny. He knew peace was over, but if anyone thought they were stealing his meat, they had picked the wrong target. And Jing kept eating pork ribs for 3 straight days, which only made the pressure around him worse once everyone recovered. After the challengers regained their strength, 10 of the 13 full-course finishers finally stepped forward and asked to fight him under Instructor Lee's watch. When the instructor announced that Jing would face them back-to-back, Gu Yechi blurted out that the rules sounded unfair. She openly asked if Jing really had to beat them one after another just to keep his place. Zhang Ying backed her up too, arguing that later challengers would have the easier match and could never win cleanly that way. Instructor Lee shut that down at once, saying weakness was weakness and that anyone unhappy could challenge the winner later. He was not trying to be fair anyway. He was testing limits, and he made it clear that a true leader should be able to beat 10 children in under an hour. And Jing did not argue, because to him this was the perfect chance to crush every rival in one sitting. Weapons were allowed, so the children moved to the training rack and picked what they knew best. And Jing chose a short staff, planning to use it like a sword breaker to parry safely instead of killing anyone by instinct. The first challenger came in with a long sword and butcher's force, swinging hard the moment formalities ended. And Jing instantly saw that the boy was really built for a cleaver, stepped into his range, knocked the sword aside, and sent him sprawling with one shove. The second challenger fought like a woodcutter with a brutal axe, but all that strength meant nothing once Jing dodged and cracked him in the side. He surrendered immediately, and the next 2 fell soon after, one with a sword and one with a short spear. That gap was not just talent, because most of the others only knew surface-level fighting, while Jing had real battlefield experience from the northern frontier. He even had to hold himself back, because his body wanted to strike for the chest or neck the way real fights had taught him. That was exactly why he had chosen the short staff. He wanted to win, not accidentally kill a fellow disciple. Watching from the side, Instructor Lee had to admit the difference was enormous and growing embarrassing for everyone else. By the time Jing flattened his fifth and sixth opponents as easily as chopping vegetables, the instructor's mood had turned sour. Of the 4 challengers left, only one girl looked remotely capable, and even she had already lost the will to test him after watching this. Jing kept going anyway, beating his 7th opponent barehanded by catching the boy's staff and kicking him back 10 chi. Only 15 minutes had passed, and it was obvious this whole contest would be over far too quickly. That was a problem for Instructor Lee, because he had come to test the children, not crush their confidence under one impossible monster. He could see that several children had talent equal to Jing's, but they also understood too clearly that their practical experience was nowhere near enough. So the instructor scanned the crowd for someone with enough strength and too much spirit to be scared off. At last he found one boy who was not intimidated at all, just excitedly clenching his fists at the chance to fight. Instructor Lee patted that boy on the shoulder, pointed straight at Jing, and ordered him to take Jing down. After watching Jing flatten challenger after challenger, Sung Linzu is stunned when Instructor Lee points at him next and tells him to fight. Sung Linzu quickly judges the gap between them, but seeing Jing finally look tired, he decides this is his best chance to steal a win. Jing catches on that the manor has been feeding him better and provoking these fights on purpose to force the disciples into competing for rank. Since he has no intention of losing, Jing chooses a subtler answer and decides to fake more fatigue so the others will still believe he can be beaten. Sung Linzu steps in, apologizes first, and because he comes in barehanded, Jing tosses aside his short staff so the match becomes an unarmed fight. The instant the duel starts, Sung Linzu rushes in with a trained punch that already looks sharper and nastier than the blows Jing faced from the others. Jing blocks, feints high, and tries to stamp Sung Linzu's foot, but Sung Linzu's stance stays disciplined as he slips back and fires another heavy punch. Reading the rhythm just in time, Jing slams Sung Linzu's shoulder before the punch lands, turning a dangerous strike into a glancing hit. Most of the yard misses it, but Sung Linzu knows that exchange already cost him the initiative. Sung Linzu retreats fast enough to avoid being blasted away by a kick, but Jing sticks to him and drives a left elbow in before he can reset. When Sung Linzu tries to block with his leg, Jing stomps that leg first, wrecks his balance, and crashes a shoulder tackle into his chest. Wobbling and half collapsed, Sung Linzu gives up and warns the others that if they have any hidden tricks, today is their only chance to beat Big Brotherin. Jing pants and smiles at the crowd, but even with Instructor Lee pushing, nobody else dares step in, and his 11-win streak ends with his top spot untouched. Instructor Lee grudgingly declares Jing the winner, and just as Gu Yechi and Zhang Ying start cheering, he barks for training to begin immediately. The celebration lasts no time at all, because Instructor Lee drills everyone until they howl, and he punishes Jing especially hard with a weighted horse stance. Afterward, Instructor Lee goes to the apothecary and respectfully reports the problem to the vice apothecary, and Jing is so strong that nobody wants to challenge him anymore. The vice apothecary snaps back that if first place is locked down, they should reward fights for second, third, and every rank below instead of giving up. Looking back over the batch, the vice apothecary decides to start culling earlier and focus their resources on the children who can still keep chasing the taste of meat. A few months later, Jing and the other children have moved beyond raw conditioning and into Direife Manor's formal martial and mental training. The manor teaches that becoming an aura martialist means overcoming 3 hurdles first: mind, body, and skill. Body training is the simplest part for this handpicked batch, because the manor's brutal routine keeps dragging their stamina and strength upward. The mental hurdle is trained through constant sparring, and ever since Jing's 11-win streak, the yard has turned into a daily contest of pain and composure. No one still dares challenge Jing directly, so the pressure falls on the other meat-eaters, whose ranks keep changing every 10 days. The hardest hurdle is skill, because before anyone can control chi and aura, they have to understand the body's hidden structure and train one technique until it flows naturally. Their first mental technique is a Bisage stake aura refining, where blindfolded disciples balance on stakes and force their whole bodies into perfect stillness above imagined death. For Jing, that technique is almost too easy, because surviving the disaster and living near death for so long already hardened his mind. The same harsh background helps most of the disaster children grasp a Bisage quickly too, with only the slower readers needing extra help. Armor Pierce Impetus is a different story, and Jing is genuinely impressed when he realizes the manor is teaching them part of a top orthodox killing technique focused on explosive force. Because both techniques are built around one breath resolve and life or death violence, and Jing finally becomes sure that Direife Manor is grooming assassins or deathsworn for some powerful force. Even so, his own progress is frighteningly fast, and before long he can use Armor Pierce Impetus with different weapons to hit nearly half again as hard. Since he is the senior disciple, Jing starts helping the others with training, recovery, and martial problems whenever they get stuck. With Jing's guidance, Zhang Ying, Gu Yechi, Sung Linzu, and several others quickly grasp the mental technique, and a few talented ones even break into armor pierce impetus. Even the children who still cannot master it realize Jing never held anything back, and that honesty wins him their real trust. Soon children from every dorm start bringing in Jing their homesickness, fears, and private aches, and he ends up listening to them like an older brother. That steady kindness turns into genuine respect, and before long disciples across the manor start treating Jing as everyone's big brother. Teaching them also sharpens Jing himself, because explaining each step forces him to fill in the theory his own talent had skipped over. By teaching others, he finally pushes past simple proficiency and masters both the mental technique and the force method more thoroughly. Then one morning the mood shifts, because roughly 30 disciples are simply gone, and a physician blandly explains that the manor eliminated those who failed the last 2 weeks of training. Most of the missing were the weaker children with poor progress, so the explanation sounds cold but logical enough that no one openly resists it. And Jing also stays outwardly calm, but one detail bothers him. He clearly remembers that no wagons left the mountain manor when those children disappeared. That should be suspicious, yet the steady food, meat, and relative safety of Direife Manor keep him from digging too hard into it. The instructors are harsh but often surprisingly kind, sharing snacks and advice during breaks, which makes the whole place feel even harder to distrust. In the end, Jing tells himself the missing children are probably just in some restricted part of the huge manor, the same way those first 5 gifted children vanished from view. So life keeps moving, and before the remaining children even notice it, another 2 weeks slip by inside Direife Manor. At dusk after training, Jing spends his free time with the 5 children closest to him, and the group clearly treats him like their leader. The marbles were Jing's reward, but instead of keeping them as toys, he turned them into a training exercise to sharpen everyone's force control and accuracy. The rules reward chaining hits and punish overshooting, so winning depends on judgment, restraint, and exact power instead of brute strength. Gu Yechi usually wins because her control is the finest, while Tsang Linzu and Yishio Yuan are strong but sometimes get greedy, and Zhang Ying and Zhan Feng keep landing in extra practice. This time Zhang Ying finally nails the right force, pulls off 3 hits in a row, and celebrates like he just escaped last place. Then Zhang Ying suddenly catches a strange smell, and even Jing admits something unusual is drifting through the yard. Gu Yechi identifies calming herbs in the scent, drawing on the instincts she grew up with around medicines and plants. Zhang Ying flatly disagrees and insists the smell is meat, because a hunter's son knows animal flesh too well to mistake it. Their argument turns noisy fast, with Tsang Linzu and Zhan Feng shamelessly egging them on while Jing and Yishio Yuan stay out of it. And Jing cuts the fight short because he smells something stranger underneath it all, and his attention snaps toward the apothecary. The children know the apothecary from their regular examinations, but they are normally forbidden from entering most of the manor's hidden areas, which makes this new scent feel wrong. What reaches Jing is sweet, raw, and mouth-watering at the same time, like rich braised meat hiding inside medicinal herbs. When the meal bell rings, Jing suppresses the thought for now and leads the group straight to the canteen. Inside, the whole dining hall has changed. The children are suddenly being served huge portions of fragrant meat instead of their usual fare. And Jing's own plate looks even more special, with meat from some unfamiliar fierce beast, and the smell hits him so hard his whole body aches to devour it. Even with that craving, Jing forces himself not to lunge at the food and scans the hall first, because this much generosity feels dangerous. The meals are not even uniform, because some children get beast flesh, some get wings or offal, and others are served insects or seafood, as if each plate is part of some hidden test. What disturbs Jing most is the silence, because the whole room is too busy greedily tearing into the meat to speak at all. Then the manor lord appears beside Jing and quietly asks why the best disciple still has not eaten. Jing answers with a bright, careful lie, saying he is only afraid of finishing too fast and not getting enough. The manor lord laughs off the answer, calls him greedy, and promises that one day he will truly get to eat his fill. With the manor lord watching, Jing finally takes a bite, and the tough outer char gives way to shockingly tender meat bursting with juice and grease. The meat floods him with immediate energy and an even stronger greed, and before he can think it through, he strips the plate down to clean white bones. The heat rushing through his body is so violent that Jing feels an animal urge to stand up and roar it out. Around him, the dining hall really does turn wild, with children howling and shrieking until the place sounds more like a mountain full of beasts than a school. Jing forces himself to breathe through the impulse and notices a split in the room between children who surrender to it and children who suffer through it in silence. Zhang Ying is one of the loudest, howling like a wolf, while Gu Yechi curls up holding her stomach and stubbornly refuses to make a sound. Once Jing crushes his own urge down, he starts watching the adults instead, and every instructor and servant nearby is observing the children on purpose. About 15 minutes later, when the frenzy finally burns out, servants bring thick herbal medicine to cool them back down. The brew confirms both earlier guesses, because it is made from the calming herbs Gu Yechi smelled, while Zhang Ying was right that meat was there too. Jing drinks the bitter brew in one go, and the strange burning inside him finally settles enough for him to think clearly again. Even after he calms down, Jing is sure of one thing, that meat was no ordinary animal flesh. The manor lord kindly dismisses them for an unusual half-day break and promises more meat to any child who performs well. That night the dormitory should have gone straight to sleep, but the beast meat leaves everyone too restless to settle. From the next sleeping space over, Jing admits he could not control himself, and says the meat made him feel like a giant wolf that had to howl. Yuan raises the stakes by saying he has seen this kind of flesh before at family rites, and it must be feral beast meat. That answer shocks Jing, because he knows how deadly and valuable a single feral beast is, let alone enough meat to feed all of them. Yuan is unsettled too, because even his clan's ancestral offerings only used tiny amounts of such meat, nothing like the absurd portions Direife Manor handed out tonight. John Fong cuts through the worry with blunt honesty. Whatever this place is, being fed this well still beats starving like a refugee. The others cannot really deny that, because Direife Manor has given hungry children full stomachs, real meat, and a life better than the camps they came from. Sung Linzu voices the fear underneath that gratitude, warning that hidden sex test and discard the weak, and these good days may not last. His suspicion is personal, because he still burns over being expelled from a martial academy before, despite having talent that should have kept him there. Yuan agrees that a culling is probably coming, though he calmly points out that Jing is the one person nobody doubts will survive it. The others immediately pile on and tell Jing he is certain to stay even if the rest of them get thrown out. Jing finally speaks up and says the testing may already be underway through everything they do, from training effort to appetite, discipline, and daily habits. Then he shuts the discussion down with simple authority, telling everyone to sleep and not miss the afternoon training. The room obeys him at once, and the chatter gives way to the ordinary rough sounds of children finally drifting off. But even as he falls asleep, Jing is stuck in a disturbing state where his stomach feels full and hungry at the same time. The next morning, Jing wakes in red gold mountain sunlight and realizes he has slept at least 2 hours past his normal time. That confirms for him that the manor cancelled morning training for a reason, and he suspects the feral beast meat left everyone's bodies heavy with digestion and excess nourishment. When he looks around, every other child in the 30-person dorm is still asleep, making him the only one already moving. Since there is still time before noon, Jing decides to use the free morning to train on his own and recover his strength. Then he freezes at the doorway, because one bed space should not be empty. Jing is gone. At dawn, Jing realizes Jing is gone, and the neatly folded bedding makes it feel wrong immediately. Jing knows Jing could never make a bed like that, so this looks less like leaving and more like someone took him. When Sung Linzu wakes later and sees the empty space, he is instantly alarmed because Jing is usually glued to their group. John Fong mutters that Jing might have broken rules and gotten locked up, since some kids have started acting out now that the manor feels safe. Yuan suggests asking the instructors, but one look at Jing's face tells him they may already know the ugly answer. Then Yuan says it plainly, maybe Jing just left, meaning he was eliminated. The children search the dorms and training yard, but when they find nothing, the second round of eliminations becomes impossible to deny. Before dinner, an instructor confirms that 27 children were eliminated, but the pattern makes no sense because strong and average students vanished alike. After that, Yuan admits he expected to be cut first and quietly accepts that martial training may not be his path. He says he can probably still survive as a bookkeeper, because lately every training session has left him feeling weaker instead of stronger. Gu Yechi feels the same pressure, and losing girls from her dorm only makes the strain and loneliness sharper. Sung Linzu covers his worry with anger, blaming Jing for chasing fights instead of training properly. He insists he is happy to stay as long as possible, because Direife Manor is teaching them the kind of real techniques that matter once they are thrown back outside. John Fong, still thinking with his stomach, backs that up by pointing out that meals like this will be rare once they leave. Yuan turns to Jing and says, half admiring and half sad, that maybe Jing will be the only one who reaches the top. Jing answers firmly that he would never forget them, because surviving the snow calamity and sharing this mountain has already made them family. Even while comforting them, Jing keeps circling the same problem. The vice apothecary and many instructors were gone all day, as if they had other business tied to the missing children. He cannot believe Jing would leave in the dead of night without a word, and the total lack of wagons makes the whole thing feel even stranger. That is when Jing finally decides to stay awake tonight and secretly search the manor for the eliminated children himself. Before bed, he still plays the calm senior brother and tells everyone to sleep well so they can survive tomorrow's training. Yuan calls him almost too calm, and the remark comes from his own fear that his old life is gone for good. Jing refuses to let him sink into that mood and smacks the back of his head, telling him he just needs more practice. Then Jing jokingly punishes the gloomy talk by adding extra leg exercises, and even quiet Yuan panics. Late that night, once the dormitory finally falls asleep, Jing opens his eyes and begins his real plan. With no patrols tonight, he slips out, scales up onto the rooftops, and reaches the wall for a full view of the manor. From above, Direife Manor suddenly looks wrong to him. It sits exactly between two mountains like a fortified pearl trapped in a twin dragon formation. The more he studies it, the clearer it gets that this place is defended like a military stronghold, not just a secret mountain school. He picks out the layout piece by piece. The apothecary sits at the center, the children's area uses only a fraction of the land, and herb fields spread across the surrounding ridges. Beyond the rear buildings he spots the waterfall canyon and thinks of the even deeper Direife canyon farther back, another reminder that the manor is hemmed in by dangerous terrain. As he moves through the dark, and Jing judges the instructors coldly and decides most of them are failed trainees who never awakened a life arc. He stays cautious anyway, because even failed trainees here are still dangerous aura-realm fighters. To avoid detection, he runs a besieged stake aura refining and sinks his presence so deeply that he seems to vanish into the night. He tightens every muscle and balances every step, realizing these techniques are almost too perfect for infiltration and killing. That thought hardens his suspicion that Direife Manor is shaping the children for some long-term purpose, not simply feeding and training them out of kindness. Even so, he talks himself away from the darkest conclusion, because the manor has spent too many resources on these children for random slaughter to make sense. He starts connecting the clues instead. The eliminated children may become servants or instructors, and the strange urban beast meals were likely meant to force a life arc awakening. That idea unsettles him, because artificially forcing life arcs awake feels deeply wrong even if Direife Manor did save many children. He sweeps the nearby buildings and finds mostly stores of medicine and books, plus several empty-looking structures that seem to have housed people years ago. The age of those abandoned quarters sparks a grim realization. After the old High Fiend calamity, this manor could have bought far more disaster children than it has now. Now the manor's history starts to make sense to him, but the one question he still cannot answer is where all those earlier children ended up. After failing to find even a trace of Jiang, and Jing reluctantly decides to turn back before dawn. Then a sudden sound cuts through the night, part bird cry and part human shriek, and stops him cold. He traces the sound to the apothecary and starts edging closer, drawn by the feeling that something hidden is happening there. A clear feminine voice suddenly tells him to stop, but there is nobody visible anywhere around him. A second command follows, sharper and colder like a drawn blade, and this time it hits hard enough to make him freeze where he stands. Instead of panic, the voice leaves a strange calm in him, steadying his mind like someone is protecting him from making a fatal mistake. Once he looks again, he realizes how reckless he was. The apothecary is lit almost like twilight, so one more step would have exposed him instantly. And Jing backs off with more questions than answers, deciding he will need far better preparation before he dares probe this place again. He eventually slips back into the dormitory, and lies down still carrying the weight of everything he saw and failed to learn. Sleep drags him into a brutal dream of hunger, beasts, blood, torn flesh, shattered bones, and beating hearts waiting for the right time. At the end of the dream, all that savage noise narrows into one cold image, and Jing sees a sword. After his failed search of Direife Manor, Jing spends the night trapped in ugly dreams of roaring beasts, blood, grinding teeth, and a heart that will not calm down. Only the clean hum of a sword cuts through the nightmare for a moment, giving him one thin thread of relief before morning comes. The next morning Jing looks drained during drills, but he does not stand out because most of the children who ate the meat feel just as bad or worse. Then the payoff arrives. Within days, the children recover faster, hit harder, and stop folding under the same punishing training. The instructors notice immediately and crank the regimen up even harder, but now the children rarely feel that old hollow weakness from hunger. And Jing changes fastest of all, with the heavy beast flesh, hard training, and herbs rebuilding his famine-worn body into something dense and powerful. From the outside he still looks ordinary, but the strength hidden in his body has become real enough that it would only be obvious by touch or combat. As the children grow stronger, Direife Manor also starts cutting them faster, removing anyone who consumes resources without meeting expectations. 20 days later, Yishio Yuan is gone too, and another familiar space in the manor suddenly feels empty. Gu Yechi cannot hold it in and wipes away tears over Yishio Yuan's departure. Sung Linzu tries to act like he does not care, then slips away in secret just to cry alone. Zhang Feng is hit hard too, because Yishio Yuan was the one who patiently taught him to read in the first place. For a former beggar like Zhang Feng, literacy meant a better life, and Yishio Yuan had made that hope feel possible. Yishio Yuan had been the clever heart of Jing's little circle, always smiling, always thinking, and easy for everyone to like. Not long after that, Zhang Feng disappears as well, even after stubbornly promising he would stay as long as he could just to keep eating meat on the mountain. The losses keep piling up until half of Jing's roommates are gone, and the manor's original crowd of over 200 children shrinks to barely more than 100. Through all of it, Jing stays quiet and steady, taking in every departure without putting on a show. That silence makes the others talk. Some call him ruthless, some insist he simply understands who cannot survive here, and some even whisper that he decides who gets sent away. The truth is less dramatic, and Jing knows the eliminations are unavoidable, so he endures them in silence, and makes himself remember every single face. At first the children grieve honestly, but repeated separations slowly numb them until staying in the manor feels more important than mourning the ones who left. A few still hold on to friendship and hope to reunite someday, but most are too exhausted by the training cycle to think beyond the next drill, the next meal, and the next sleep. Because he remembers everyone, and Jing spots a pattern the others miss. Almost all the children who get expelled are the ones who could not stop themselves from roaring after eating the meat. To him, that means the real mystery is no longer who left, but what the beast's flesh and herbs are actually doing to all of them. He still cannot forget the warning voice that told him to stay away from the apothecary, and now that warning feels even more important. Every 10 days the manor keeps feeding them beast flesh with an herbal brew, and although fewer children lose control now, the repeated doses bring a new kind of unease. The children are changing in subtler ways too, becoming more controlled on the surface but also more extreme inside their own narrow temperaments. The calm ones grow colder, the quiet ones pull farther inward, and even warm-hearted children start saving all their emotion for only a tiny trusted circle. And Jing sees the same thing in himself, because his bond with Gu Yechi and Sung Linzu deepens while connecting with anyone else grows harder and harder. He still cannot prove whether the meat or the herbs caused it, and that uncertainty keeps needling at him. His nights only get worse, with broken sleep full of grinding beasts, clashing swords, and rushing blood that leave him waking with anger he cannot explain. To steady himself, Jing builds a harsh but logical theory that Direife Manor is exploiting adolescence, beast flesh, and suppressive herbs to force rapid growth while cutting away any child who cannot be controlled. As someone raised in a martial clan, he knows body changes well enough that the herbs suppressing emotion no longer feels impossible to him. Still, they are only guesses, and Chapter 16 opens with Jing admitting he has no proof that the beast's flesh and concoctions are truly the cause. The two people he most wants answers from are already gone. Jiang Ying knew the most about beast flesh, and Gu Yechi only understands herbs in simpler, separate forms. Since Jiang Ying and Yishio Yuan left, and Jing keeps drifting during training and study, stuck on what might have happened to them after they were sent away. One instructor finally walks over to ask what is wrong, but after seeing Jing's state, he can only shake his head and leave. The other children read his mood as ordinary grief, because losing Jiang Ying, Yishio Yuan, and then Zhang Feng would hit anyone hard. Even so, Gu Yechi and Sung Linzu staying by his side keeps Jing from sinking completely, and he still manages the occasional real smile when they talk. His mind may be elsewhere, but Jing is still the strongest child in Direife Manor, and a few bold challengers decide this is their chance to test him. They find out fast that even a listless Jing is far beyond them, beating them with one hand and a stick while armor-pierced impetus blasts their weapons away. Most challengers barely last a few exchanges, and the watching children finally realize Jing had been holding back far more than they guessed. Once his cover is blown, Jing stops pretending to be ordinary, and shows his strength more openly during training. That honesty has one immediate result: the other children stop wanting to spar with him at all. And Jing does not care, because from his point of view they are the ones wasting a chance to learn from losing to him. The instructors are the ones with a real problem, since letting Jing beat children all day will not make him stronger. So the instructors step in and start sparring with him personally, giving Jing the tougher fights he actually needs. When they tell him to go all out, he does, and even though those matches usually end in defeat, he becomes a living lesson for everyone else watching. The other children do not look down on him for losing to adults. If anything, they respect him more for getting back up every time and charging in again. Over time, those defeats stop looking one-sided, because Jing no longer crashes helplessly, and sometimes manages several real exchanges before being shut down. The instructors who first treated him casually have to get serious too, and before long even these cold men start praising him outright. But even that display is still controlled, because Jing has only revealed about half of what he had once been hiding. He makes that choice on purpose. If Direife Manor values talent, then showing enough promise should make them invest more in him and open paths deeper into their secrets. With his friends being sent away one by one, his old sense of danger has fully woken up again, and getting stronger becomes the only answer that feels solid. So Jing throws himself even harder into the routine, eating more than any child there and sparring with instructors more often than anyone else. Under that pressure, his martial techniques grow cleaner and tighter, with wasted motion shaved away until his attacks become brutally efficient. He even folds insights from his spark into armor-pierced impetus, turning the technique into something dangerous not just in striking, but in grappling and ground control too. Even that is not enough for him, because Jing has already fixed his next real goal: breaking through into the aura realm. To him, aura is not just a higher realm of martial skill, but the key to hiding his presence better and finally examining the manor's drugs and meat without being caught. He understands the path clearly enough: mind, body, and skill must align so perfectly that a martialist can finally grasp and cultivate innate chi as aura. The realm itself rises from silk to river to tide, and Jing believes even the first silk stage would already let him slip past ordinary patrols and instructors. By his own judgment, his mind and body are ready, and if his mastery of armor-pierced impetus keeps sharpening, he should be able to reach aura within another month. The problem is that a real breakthrough would be impossible to hide, because entering the aura realm through martial motion would create an obvious disturbance that everyone around him could feel or see. That creates a nasty trap for him, because becoming more impressive would win the manor's attention, but it would also make them guard their secrets from him even more carefully. What Jing does not realize is that he has already stood out enough without aura, and the manor has already decided he deserves more than ordinary teaching. One morning after training, Instructor Lee does not dismiss the class like usual, and instead calls Jing over in front of everyone. With plain envy in his voice, Instructor Lee tells him that the instructors can no longer teach him anything more. Then the real reward lands, and Jing is excused from the afternoon arena, because later today the Manor Lord himself will teach him the orthodox technique. When Jing is told he has earned the orthodox technique, the whole training ground erupts in loud congratulations instead of resentment. The others are genuinely happy because Jing always shares what he learns, so his early breakthrough should help the whole group later. A few jealous faces still linger in the crowd, but nobody is foolish enough to challenge the senior disciple they already know can beat them. Jing bows politely and follows Instructor Lee toward the apothecary, excited by the new technique but already turning suspicious about what this chance might reveal. He quickly decides this summons might finally let him watch the apothecary closely on a meet day, the one time the Manor Secrets might be easiest to spot. At the apothecary entrance, Instructor Lee goes in to see the Manor Lord while Jing is left outside where the staff immediately recognize Direife Manor's star disciple. As Jing returns the greetings, he quietly studies the apothecary yard and sees 7 apothecaries hauling familiar medicinal herbs along with several unknown ones. He also notices rows of large water vats being moved in and out, all of them heavy and all of them leaking the same sweet fishy medicinal stink. He is about to memorize the herbs for Gu Yechi when a sudden smell of raw meat cuts through everything and makes him stop cold. A huge wagon finally lurches into view, and Jing is stunned to find it piled not with meat but with a mountain of cleanly scraped animal bones. From the shapes alone, Jing can tell the heap includes wolves, tigers, jackals, leopards, bullhorns, and bird-wing bones in absurd quantities. When the overloaded wagon jams on the stairs, Jing immediately steps in to help despite the adults joking that he should not hurt his back. Up close, the bones feel even worse, carrying a strange energy that sparks sudden anger inside him before he forces it down. He channels armor-pierce impetus through his whole body and lifts the entire wagon by himself, stamping a dent into the ground under his feet. The instructors praise his mastery, but their words about the orthodox technique carry such envy that Jing realizes even they were never taught the complete method. What matters more to Jing is the bones themselves, because the dark gray patterns on them make him dizzy and trigger that same ugly urge to roar. That makes his suspicion sharpen fast. Maybe the children's struggle to suppress their roaring is not random at all, and this meat may be fey flesh rather than ordinary feral beast meat. Instructor Lee comes back down with one-eyed envy in his face and sends Jing upstairs, where the Manor Lord is waiting. As he climbs, Jing recalls that the Manor Lord is also called the Vice Apothecary, a clue that Direife Manor is only one branch of a larger medicine-refining organization. On the 5th floor, the Manor Lord receives him behind a desk with papers and a dark gold dish, and immediately notes how unnervingly calm this child is. Jing answers with mature restraint, saying greater privilege also means greater expectations, and he intends to shoulder that responsibility seriously. Without wasting words, the Manor Lord pulls out an ordinary-looking book and tells Jing to read it. The title makes Jing pause, because the manual is called the Imperial Sky See-Through Nurturing Art. The familiar Imperial Sky name tells him Direife Manor is tied to a cultic tradition rather than a normal cultivation sect, which makes the book even more important. After reading through it once, Jing calmly explains that a Abyss-Edge Stake or a refining and armor-pierce impetus are only parts of a larger orthodox manual. He breaks the technique down piece by piece, saying it trains the spirit to be doubtless and selfless, then builds chi, force, and footwork on top of that mindset. Jing goes even further and says this is a true orthodox path that can carry a martialist through fortification and likely beyond into the 100 Meridians clearing realm. The Manor Lord confirms the known parts can indeed carry someone to Tide Aura and asks the real question, why doesn't Jing think the method reaches clearing too? Jing points to the text itself and argues that if Imperial Sky nurtures the inner force, there must be a matching Imperial Earth method that refines the body. He pushes the theory to its true center. Only by combining Imperial Sky and Imperial Earth could someone build the full foundation for the clearing realm and become a true Heaven's Child. That answer finally breaks the Manor Lord's composure, and he shoots to his feet in stunned disbelief at how deeply this child has seen into the method. A green blaze ignites in the old man's eyes, and Jing has to shut his own before the burning gaze can injure him. The display confirms Jing's suspicion that the Manor Lord is a high fortification realm martialist, even if his exact life arc and wonders are still unknown. After forcing down his excitement, the Manor Lord happily admits Jing has seen through the core of the orthodox method better than anyone he expected. He openly confirms that Imperial Sky and Imperial Earth are matching halves, with one stripping away doubt and ego while the other strips away rage, hatred, desire, and attachment. The Manor Lord says the complete orthodox technique only belongs to those who awaken a life arc, and promises that once Jing is formally initiated, the Lord Inspector of the North will take him to headquarters to learn the Imperial Earth art. Jing thanks him at once, but he keeps his bigger questions about the sect and this mysterious inspector hidden for later. The Manor Lord hands over the manual for real, says this is simply how the rules work for rare talent, and even pats Jing's shoulder with obvious satisfaction. He remarks again on how unnaturally steady Jing is, and Jing answers only with a small smile before being dismissed. By the time Jing leaves the apothecary, twilight has fallen and the new manual is already pulling his thoughts far beyond Direife Manor. As he flips through the diagrams and circulation notes, he starts wondering what larger sect has a headquarters, a northern inspector, and this much hidden structure behind the manor. The more names he remembers, the worse one possibility starts to creep in, and he nearly says aloud that this could be a demonic sect. That dangerous thought gets interrupted when a familiar apothecary cheerfully calls him back to earth and reminds him not to miss his meal. Jing thanks Master Wu, but the moment he sees that cart full of concoctions heading away from the canteen, his suspicion wakes up again. Instead of ignoring it, Jing quietly shadows Master Wu and confirms the man is pushing those fresh brews toward the eastern mountain farms, a place Jing has never been allowed to see. Once he is sure of the route, Jing gives up the chase for now and heads to the canteen instead, storing the new clue away. At dinner he is showered with congratulations again, and he accepts them smoothly without revealing any of the darker things he has learned. He eats the concoctions and beast flesh as usual, deliberately crushing down the violent urges the food stirs inside him. Then deep in the night, long after the others are asleep, Jing suddenly opens his eyes wide awake. Back in the dormitory, Jing can't shake the feeling that the manor's herbs, hidden manpower, and strange beast bones point to something much darker than a harsh training ground. The more Jing pieces it together, the more certain he becomes that Direife Manor has a shady origin, and once that doubt takes hold, he refuses to ignore it. He decides to investigate again, but not yet, because he still isn't strong enough to slip past the instructors or cross the exposed road without the cover of a stormy night. Since he can't move yet, Jing pours his nights into mastering Profound Step, the silent movement art hidden inside the Imperial Sky see-through nurturing art. Profound Step is not about raw speed at all. It turns Jing quiet and untraceable, then lets him explode forward for one crucial burst when see-through and armor-pierce impetus combine. By day he acts normal and hides his real progress, because keeping his strength concealed matters more to him now than showing off as first place. Even while training, Jing's real worry never changes. The herbs, the fey-like bone patterns, and the manor's hidden purpose keep feeding his sense that something bad is coming. 10 days pass, and Jing pushes Profound Step to minor mastery until he can move through brush without making a sound. That progress also swells his innate chi so fast that Jing feels himself nearing the aura realm, but he deliberately holds back because a breakthrough would draw too much attention. Meanwhile, the culling finally ends at 108 survivors, and the children don't celebrate so much as breathe out in grim relief after half a year of losses. Gu Yechi and Sang Linzu also come through those months tougher and calmer, and their bond with Jing only grows tighter. But Jing notices something wrong in himself when Gu Yechi hands him water and his overly polite thanks makes both friends look at him like a stranger. That awkward moment makes Jing realize the techniques, food, and training are changing his emotions, trimming away fear, doubt, and even normal warmth. Once he understands that Abyss Edge see-through and Profound Step each reshape the mind in different ways, Jing becomes wary of what the complete art might turn him into. Around the same time, Direife Manor reorganizes the survivors into 12 groups, and Jing is made leader of the first one. His 9-person Star Chronicle group includes Gu Yechi and Sang Linzu, who now stand beside him as his most trusted aides. The new drills are stranger than normal sparring, because the group has to rehearse a tightly coordinated combat formation built for striking something much larger than a person. Jing quickly concludes that Direife Manor is preparing these children to hunt beasts, and not ordinary ones either. Then summer winds finally bring the chance he has been waiting for, as black storm clouds roll over the mountain and the day's training is cut short. As the others head back, Jing stops Gu Yechi and Sang Linzu for a private talk. Sang Linzu instantly fears Jing is about to drag them into brutal rain training again, and Jing gives him an annoyed look for it. Dropping the banter, Jing hands each of them a booklet containing his insights into armor-pierce impetus, Abyss Edge stake aura, and other forbidden techniques. He warns them that he is breaking the Manor Lord's rules on purpose, because the new formation means dangerous beast hunts are probably coming soon. Gu Yechi agrees, and Sang Linzu adds that the drills look suited for something even worse than a normal wild beast, maybe one with Fey bloodline. Jing admits the real reason he is risking this: he has already watched too many children disappear, and he does not want these two to be next. When Gu Yechi senses he is planning something dangerous, Jing dodges the question and tells them the best help they can give him is to become strong enough to survive. He pats both friends on the shoulder and tells them to work hard just as lightning tears down the mountainside and the rain finally crashes in. Late that night, Jing opens his eyes in the dark and quietly puts his plan into motion. He changes clothes, stuffs a fake body into his bed, and leaves his sleeping robes over it so nobody notices he is gone. Using the rain to bury his footsteps and the clouds to hide his shape, Jing slips out and runs toward the eastern farm plots past the apothecary. But inside the apothecary, the vice apothecary notices him at once, watching the red trace of Jing's vigor through the storm with eerie green-lit eyes. Instead of stopping him, the vice apothecary smiles and praises this kind of rule-breaking curiosity as the mark of someone who can approach the cult's truth. He even wonders what kind of monster or chosen figure Jing might become, then reins himself in before his speculation goes too far. Still amused, he flips an hourglass and gives Jing a quiet time limit, curious to see how the boy will react once he learns the truth. While Jing keeps running through the storm, a voice in his head warns him plainly that he has already been discovered. And Jing answers without panic, because he already guessed the Manor Lord saw through him and only wants to know what that means. As the voice asks what he plans to do, Jing finally puts the pieces together and identifies Direife Manor as part of the Heavenly Will Divine cult, better known as the Heavenly Demon cult. In the storm, Jing decides trusting the mysterious voice is still safer than surrendering to Direife Manor's demonic cult. When the unseen voice questions his calm, Jing bluntly says the Manor has been testing him all along and clearly wants him to go see the truth for himself. He pieces the test together: the orthodox technique, the hidden Imperial Earth clue, the moved bones, and the apothecaries heading east all point to one final evaluation. The voice is surprised he already suspected so much, and Jing admits he has distrusted the whole place for a long time. He lays out the ugly logic: nobody spends real money saving famine children unless they plan to use them, and the body checks, birth dates, brainwashing, beast flesh, and herbal tonics all fit that purpose. The mysterious voice finally names the method. The children were fed fey flesh to stir brutality and paired with emotion-suppressing medicine to harden them for cult use. Jing says the writers and instructors were always too cold, but what delayed his conclusion was the sickening fact that the cult treated the survivors just well enough to feel almost kind. Inside the eastern farm sheds, he finds rows upon rows of huge sealed vats and immediately senses the same sweet, fishy medicinal smell from the apothecary. When he checks a note on one vat and sees a missing boy's full name, birth date, life arc, and poor aptitude written on top, the real purpose of the vats turns horrifyingly clear. He remembers Gu Jihai as a quiet boy who missed his dead family and riverbank home, which makes the vat in front of him feel even more unbearable. Refusing to numb himself with the detached calm of his technique, Jing searches the vats one by one with his hands visibly shaking. Then he finds the names that matter most to him among the missing: Zhan Feng, Yixiu Yuan, and Zhang Ying. Touching Zhang Ying's vat, Jing murmurs that he has finally found them, and the grief hits with a terrible calm. Lightning flashes across the shed as Jing hardens himself, raises his hand, and shoves aside the heavy stone lid with brute force. Inside, he finds pale pink medicinal paste, herbs, and a small white skull, and the fate of the eliminated children becomes undeniable. The voice coldly names it blood brew, a longevity tonic made from children with dormant life arcs, and condemns the demonic cult outright. The revelation hits so hard that Jing's vision blurs, his lip starts bleeding, and he breaks into a harsh laugh while staring at the endless rows of medicinal tanks. He bitterly addresses the Manor Lord and realizes the vice apothecary wanted exactly this reaction from him, fear most of all. In a brutal moment of self-honesty, Jing admits he had clung to excuses because fear made him hope the missing children were still alive and kept telling himself he would never be the one consumed. He tries to deny being afraid of death, but the answer that hits him is worse. What truly terrifies him is losing the people around him. That attachment traps him, because he still has Gu Yechi, Tsang Lingzu, and more than 100 children who look to him as their senior brother. He sees the trap from every angle. A true monster would join the cult, a loyal man would endure it for his friends, and even a kind man could be swallowed by gratitude because the cult really did save his mother. What horrifies him most is realizing the cult has already twisted part of his thinking, because some piece of him was starting to believe the sacrificed children had no right to complain. The mysterious voice cuts in and warns him to calm down, because this exact mix of grief and rage is what the demonic cult wants to push him into a bad choice. He understands, seals the vat again, and turns away with a gaze that is no longer frantic but frighteningly clear. When the voice presses him to choose between escape, revenge, or pretending nothing happened, Jing remembers the world he wanted to believe in and lets that illusion finally die. What rises in its place is not blazing anger but a freezing clarity. In this world it is eat or be eaten, and he refuses to accept that rule. He makes his real choice at last. He will bide his time, never join the cult, try to take his friends with him, and resist being forced to either devour others or be devoured himself, even knowing it may end in death. Jing swears he still has to try. The voice finally approves, saying the cult grew careless because it thought Jing was already trapped, but now it will give him a chance to become something even they did not expect. Before anything else, the voice tells him to suppress the demonic intent inside himself and begins teaching him a contemplation method that will become the foundation for everything ahead. The technique floods into his mind as one clear principle: keep the spirit pure like a mirror, clear like water, and sharp like a sword, and that teaching becomes the sword of tranquility. In the stormy night, Jing uses Sword of Tranquility to picture a rusty sword in his mind and force down the violent urges building up from demonic cultivation and beast flesh. 15 minutes later, his mind suddenly turns razor clear, and Jing snaps upright after catching a faint sound that no one else would hear through the rain. What reaches him is worse than he expected. Children are crying somewhere nearby, and the mysterious voice tells him the dungeon holds a key that can unlock immense power. Trusting that the hidden voice is helping him against the cult, Jing tracks the sound to a prison built into the mountain, but the front gate is locked and too risky to force open. The voice points out a side vent instead, and Jing immediately starts looking for a quiet way to get through the rusted metal bars. Using torn cloth, rainwater, and scrap wood, he builds a crude twisting lever and slowly bends the bars apart without making a dangerous noise. Even in the middle of the break-in, Jing is stunned by how simple knowledge can do what brute force cannot, but he pushes the thought aside and slips inside. The dungeon stench hits him first, and in the dim kerosene light Jing lands in a corridor that feels less like a prison and more like a butcher's room. As his eyes adjust, he realizes the truth with a cold shock. Hanging bodies, blood, and butchered remains line the walls, and Direife Manor is slaughtering children like livestock. The names of missing children flood back to him, and Jing finally understands what kind of evil the demon cult really is. He forces himself to stay cold enough to keep moving, because some of the children in the cells are still alive, half-conscious and drugged into helpless obedience by anhedonic. Recognizing them as the children who vanished over the past months, Jing silently commits every face to memory before following the voice deeper in. Ahead, he spots the dungeon exit and its lone guard, Instructor Song, asleep in a chair beside several hanging key sets. Jing notices the empty glass and the smell of alcohol and herbs, and his contempt flares when he realizes the old guard likely drugged himself to sleep through this place. Seeing that the old Aura Realm Martialist is badly off his guard, Jing slips forward, steals a key set, and gets back out without waking him. Once outside again, Jing carefully twists the vent bars back into place, leaving almost no sign that anyone entered at all. The voice urgently redirects him to the hidden room in the next building, but Jing's sharpened senses catch shadowy figures gathering around the eastern farm plots. Even when the voice warns that this may be another test and offers him a chance to retreat, Jing refuses without hesitation and heads straight for the hidden room. He reaches a pair of black metal doors set into the mountain, and the normally steady voice trembles when it tells him to open them. The first key fails, but the second turns, and the hidden room finally opens to reveal shelves of strange ritual objects instead of treasure or weapons. Jing reads the labels and realizes these life vessels react differently to different life arcs, with many effects still unknown because the cult has clearly been testing them on people. One label hits especially hard when he spots the vital boon dish, and recognizes it as the same dark gold vessel the vice apothecary openly uses to nourish life with gathered chi. That connection makes the whole operation uglier at once, and Jing grimly concludes the manor has been turning children into medicinal ingredients. Then the voice guides him to the left corner, where a weak frosty glow reveals a broken rusted sword hilt that looks exactly like the Sword of Tranquility in his mind. The label calls it broke blade and says almost nothing useful, but the voice finally reveals itself as the sword's own soul and tells Jing to pick it up. The moment he grips the broke blade, a chill surges into his body, and when he starts the contemplation technique, the sword vanishes from his hand and appears inside his sea of consciousness. Inside his mind, some of the rust peels away and the sword grows a little sharper, proving that the technique and the life vessel were always connected. The sword's soul is startled too, because Jing can bear its lethal chi without being corroded, which means he may be unusually suited to this weapon. Before he can learn more, footsteps start closing in on the hidden room, and Jing instantly understands he has no safe place to hide. He takes cover behind the door and rapidly judges his options, knowing discovery would not kill him immediately but would destroy the freedom he gained as senior disciple. The sword's soul bluntly confirms that he cannot fight his way through multiple aura users yet, and Jing stays calm enough to demand the real escape method. Following the sword's soul's orders, he grips the broke blade and uses Sword of Tranquility again, causing a silver blade of light to extend from the shattered hilt. When he senses through the sword, 6 shard lights appear in his mind, and one of them shines with a steady pull that the sword tells him to strike toward. Jing opens his eyes and slashes, and the broken sword tears open a black rift in space with another world visible on the far side. With keys already jingling outside, he does not waste a miracle and jumps through the rift before the cultists can open the door. A patrol enters seconds later, sees nothing wrong except a touched item, and shrugs it off while grumbling that the vice apothecary is being paranoid. Beyond the rift, the sword's soul finally explains the stakes. They have entered a different world, its nearest shard lies in the canyon behind the manor, and Jing must grow stronger there before the coming ritual. The sword's soul also tells him Sword of Tranquility can help hide his cultivation from weaker observers, but the foreign world is full of unknown resources and just as much danger. Jing accepts the gamble at once, because the moment he crossed that rift he knew his fate was finally in his own hands and in his own sword. As his eyes adjust, he sees a vast underground ruin held up by huge metal beams and overrun with luminous translucent vines that cast a cold light over ancient collapsed architecture. Trying to take in the scale of the place, Jing steps back and accidentally crushes something brittle underfoot. He looks down and finds the ruined floor carpeted with uniformed skeletons, and the real shock comes a heartbeat later when he sees what their bony hands are still holding. These dead soldiers are clutching firearms, weapons Jing has never seen in his world, and that impossible sight ends his first look into the other realm. In the buried ruins, Jing stares at the skeletons clutching guns and realizes something horrifying: even armed fighters still died here. He quietly asks the Sword Soul what kind of place this is and how he is even supposed to address it now that they are speaking directly. The Sword Soul tells him they are partners, admits most of its memory is shattered, but says these ruins feel disturbingly familiar and may belong to its own era. After sensing the dead, the Sword Soul warns that the frontline fighters were stronger, and all of them seem to have been killed by a soul-stealing technique, so Jing needs to reach the Aura realm fast if he wants to survive here. Jing accepts the warning and immediately thinks past the ruins too. He still has to sneak back, act normal, and keep the Manor Lord from guessing what he has really gained tonight. He grows more confident as he weighs the situation, believing his hidden progress and the Sword of Tranquility should stay invisible even to the frail but dangerous Manor Lord. When his eyes return to the guns in the skeleton's hands, he wonders if a clean soul-killing technique means poison was never involved at all. After the Sword Soul rules poison out, Jing starts searching the bodies for anything useful before the chance slips away. Most of what he finds is ruined by time, including advanced tools, medicine, clothing, and even the odd daggers at their waists. Then he notices that the leaders carried a different weapon entirely, and unlike everything else, this rifle-sized piece has not rusted at all. The Sword Soul is startled enough to identify it as a spirit artifact and explains that it is a rare offensive tool that can only be used once Jing reaches the Aura realm. When he sees the crystal still glowing, Jing decisively keeps the weapon instead of leaving it in the ruins. His search pays off even more when he uncovers two still working spare firearms packed away in cases with usable ammunition. He tests one shot on the spot, and the thunderous blast punches a palm-deep crater into the rocky ground. The Sword Soul, baffled by the weapon's speed and killing power, insists this thing basically counts as a flying sword, and Jing starts to correct it, but the Sword Soul's logic is absurdly solid, and he ends up dryly admitting that yes, by that definition, it really is a flying sword. Excited now, the Sword Soul marvels that this world has advanced technomancy enough to let even ordinary people use these deadly flying swords. And Jing does the practical thing instead, keeping only what he can hide and leaving the extra ammunition behind. With two working guns and one artifact he cannot use yet, he realizes this haul is already more than enough firepower for one pair of hands. The ease with which he handles the gun hits him next, and for a moment he is shaken by how much buried knowledge from his old life still lives in his body. He forces those questions aside, because he did not come here to chase old memories but to break through. The Sword Soul admits it does not know this world's void embrace path, but it does know the deeper rule beneath all cultivation: draw in innate chi and build it until the whole body is filled. It asks the real question next, whether he wants to break through by a yin path or a yang path, which Jing immediately connects to stillness and motion. Because he came here to hide his progress, Jing leans toward motion methods and asks whether stillness offers anything he is missing. The Sword Soul explains that motion is useful in battle, stillness is safer, and the best path is to hold both together instead of choosing only one. That catches Jing's full attention, because he has heard of strange sects that cultivate through sleep and now realizes those old stories described a real orthodox route to power. The Sword Soul lays out the trade-off clearly. Motion methods harden the body but sacrifice fine control, while stillness gives stronger aura control but less physical reinforcement. Then it pushes him toward the harder road, saying his soul, spark, and rebuild body make him one of the few people who might actually fuse both and shorten the climb ahead. Even the Sword Soul sounds puzzled that this balance of yin and yang is treated so casually here, as if the world has forgotten what a proper foundation should look like. At last the Sword Soul gives him the method: calm himself, enter meditation, visualize martial techniques, and move innate chi from perfect stillness into perfect motion at the same time. The Sword Soul warns him to circulate Sword of Tranquility first, or his star-child mind will just drown in fragments of his previous life. He follows the instruction by imagining the rusted sword and polishing it with his rage. But the first thing that breaks loose is a flood of bizarre old-world memories. The memories are almost comically specific, down to where he once lost an air conditioner remote, which only makes the confusion worse. He shakes the nonsense away, sinks deeper, and finally reaches a silent inner darkness where a single path opens before him. He should be visualizing sword techniques, but instead that path pulls him somewhere more personal and far more dangerous. As he walks, smiling faces appear on both sides of the path like old ghosts seeing him off, then fade with the last of the light. The quiet snaps when a child's terrified cry bursts out of the dark, and Jing sees a memory of a boy being dragged away by cultists through the forest. He notices the boy's calloused hands and understands this was just another child with simple heroic dreams before everything was shattered. When the next surge of memory comes, resistance only earns the child a brutal death, hacked apart in a splash of blood and flesh. And Jing keeps walking through the horror, carrying the weight of a world where regret always came too late. The path grows so broken and alien that when he looks back there is nothing left behind him except pure darkness. Ahead, a river of darkness and blood reveals a huge child strapped to a chair, facing some unspeakable approach with pure terror. The dream twists into bitter voices about empathy, rejection, and wanting to belong, and Jing understands these are not random nightmares but the buried truth of the dead around him. The stream thickens into black blood, familiar skulls roll past without hatred, and all the dead seem emptied out before his eyes. When the blood recedes, it exposes a field of white bone and a withered tree hung with skulls and hand-shaped flowers begging for rescue. Standing at the end of the dream path and soaked in blood, and Jing finally understands that he once saw these evil deaths and stayed ignorant, and that silence now enrages him. Instead of shrinking from the vision, he smiles through the blood and thanks the dead for showing him the truth one last time. Then he demands all of it, swearing he will remember every last piece of what happened instead of letting it vanish again. A ringing sword clang answers him, and the whole dream world recoils as blood, wind, fog, and murderous intent start piling together into countless blades. And Jing answers with pure rage, grabbing at cloud and mist until every handful sharpens into the edge of a sword. Back in the Rio ruins, his eyes snap open and his whole body tightens as steam erupts from him and a bloody sword-shaped aura starts taking form in his hand. He steps forward and slashes without restraint, driving out a visible wave of sword chi that tears apart rock and rips a huge gash through the ground. With that single flowering surge of aura outside his body, and Jing finally breaks through into the river aura stage. In the underground ruins, Ivalbane pushes in Jing to keep swinging and treat his intent as the blade guiding his chi. The sword's soul explains that all the fey flesh and medicinal buildup in his body shoved him straight into river aura stage, which is why the backlash is hitting so hard. And Jing forces out another slash, and his own innate chi floods through him with enough force to feel like a river breaking loose. He manages to turn that wild current into controllable aura, but the effort wrecks his focus and the power immediately starts scattering inside him. With Ivalbane guiding him, and Jing breathes through the pain as fragrant sweat pours off him and the old medicinal corruption is forced out of his body. He realizes aura control is brutally unnatural, but repeated sword practice can temper it into real strength if he can keep feeding his body enough food and herbs. Ivalbane also reminds him that Sword of Tranquility is more than a technique to calm down. Its visualization will help refine both his aura and his soul. Once the surge finally settles, and Jing cycles the aura through his body and seals it back into his dantian instead of letting it leak. He notes how natural the lethal chi sword feels in his hand, but the drain is severe and dawn is too close for him to stay. Before leaving, Jing carefully hides his new aura with Sword of Tranquility, and Ivalbane helps finish the concealment. He gathers the guns and ammunition he found, then cuts open a spatial rift to escape back to Void Embrace. After he vanishes, a mass of slithering shadow creeps into the spot he left behind and nervously studies the mark of his sword. Whatever it is, it loses its nerve after a long look and slips back into the darkness. And Jing returns to Direife Manor in pounding rain, and with the patrols missing, he slips out of the hidden room unseen. He uses the downpour to wash the medicinal residue off his body, then pauses by the water vats and silently reminds himself he will not forget what happened here. Back in the dormitory, everyone is still asleep, and as long as he appears for training tomorrow, the manor does not care how he spent the night. He changes back into his normal clothes, hides the firearms, and finally collapses into sleep. In his dream, Jing faces a complete sword far grander than the broken hilt in his hand, a cold silver blade with azure cloud patterns and a killing chill. The dream opens into a ruined world of burning cities, skyborne strongholds, war, blood, and bone, all watched by distant inhuman eyes. Those watchers are waiting for a demonic seed to rise from slaughter and desire, but what answers them instead is a sword tearing down from heaven. And Jing feels that impossible strike the moment he sees it, only to realize this world-ending blade is already broken at the base, just like the relic he carries. A cold voice whispers the name Ivalbane and tells him to unsheath, and Jing jolts awake to the ring of steel. At dawn, before the others wake, Jing sits up drenched in sweat and instinctively summons the broken sword back into his hand. When he guesses that Ivalbane means fiend-felling bane of evil, the sword calmly admits it remembers almost nothing, not even itself clearly. Ivalbane says it chose Jing because unlike the other children, he noticed the truth, remembered the dead, and wanted to kill the monsters responsible. And Jing drops the politeness fast and asks for stronger methods, because Sword of Tranquility and basic training are nowhere near enough to survive a manor ruled by a fortification realm monster. Ivalbane tells him to stop worrying about honorifics because it is a genderless sword, and it does no immortal techniques it could teach him. But the sword refuses to teach recklessly, because this fallen world abandoned chi refinement for life arcs and martial paths, and that change feels deeply wrong. When Jing tries to place those old terms, Ivalbane explains that martial training used to be only one branch under the larger path of proper chi cultivation. Even so, Ivalbane finally offers one risky option, a sword-sect body refinement art called Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal. The method is brutal but clean. Refine chi into lethal chi, plant an Evenstar seal seed inside the body, and feed it with metal essence until the body itself becomes disaster-proof. Ivalbane says the path suits this world because it relies on internal cultivation, and with the sword's own lethal chi as a catalyst, Jing might actually reach the immortal path. Then the catch lands hard. This technique devours mystic metals like purple tin, and if Direife Manor has none, he cannot even begin. Jing steadies himself instead of despairing, and Ivalbane tells him to watch the manor's armories and warehouses for a chance. The other children start waking, so Jing shuts the conversation down and gets ready to lead the morning session like nothing happened. Only Tsung Linzu notices something is off and quietly points out in Jing's bloodshot eyes. And Jing brushes it off with a calm lie that he dreamed about the people who disappeared, and Tsung Linzu is instantly too moved to question him. Before Tsung Linzu can get sentimental, and Jing drags him to training and works him so hard he cannot say another word. That afternoon, and Jing runs into the Manor Lord during training, and the two exchange a quiet stare that looks obedient on the surface and murderous underneath. After the manor settles into its fixed groups of 9, and Jing hides his real intentions and throws himself into the normal training routine. Under that routine, he quietly sharpens Sword of Tranquility and gains better command over his aura as fast as the manor's resources allow. Because his foundation was already absurdly strong, and Jing skipped Silk Aura stage entirely and entered River Aura stage from the start. That breakthrough comes with a terrifying appetite, and even his senior disciple meal is not enough to fill him. The Manor Lord quietly allows it, so Jing starts eating 3 times as much as normal disciples and keeps getting stronger instead of softer. The others end up respecting him even more, because his appetite is monstrous and his body only keeps improving. As he reflects on the stages, Jing understands just how huge the gap is between Silk Aura and River Aura, because one dries up almost instantly while the other can actually sustain a fighter. That difference also makes his mother's last fight hit harder in hindsight, because a Silk Aura fighter can kill in a burst and still run dry fast enough to die right after. And with the cult's food and medicine feeding him nonstop, Jing pushes his River Aura far enough that he can keep it circulating for nearly 3 full minutes. Late at night, Jing kept drilling his new lethal chi sword and felt sure that, aside from the 2 Tide Aura instructors, he could now handle anyone in the manor. The sword soul finally explained that this sword was in Jing's own ability, proof that he already carried a life arc powerful enough to show itself before fully awakening. That answer jolted Jing back to the children chosen for their disaster-born potential, and he worried that if the manor noticed his life arc, they would send him away before he could protect anyone. He was sickened by the idea that, without these bonds, he might have become a proud cultist who looked down on the children marked for slaughter instead of wanting to save them. The sword soul reassured him that life arcs cannot be sensed by normal means unless the bearer reveals them, or a rare special method is used, so the Manor Lord would not notice. Then the sword soul pushed deeper and said a life arc is not just about birth, because fate is shaped by heaven, earthly position, and human agency together. It explained that noble birth can matter, but status in the world can raise or bury a person's fate just as much. Finally, it told Jing that his own will change everything, because his compassion and rage against the cult are what truly awakened this fierce life arc. That clicked for Jing at last, and he told himself that a destiny left unused is worthless if he does not act on it. Satisfied, the sword soul guided him into deeper contemplation, and Jing settled into patient cultivation instead of reckless moves. Over the next days he stayed away from the foreign ruins, because the dead-armed cultivators that proved something much worse was still lurking below. Life at the manor looked calm again until Jing noticed another child who had also grasped the truth about the demonic cult, Bai Qinghan from the far South Han Highway. Jing already knew Bai Qinghan as a playful but illiterate girl, so he had spent some of his own free time teaching children like her to read and keep up with training. She learned from him faster than the others and quietly accepted his praise, but the two still barely spoke. Jing really got to know her during sparring, when he had to act like an assistant instructor and correct weaker disciples one by one. But Bai Qinghan did not need help because she was weak. She needed help because her instinctive attacks were so vicious she could almost kill her partners. Moves that were forbidden in training kept slipping out of her on instinct, turning this meek-looking girl into something closer to a cornered beast. Even when other children flinched away from her, that only triggered her to press harder, as if retreat itself looked like weakness she had to punish. She always stopped at the final moment and left only mild injuries, but after enough scares nobody wanted to spar with her anymore. That left Jing as the only one willing to face her, and he quickly saw that her problem was not skill but a life spent treating every fight as kill or be killed. When Bai Qinghan struck with her usual blinding attack, Jing calmly blocked, smashed her breathing tract, and broke her rhythm in one clean exchange. As she tried to tense up for another charge, Jing stepped in first and knocked her out with a strike to the jaw. When she woke up dazed, Jing worried for a second that he had hit her too hard. Instead, Bai Qinghan suddenly bowed and thanked him in a soft little voice, saying it felt like she had just woken from a dream. Then she quietly said she would apologize to the children she had hurt, because she kept reminding herself that this place was safe even if it belonged to a demonic cult. That one phrase made Jing snap to attention, and he hurriedly whispered if she also knew this manor was run by a demonic cult. Bai Qinghan looked at him oddly and said yes, because as far as she understood, they were all being kept alive to serve that cult. From then on Jing spoke with her often and learned that, unlike her soft exterior, she saw the cult's nature clearly, and did not think that fact alone made this place unusually evil. Her thinking came from the life she had known since birth, because a fiend disaster drove her family into constant flight and taught her that every conflict in the wild ended in blood. After her parents died, she sold herself because nobody wanted to take in a feral child from Hahai who looked like she might tear out a throat to survive. So in Bai Qinghan's blunt view, a cult that only eats humans slowly, and keeps some children alive for months already counts as restraint compared with the world outside. Because she was so observant, she had also already understood the hidden meaning behind Jing's earlier warnings about the instructors. And Jing answered grimly that the cult was not full at all, just waiting for its human crop to mature before the real feast began. Bai Qinghan took that in and quietly settled on one bleak comfort. At least they would not eat all of the children while they waited. And Jing remembered the medicinal tanks and held back the uglier truth, already knowing her small comfort might not even last. He finally told her not to talk about this to anyone, and Bai Qinghan gave him an odd look before dryly reminding him that illiterate did not mean stupid. After their fight, Jing awkwardly apologizes, and Bai Qinghan quietly accepts because losing to him finally shattered her fear that every sparring match had to end in death. Bai Qinghan keeps coming back to Jing because his controlled, non-lethal style shows her a way to fight without losing herself. Since Jing is the only one who can safely handle her, the other disciples let Bai Qinghan linger around his group, even if most of them still suspect she wants revenge. Gu Yechi is the loudest objector, warning Jing that Bai Qinghan is a gloomy little schemer with bad intentions. Even that hostility starts to melt once Bai Qinghan lets Gu Yechi braid her long black hair, turning their bickering into something almost friendly. While the group enjoys a brief stretch of peace, Jing quietly tries to slip into Direife Canyon to find Ivalbane's next shard, only to find the manor suddenly locked down too tightly to escape. At the same time, supplies to Direife Manor start running short, and Jing realizes the growing unrest in Granshan might also open the chance he has been waiting for. Knowing he cannot save everyone, Jing still trains harder with one goal in mind. When the moment comes, he will try to pull out whoever he can, especially Tsang Linzu and Gu Yechi. As the final days arrive, every group throws itself into formation drills, convinced a big evaluation is coming. When Bai Qinghan walks over during practice again, Gu Yechi blocks her on the spot, convinced she is here to steal their tactics. Bai Qinghan ignores the argument and goes straight to Jing with a chilling warning: "They're hungry, every last one of them." Jing catches the danger immediately, answers with a grim nod, and keeps his group training while covertly checking the high floors above the yard. From the top floor, the manor lord and instructorly watch the children below like livestock, pleased that this batch is far better than the last. Their praise is monstrous. These children are not disciples to them, but raw material for completing a full set of cult-made prodigies. They are especially satisfied that the children now fight with enough malice to brutalize each other, because the cult wants hearts willing to destroy anything for their goals. The manor lord's gaze lingers on Jing, and he quietly admits this boy may be the most promising sapling he has found in years. Then the conversation turns outward. The Empire is squeezing their network, outposts are falling, and even their supply of blood brew is being burned up as bait. The vice apothecary answers with pure cruelty, ordering them to keep using human lives as bait and turn nearby county attacks into a trap for Imperial hunters. When Instructorly nervously mentions that a sage from Void Sight Mountain may be involved, even the vice apothecary briefly falters before forcing the discussion back to the manor's timetable. Once he hears the children are ready, the vice apothecary makes the decision at once. The ritual trials will begin tomorrow in Direife Canyon. The next day, the manor escorts the children out without explanation and orders them to bring their weapons deep into Direife Canyon. Jing comes prepared, hiding the 2 salvaged firearms in his sleeves before stepping into the canyon. At the canyon's center, the children find a river cutting through pale white ground and 12 ancient jade altars arranged in a circular ritual formation. The moment Jing sees the canyon, Ivalbane's influence kicks in and he witnesses a vision of a divine sword strike carving this place straight through the mountains. Ivalbane confirms the truth and tells Jing one of its missing shards is hidden here, making this ritual their only chance to reclaim it. Then the white ground resolves into something worse. The sand is actually piled with small human bones, skulls, and shattered limbs. Remembering Bai Qinghan's warning, Jing snaps into full alert and starts weighing whether he can break his group out if the cult moves first. That hope dies quickly when he sees the escorts have already sealed every route, leaving him able to flee alone but not while protecting anyone else. The children behind him notice the bones too, and panic starts to spread through Jing's group. To keep them steady, Jing lies without hesitation and says this must be a dangerous initiation ground where past failures died, but their group is strong enough to survive it. Gu Yechi believes him instantly, and that trust steadies the rest of the children for the moment. At the ritual site, the manor lord finally explains the rules. After a year of raising them, Direife Manor will now test them in an initiation that can awaken a destined life arc. He says they must borrow the olden Heavenly Father's power to stir up their inner demons, and only those who crush that darkness will become true disciples. Then comes the real threat. Failure may kill them. Survivors who do not awaken will be kept as lowly retainers, and for appearance's sake he tells them they are free to refuse the ritual. When the manor lord says the children are free to choose, Jing almost laughs at how neatly the cult wraps danger in pretty words. He sees through it immediately. Even failure is sold as a mercy, while the real risk of death is pushed out of sight. Then Jing catches a faint strange fragrance, and a reckless surge hits him so hard he almost wants to stand up and expose the manor lord on the spot. He forces himself to stay quiet, knowing that if he can barely resist this push, the other children never had a real choice at all. Right after that, the children shout their willingness together, and Jing joins in at once because refusing would only expose him. Jing notices Bai Chihan also answers without hesitation, which tells him she is frightened maybe, but not foolish. Satisfied, the Manor Lord orders the ritual to begin and has the disciples offer incense to the olden Heavenly Father. On the surface, it looks harmless because worship of heaven is common, and that ordinary shape is exactly why the ceremony hides so well. As the incense is offered, ancient patterns on the jade altar start glowing under Jing and the others. When the order comes to take position and open the canyon, Jing sits cross-legged and suddenly feels himself linked to the other 8 children in his group. Their old training turns into something deeper, and Jing can now feel their raw emotions as clearly as if they were his own. He senses the same dream running through them all: survive this, stand out, become strong, and one day go home in glory. That shared desire shakes Jing too, because unlike the others, he knows this ritual is built on a lie and he still wants every one of them to live. In the middle of the formation, his own wish hardens into one clean truth. He wants the power to choose his own fate and live freely. All 108 children resonate together, and azure light races between the 12 jade altars until a huge ancient formation turns in the air above them. The Manor Lord cuts his palm with a jade dagger and offers blood to call down the law of the Exalted One. Around the circle, the instructors and lecturers follow him, opening their palms and feeding the larger array with their own blood. Then the canyon answers with violence as storm clouds swallow the day and a colossal hand of black fog rises from below to press over the altars. The consecrated jade altars strike back at once, erupting with jade-green sword chi that slams into the fiendish hand and floods the canyon with lethal light. Exhausted but thrilled, the Manor Lord declares the opening a success and leaves the children's lives to luck and fate. Before he can say more, a brilliant star suddenly rises from the northern Zwizi group. That star belongs to Bai Chihan, who sits small and still on the altar with her eyes closed and her will locked tight. Her awakened power shines like a moonbright star, and a ring of white starlight forms behind her head between the sword chi and the fiend's pressure. The Manor Lord stares for a beat and then breaks into pure delight when he realizes Bai Chihan has awakened a star-ruined miracle arc. He recognizes it as the rare profound Een star arc, so precious that its appearance alone makes the entire ritual feel worth the risk. Even so, he keeps his greed behind a smile, because if one treasure has already appeared, he suspects this batch may produce even more. The ritual's truth is cruel. It borrows power from heaven, and a foreign fiend throws the children into tribulation, and only those who endure can awaken a life arc. Dire Life Canyon makes that gamble stronger because this place still carries the leftover power of a sword immortal and the fiend he once slew. The Manor Lord praises Bai Chihan as an orphan of Hahai and treats her survival through the fiend calamity as proof she was always exceptional. He cuts himself again, raises his hands, and urges everyone to keep feeding the ritual in the name of the imperial sky. As the formation reflects mountains and seas across the white sand, the successful children begin carrying part of its burden themselves. But the children who fail are not spared at all, because their bodies and souls will be refined into blood brews for the survivors. That is why the cult spent so much raising them. Even the unlucky dead will still be consumed as nourishment by the lucky few. With the ritual grinding on around him, Jing's mind is suddenly dragged into his own past. He remembers his father failing the state examination, getting trapped by the Hahai fiend calamity on the road home, and arriving back years later to meet the son who was already 2 years old. His father quickly realized the child was absurdly bright when Jing could understand and read books far beyond his age. When his father tests him with Honlai astronomy, Jing reads it fluently enough to make the whole family believe he was born with an extraordinary spark. Because he lacked great talent himself, Jing's father chose the safer path and used the clan's old martial books to build his son's foundation first. Back then Gufeng County was peaceful and prosperous, and Jing grew up surrounded by books, training, and praise for his future. By 6, his father was busy with booming frontier trade, so Madam Shim took over most of Jing's early martial instruction. Then everything started to crack when northern trade suddenly died, and Jing's father left for Green Jade Pass to find another way forward. Soon war swept down from the north as the barbarian kings invaded with 300,000 troops, and Jing's father vanished into the chaos. As if war was not enough, a 1,000-year snow calamity crushed the exhausted north and turned bad years into a complete collapse. Looking back, the invasion had roots in years of worsening cold and failing harvests that pushed the northern tribes into desperate unity. The An clan bled out slowly under wartime taxes, military seizure, and dead farmland until their old wealth could no longer protect them. Hunger became so savage across the north that people dug frozen ground for roots, stripped bark from trees, and some even turned on their own kin. The clan's old books and land became nearly worthless in disaster, and the elders chose to die on ancestral ground while bandits and chaos tore the rest apart. By the time imperial troops finally arrived, the An clan had already been scattered, and Jing was fleeing northland ruin after ruin with his mother. Those memories race faster and faster until they reach the day Madam Shin takes a heavy blow near Brightmont while trying to escape with him. Then the memory stream breaks open inside Jing, and he finds himself staring into a pitch-black void where a voice asks him one question: "What is thy destiny?" Dragged out of old memories, and Jing faces the strange voice in the ritual space and coolly asks who is speaking and why it wants answers from him. When the voice ignores him and repeats, "What does your heart desire?" and Jing immediately realizes this is the ritual probing his mind. He even taunts Ivalbane's old enemy, and the Sword Soul answers with open contempt, calling the speaker nothing but a defeated remnant. Ivalbane tells Jing to keep the ritual moving alone because the Sword Soul has to focus on finding its missing shard. Bound to the others through the formation, and Jing suddenly feels the hidden wishes in the 8 minds linked to his own. From Gu Yechi, he feels a painfully simple dream: go home to the northern frontier, find her mother, feed her father, and finally sit down together as a family. For reasons even he cannot explain, and Jing notices that in Gu Yechi's dream of home, he is already standing there with her. Jin Yun's heart is harsher. The small girl only wants enough strength to protect her people and never again hide helplessly while bandits butcher her family. Sang Linzu's desire is almost absurdly pure: a safe place to train forever, strong opponents to test himself against, and one honest fight within Jing for his approval. Seeing those private hopes laid bare, and Jing quietly admits to himself that these children are already his friends, even if he has always hidden that behind a cold face. He realizes the ritual is exposing everyone's longing and hatred at once, because the fiend chi hidden in the Fey flesh is now burrowing deeper into their minds. And Jing understands the trap clearly now. The manor used small amounts of fiend chi to stimulate life arcs, but too much buildup eventually leaves even resistant children vulnerable to this bewitchment and death. The only reason his own group still has a chance is because, ever since he learned the truth, and Jing has secretly taught them stillness and meditation to keep their fiend chi under control. Even so, and Jing knows this ritual only lets teammates slow each other's fall, and unless someone has real inner light of their own, one of them will eventually be swallowed anyway. When the voice demands again to know his heart's desire, the darkness floods with fake futures built around the life of an ordinary northern boy. One illusion offers him a normal journey as a martialist leaving home with his parents' blessing, while another tempts him with success in the imperial examinations and a long official career. Countless alternate versions of Jing branch out before him, but he rejects all of them because none of those ordinary paths belong to who he really is now. He stays coldly certain of one thing: with another world's knowledge, Ivalbane's recognition, and the power to cross worlds, his road was never going to be normal. Sensing temptation has failed, the voice changes tactics and asks what he hates instead. At first, the hateful phase scrapes up trivial old annoyances like vegetables, a petty swindler, and even a bad-tempered horse, and Jing almost laughs at how clumsy it is. Then the ritual stops playing around and drags up what truly enrages him: burning counties, looting bandits, and blood-soaked chaos. The next vision cuts deeper, showing starving refugees trading in human flesh while guards turn away the desperate, and wealthy locals paid to drive them off. Worst of all, Jing is forced to see the dead children again: the rainy vats, the dungeon, and all the forgotten faces that died in the dark without anyone caring. In that flood of hatred, he realizes what hurts him most is not just violence or disaster, but seeing people abandoned, denied, and forgotten like they never mattered. Temptation still cannot move him, but hatred does, because these are the things he cannot ignore, forgive, or walk away from. A sword suddenly appears in Jing's hand, and the ritual tries to turn that hatred into blind slaughter by pushing him to strike the people in front of him. He nearly steps forward, but a childhood dream of a sun that burned the world stops him cold and makes him see the trap for what it is. If he swings at these phantoms, nothing changes, so Jing chooses a different target entirely: the inner demon itself. He slashes through the black haze, and the sword's light instantly tears open the ritual smog around him. That strike races through the telepathic links and smashes the inner demons gripping his 8 connected teammates, snapping them awake with him. But when Jing looks beyond his own group, the full disaster of the ritual hits him. Children all across the formation are maimed, dying, or already dead. Even among the survivors, the cost is monstrous, with only a handful awakening life arcs while many others suffer burst heads, shredded lungs, scattered souls, or inevitable corruption. Unable to watch more children be taken, Jing roars at the heavenly fiend as he sees tainted souls being dragged away into the dark. He drives everything he has into one thrust, body and soul moving as one, until the strike looks almost divinely guided. His will stirs the buried sword chi in the formation itself, and a blazing sword flash erupts upward to smash the fiend's hidden core apart. As the miasma shatters and soul chains scatter, the heavenly fiend is stunned that Jing can command this sword intent at all. Jing spits back one brutal answer, and when the fiend tries one last mental invasion, Ivalbane's sword hilt inside his consciousness crushes it cleanly. With the fiend cut off from his mind, Ivalbane tells Jing the sword soul will suppress the remnant in Dire Life Canyon, but Jing must stop the manor's people from noticing anything strange. Ivalbane also reveals a nasty counterattack. Since the manor mixed its leftover sword power with the heavenly fiend to run the formation, the whole ritual is about to suffer fiendish blowback. Jing accepts the task, sheathes his sword, and turns his rage into a colder resolve to protect the surviving children from further infestation. Then his soul suddenly trembles, heat pours through his body, and Jing begins to resonate with heaven itself. Outside the formation, The giant black hand of mist shudders and starts to rise, its palm and fingers carved by deep sword wounds leaking sword chi. The Manor Lord is stunned, because after overseeing dozens of these rituals, he has never seen the heavenly fiend forced back before. What steals his attention next is Jing at the altar center, where a never-before-seen life arc begins to manifest above the boy. A huge crimson star fully blooms above Jing, wreathed in blood-red flames with a fiery halo, execution-like totems, and a hot metallic killing aura that black miasma cannot cross. Instead of caring about the pile of dead children around him, the Manor Lord grips his jade dagger in ecstatic delight because Jing has awakened yet another miracle arc for the cult. He raves over having 2 miracle arcs now, then stares harder at Jing's crimson star and struggles to identify exactly what terrifying kind of life arc it is. Watching Jing's awakening, the Manor Lord is thrilled because the crimson manifestation looks like the dreaded Pyre Star Warden, a miracle arc so lethal he immediately imagines Jing becoming a world-conquering butcher for the cult. Inside the still-linked ritual, Jing uses his control of the formation to send one brutal truth to every surviving disciple. Direife Manor is the heavenly demon cult, and the children who vanished were butchered into medicinal brew. The survivors come back from their inner demons in chaos, with some laughing in relief, some calling for dead friends, and many too stunned to even understand what just happened. Jing's memory floods through the shared link, forcing them to relive his desperate search through the manor, and the moment he uncovered the hidden pit of bones and butchered children. As the memory ends, the whole formation falls into a sick silence while Jing feels every survivor's heart through the altars, from grief and panic to numb suspicion. Some children break immediately, refusing to believe the instructors who fed and trained them could also be murderers, while others recognize names from Jing's memory and realize their missing friends are truly dead. But not everyone is shaken, because the cult has already hollowed some of them out so badly that they see the dead as losers and the survivors as the only ones who mattered. Jing does not waste time arguing morality, because he knows how the cult strips people down, so he orders everyone to look with their own eyes at what the ritual is doing to the dead. Crimson vigor starts leaking from the failed children's bodies like smoke, and Jing guides the shared consciousness of the survivors along those streams to see where that stolen life is going. Their vision shoots into the Manor Lord's study, where 2 apothecaries calmly watch the dead children's vigor condense in a dark gold vital boon dish into transparent red blood brew pills. The younger apothecary is annoyed there are so few pills, because too many children survived this round for his liking. The older apothecary explains that he saw 2 pillars of starlight, meaning 2 miracle arcs awakened, and reveals why the ritual always divides 108 children into groups of 12. He lays out the cult's brutal logic. Too few children cannot bear the sword and fiend, too many interfere with awakening, and every death makes the survivors more likely to either break through or be devoured. Then he names the 2 possible outcomes. 1 ruthless child can burn everyone else up as fuel for a breakthrough, or 1 strong child can shield the rest and drag many through alive. The older apothecary clicks his tongue and decides Jing and the other miracle arc bearer must be the compassionate type, which disappoints him because the real rewards will go upward while he would rather have more blood brew in hand. The younger apothecary agrees and sneers that only a few strong branches matter anyway, while mixed arcs are barely worth raising unless they can be turned into something useful. When the vision ends, the drained children's bodies shrivel down into skin and bone right in front of the survivors, proving they were nothing but harvest stock to the manor. Seeing their fear turn into fury, Jing stops explaining and makes the choice simple. Anyone who still wants Direife Manor can stay, and anyone who wants out will follow him. Nobody challenges him, because by now Jing has already become the person who trained them, fed them guidance, solved their problems, and quietly replaced the manor's authority in their hearts. So when Jing orders them to wake up and take position, the survivors surface from the ritual daze, rise one after another, and grip their weapons behind him. At the same time, the Manor Lord studies Jing's halo more closely and realizes the manifestation looks impossibly layered, as if Pyre Star and Even Star traits are overlapping in one person. That should be impossible for a human bearer, so the Manor Lord jumps to 2 wild explanations at once. Either Jing is some divine incarnation, or he carries a treasure powerful enough to interfere with fate itself. His greed explodes into manic joy as he decides Jing might be a child of fortune born from the snow calamity, a prize far beyond what this branch manor was ever supposed to catch. He instantly shifts from ecstasy to cold planning, ordering one subordinate to prepare a godbinder rope and another to alert the northern inspector and the cult headquarters with a secret talisman. But just as he starts suppressing his greed with the imperial sky art, the Manor Lord suddenly sees Jing staring back at him fully awake, and the shock breaks his calm on the spot. Jing rises with his sword and says he was always awake, and behind him the children on the altars are awake too, wrecking everything the Manor Lord thought the ritual still controlled. The Manor Lord and the bleeding instructors can only stare, because the ritual is still active, the fiend's hand is trying to retreat, and yet the children who should be trapped in inner demons are standing there armed and hostile. Realizing Jing is openly resisting, the Manor Lord tries to seize the formation back, cuts his wrist with the jade dagger, and launches a blood-fed command meant to stun all the children's souls. The command sinks uselessly into the formation, and the Manor Lord realizes with dread that they have already lost control of the ritual. And Jing answers at once by biting his thumb and issuing his own decree, claiming command over both the demonic and godly forces inside the formation. Icy starlight chains burst from the ritual and lash onto the retreating heavenly fiend's hand, dragging it back toward the canyon floor instead of letting it escape. Then the chains erupt with sword light and fuse with the fiendish miasma, transforming into a towering three-headed six-armed phantom that turns its bloody stare on the cult's own people. As the terror fiend takes shape inside the ritual, the whole canyon shakes and Jing quietly realizes his desperate plan actually worked. He understands why it worked. Through the sword's soul, the Imperial Sky Star Slaying Grand Ritual can force fiendish miasma into a controllable terror fiend, a forgotten function no one else here remembers. The instructors immediately recognize the monster, panic that the ritual is out of control, and bark for everyone to hold formation before fear makes it stronger. One terrified lecturer freezes a moment too long, and the fiend's mental shock hits him so hard he breaks down screaming and tries to run. Then the horror turns real as the fiend snatches out the man's soul, stuffs it into its mouth, and leaves his body standing as an empty shell. That one kill shatters everyone's nerve, and the children in the rear start trembling because they only have blunt practice weapons against something this monstrous. Their fear feeds the terror fiend, making it swell larger until it senses the children as its easiest prey and reaches straight for them. And Jing steps in front of that grasping hand with nothing but a wooden sword and bluntly tells the fiend to back down. He is fully prepared to unleash the broken sword if he has to, but for now he locks eyes with the fiend and redirects its hatred toward the cultists instead. Then Jing turns to the children, orders them to rebuild the battle array, and reminds them this thing grows on fear but is still under their control. The gamble pays off when the towering terror fiend actually recoils from Jing, and the children realize even this monster can be forced back. That one impossible sight snaps the mood, and the children start talking themselves into courage instead of fear. Gu Yechi charges first without hesitation, Sung Linzu follows right behind her, and Jing's own Star Chronicle group surges in after them. The rest of the children hesitate for one more beat and look to Bai Qinghan, because if Jing is number 1, everyone wants to know where number 2 stands. Bai Qinghan quietly decides, steps forward, and says she is standing with Jing on this one. With both leaders in front, the disaster children finally commit, taking their places in the combat formation with reckless young courage. Their shared will pushes back against the terror fiend's pressure, and as long as Jing holds the front, its fear aura cannot break the children inside the array. Bound by both the battle array and the ritual itself, the terror fiend finally turns away from the children and charges the adult cult ranks instead. The collision hits like a landslide, blasting sand and stone through the canyon as fiend and cultists slam into each other. Instructor Lee still tries to throw his old authority around, screaming that the children are rebelling and ordering them to stand down. But this time nobody listens, and Jing does not even spare him a glance. What really unsettles Jing is the Manor Lord, because the old monster is not helping either side and is staring toward the manor as if something else matters more. Then the Manor Lord curses under his breath and reveals the real problem. Direife Manor has been breached. A warning gong booms from the distant manor, loud enough to rattle the soul and freeze the canyon for a split second. Jing looks up and sees a squad of crimson-armored martialists dropping down the mountain and storming the manor like a planned military strike. The manor's defenses flare with iridescent fiendish miasma, but red-blue fire tears through it, and black smoke starts pouring into the sky. Sword chi, blade chi, battle cries, and close quarters fighting erupt all across the manor, confirming this is no raid but a full assault. Jing recognizes the attackers as Grand Chen's Crimson Guard and is stunned that they chose the exact moment of the ritual to strike. He instantly makes the practical call and orders all the children to retreat deeper into Direife Canyon instead of getting trapped between Imperial soldiers and cultists. He knows the Crimson Guard would not casually murder children, but they also would not trust a pack of ritual disciples in the middle of a demon cult stronghold. Gu Yechi starts to fall back, then realizes Jing is staying behind and panics because without him the whole group could lose its way. Jing tells her and Sung Linzu to lead everyone into the depths of the canyon, while he stays to deal with what is still blocking their escape. He reassures her that the canyon is safe for now because the terror fiend absorbed the immediate fiend-chi threat, even if that is not the whole truth. Gu Yechi hates leaving him there, but after one last plea for him not to die, she swallows it and takes command of the retreat. Once their footsteps fade, Jing finally studies the battlefield alone and measures what is still about to go wrong. The terror fiend is still keeping the cult instructors busy, but Jing knows it is only a phantom of fiend chi and will not hold forever. He also spots a Crimson Guard unit moving toward the canyon, which means he has even less time before both fronts crash together. But the true danger is still the Manor Lord, because if that fortification realm old man turns on the children, it becomes a massacre. Then a blinding flash on the horizon explains the Manor Lord's distraction, because far away two frostbright beams split the clouds like a clash between suns. The Manor Lord stares up in burning fascination and identifies it as a battle between sages, then coldly concludes that Direife Manor must have a traitor inside. He turns that suspicion onto Jing and asks whether the boy planned this ambush or was just steered by someone else. Jing answers plainly that he never saw the ambush coming, but if Direife Manor really has a traitor then this disaster is still justice catching up to a monstrous place. The Manor Lord does not deny the blood on his hands and instead throws back a chilling question about whether the Imperial Court and the whole world deserve the same judgment. Then his gaze slips past Jing, and that tiny shift warns Jing that something behind him is very wrong. When Jing looks back, he finds Bai Qinghan still standing there with more than a dozen children instead of retreating into the canyon. He begs Bai Qinghan not to waste this rare escape chance, already fearing that the trust between them is about to break. Bai Qinghan finally answers that she and Jing are alike, but her version of freedom is the opposite of his. She has only just escaped Grand Chen, so she has no intention of running back to it. When Bai Qinghan tells him to escape Grand Chen, Jing freezes, because the quiet girl suddenly sounds like she carries years of buried hatred. She finally says it plainly. Grand Chen abandoned her home during the Fiend Calamity, her parents died, and the Empire's guards treated her like trash instead of helping. Bai Qinghan reveals she survived by killing the man who tried to boil her alive, and that winter taught her exactly what mercy from the world was worth. To her, the cult was the first place that fed her, clothed her, and let her sleep without terror, so she asks Jing with real uncertainty why he refuses to stay. Before Jing can answer, Bai Qinghan raises a hand and drags water straight out of the river, proving her newly awakened power is already under her control. She condenses that water into a bright arrow and fires, not to kill him, but to pin him in place and stop him from leaving. Jing tries to block with his wooden sword, but the arrow smashes it apart, and the leftover force nearly crushes him backward. The broken hilt instantly freezes in his hand, so Jing drops it, and realizes her power carries a deadly cold along with the impact. The Manor Lord lights up with delight, because Bai Qinghan has not only awakened her life arc but immediately mastered its ability, marking her as a true profound Yin goddess. That revelation changes everything for the Manor Lord because one rare goddess tier talent is worth more to the cult than this branch manor, its losses, or even Jing's escape. Jing looks at Bai Qinghan and the others behind her and realizes they truly mean it, but part of him also understands why children abandoned by the Empire would hate Grand Chen this much. His own memories flare up too. After fleeing the frontier, Grand Chen shut him and his dying mother out, leaving refugees to starve while officials and local powers preyed on them. Even so, Jing cannot accept choosing the least rotten tyrant, and in his heart he starts leaning toward destroying the whole rotten order instead of serving any side. More icy water arrows gather behind Bai Qinghan as Jing asks her one last blunt question. Is she really choosing the human-eating demonic cult? Bai Qinghan answers with chilling honesty. She has already lived by feeding on others, so being consumed in turn feels fair, and at least the cult pays for what it takes. She presses harder by arguing that oppression exists everywhere, so if she must live under one master, she would rather choose the cult than Grand Chen. Then she makes her personal plea. The Manor Lord has held back for Jing's sake, the others are already hiding, and if he leaves with them they could rise high enough to change the cult from within. The Manor Lord jumps in immediately, promising that if Jing becomes a divine general, or even cult leader, he could reshape everything and justify every death beneath him. He goes further and claims Grand Chen is worse than the cult, insisting their cruelty is only a temporary necessity on the road to overthrowing the Empire and remaking the world. That argument finally snaps something in Jing, and he fires back that he would gladly rebel against Grand Chen, but he will never side with human-eating monsters. In that moment, Jing also sees the trap clearly. The cult was always willing to tolerate him and reward his talent as long as he eventually accepted its right to decide who gets eaten and who gets to live. He even realizes the cult could have dressed its slaughter up as righteous sacrifice, which only makes him more certain that words are pointless now. So Jing ends the debate himself and says that from here on, only action matters. He remembers the refugee camp, the human meat, the sludge in Direife Manor, the bones, and the hollowed-out victims, and all of it fuses into one answer. He refuses to accept this world as normal. When he opens his eyes again, they are dark with ember-like gold and crimson, and blood-colored light starts running through the meridians in his arm. Jing manifests his own ability at last, forging a blood-red sword with a golden core out of lethal chi and gripping it without a hint of doubt. He tells them he only wants to speak with his sword now, and the Manor Lord instantly realizes Jing has also mastered an awakened ability. Ignoring Bai Qinghan completely, Jing launches straight at the Manor Lord and drives a spear-like thrust forward with armor-pierce impetus. The Manor Lord, angry but excited, yanks a blade from an instructor's weapon and coats it with toxic green power to meet the charge head-on. Their weapons collide violently, and although Jing gets blasted backward and his skin tears under the shock, the Manor Lord is the one left staring at a chipped blade in disbelief. The old man finally understands why that happened, and Jing has already broken through to the river aura stage. Jing lands steady and charges again, using his youthful body and solid foundation to match the stronger but aging Manor Lord in raw force. Their close-range fight tears up the canyon floor, sends rocks splashing into the river, and forces Bai Qinghan to shield herself behind her own profound arrows. Jing keeps the Manor Lord locked in close combat on purpose, leaving Bai Qinghan no opening to interfere. Then the Manor Lord uses Ocular Blaze, conjuring lethal green flames near Jing and trying to burn him at point-blank range. Just looking at the flames hurts, but Jing forces himself to track them and twists into an awkward bridge-like dodge to barely avoid being hit. That ugly dodge saves him, but it also opens him up, and the Manor Lord immediately slams another strike into him. The impact knocks both weapons loose, and Jing's manifested sword starts failing first because it cannot endure a prolonged clash against a real lethal chi blade. Seeing the opening, Jing dumps a huge chunk of aura into one last throw and hurls his collapsing chi sword straight at Bai Qinghan. Bai Qinghan avoids the direct hit, but the sword explodes where she stood and forces her to stop and defend herself with split sleeves of frost. That brief distraction is all Jing wanted, because once Bai Qinghan is out of the exchange, he can focus entirely on the Manor Lord. Now disarmed, the Manor Lord rises and unleashes Dantian Ocean, flooding Jing with a wave of toxic dark green lethal chi meant to cripple him without ruining his value. He thinks he has won and even starts to hold back, still treating Jing as a future asset rather than an enemy he must kill. Then thunder cracks again and again, and the Manor Lord jerks into a desperate defense as a burst of tiny metal projectiles tears out of the cloud too fast for Marshall's skill to fully stop. When he looks down, the Manor Lord finds 2 thumb-size holes blasted through his chest, deep enough to expose bone and a trembling heart. Jing steps out of the toxic cloud with only minor wounds and reveals the real trick: 2 smoking large-caliber handguns in his hands, because he just brought guns to a sword fight. The Manor Lord drops to his knees, coughing blood as the bullet churns inside his fortification realm body and tears up his organs instead of passing through. Dark green lethal chi rushes back into his body to save him, and only then does Jing finally believe his ambush actually worked. Jing knows the shot only landed because he waited until the Manor Lord thought he had already won, since any alert martial artist could dodge an unknown weapon. Bai Qinghan stops in shock, and even the dying Manor Lord stares at Jing's guns as if they are some kind of flying sword case. Jing refuses to get close to a man this dangerous and answers with another burst of gunfire instead. The Manor Lord somehow dodges 9 more shots with a final burst of strength, but the 10th round smashes into his shoulder and finishes him. Watching that last burst, Jing burns the lesson into his mind: even a dying fortification realm martialist is still terrifying. At the very end, the Manor Lord looks up at Jing with fury, hatred, relief, and something almost regretful before his life finally goes out. The Terrafiend collapses elsewhere in the canyon, but the fighting only gets worse as Crimson Guard reinforcements crash into the cult from behind. Most of the children who stayed with Jing vanish deeper into the mountains with their instructors, while only a handful of cult survivors manage to escape the collapsing plan. When the noise settles around them, only Jing and Bai Qinghan remain on the white sands, and her silence makes it clear she chose not to stop him. Jing tries to speak, but dizziness hits him all at once, and he realizes the Manor Lord's toxic chi poisoned him during the fight. As he collapses onto the sand, Jing bitterly remembers too late that the Manor Lord was also the vice apothecary and had hidden poison inside that attack. Just before he blacks out, Bai Qinghan walks into view and straightens his body instead of abandoning him. She presses her hands to his back and sends icy profounding chi through his body, slowly flushing the poison out. Weak and confused, Jing asks why she saved him when she could have dragged him back to the cult. Bai Qinghan tells him there is no point taking him anywhere against his will, because if Direife Manor could not break him, Heavenly Will Mountain will not either. She admits he was always stronger, says her failure is natural, and confesses that her hatred for Granchen still runs deeper than anything else. Bai Qinghan turns and walks away, leaving only the river's rush and her fading footsteps behind. Jing thanks her, and in return she leaves him with a blunt, grateful goodbye for teaching her, sparing her, and treating her like a real friend instead of prey. When Jing opens his eyes again, Bai Qinghan is gone, and her apology to Gu Yechi and the others lingers like a voice he almost imagined. After fully purging the poison, Jing forces himself up and quickly strips a few useful items from the Manor Lord's corpse without even checking what they are. Then Ivalbane bursts into his mind in high spirits and announces the Heavenly Fiend's remnant has been suppressed, so Jing can finally claim the sword's second shard. Jing agrees, but Ivalbane immediately senses that his resolve has sharpened in one way and grown troubled in another. When Jing asks what to do in a world that is rotten at its core, Ivalbane answers instantly and brutally: kill the people who profit from its broken shape. That ruthless answer does not horrify Jing at all. It brings him sudden relief, because all the pieces of his own nature finally lock together. Jing accepts that this path is his destiny and walks deeper into Direife Canyon with a colder, more absolute resolve than before. Deeper in the canyon, wet rock walls, dense mist, and black fiend chi close around him as he follows Ivalbane's guidance toward the altar. Ivalbane assures him the hidden children are safe in a sword-carved cave near the altar, which finally lets Jing breathe a little easier. As he walks, Jing wrestles with the same bitter truth as before: Granchen is corrupt, the cult is monstrous, and he wants no part of either side. He cannot even fully blame the awakened children who left, because in a broken world the cult may still offer them a better future than the Empire ever would. At the cave entrance, Gu Yechi spots him first and rushes over in relief, still assuming Bai Qinghan and the others are right behind him. Jing tells her the truth plainly: he killed the Manor Lord, and Bai Qinghan still chose to leave with the cult survivors. The children pour out of the cave, but instead of reacting to Bai Qinghan's betrayal, they stare at Jing in disbelief for killing the Manor Lord. That flat reaction hits Jing hard, because it shows how deeply the cult trained these children to treat loss and betrayal as normal. Gu Yechi is sad but accepts it, and Jing passes on by Qinghan's apology before reminding everyone that some people still choose their own road. Jing orders the children to stay hidden, because Grand Chen may not care whether they were victims or cult members once the battle ends. He promises that if the Empire turns on them too, he can still keep them alive near the mountains with his strength and the canyons nearby settlements. Sang Linzu immediately asks to go with him, but Jing refuses because the next step is too dangerous for anyone who still has not reached the Aura Realm. Then Jing reveals why he has to leave again at once. The Manor Dungeon still holds eliminated children who may die helplessly if the fighting spreads. After leaving more instructions behind, Jing sets off again, while Gu Yechi and Sang Linzu stay to tend the injured children. Near the altar, Ivalbane leads him to what looks like an ordinary stone crack hidden under rock and river plants. But it is really a concealed passage. When the illusion of tight stone gives way, the crack opens into a real tunnel descending into the mountain. Inside, Jing finds ancient murals half erased by rising water, but the surviving images still tell of a sword immortal slaying a fiend to protect the people. The murals also hint at the larger truth of this world. In an ancient calamity, heavenly fiends fell from beyond the 9 heavens and nearly shattered nations, weather, and entire bloodlines. As Jing studies the deeper murals, he pieces together the lost history of Dire Life Canyon and realizes the ancient heavenly fiend rose again long after the first calamity. The murals reveal that the fiend tried to break its seal by rerouting the river and flooding the region, so the ancients rebuilt the land itself into a giant formation and turned it into the canyon that exists now. Quietly walking the tunnel, Jing asks Ivalbane if it remembers that second ceiling, and the sword's soul admits huge parts of its past are simply gone. Ivalbane remembers defeating the heavenly fiend and being enshrined here for a ritual built on mass sacrifice, but everything around its later shattering has been ripped out of its memory. That missing history clicks with Jing's own doubts, because the hilt turned up in his northern home, while another shard sat hidden in Dire Life Canyon, as if someone had scattered Ivalbane on purpose. He realizes the shard here never fought the fiend Chi the way the hilt did, which means the blade piece may be in far worse shape than anyone expected. Knowing his fate is already tied to Ivalbane, Jing pushes on until the tunnel finally opens into a huge man-made hall hidden underground. At the far end of the hall, he spots the prize at last, a diamond-shaped shard from the base of Ivalbane's blade glowing on top of the altar. The instant Jing sees it, a crushing sense of familiarity hits him, and he realizes the feeling is coming straight from Ivalbane itself. Ivalbane identifies the shard as the base of its blade, then immediately senses something wrong because the formation that should be protecting it is dead. Looking closer, Jing sees gray-black corruption spiderweb through the jade everywhere but the center and understands the whole hall has been rotting under fiend Chi erosion for ages. Because the center is still intact, Ivalbane urges him forward, and Jing climbs the glowing steps with no resistance at all. He reaches out with controlled excitement, trying to stay calm even as his heartbeat starts hammering in his chest. The moment his fingers touch the shard, the dead hall erupts back to life in blinding silver and jade, as if the ruined sanctuary briefly remembers what it used to be. Just as suddenly, all that light collapses into the shard, and the revived hall drops back into lifeless corruption around him. With Ivalbane's help, the condensed shard arcs into Jing's forehead and fuses into him, leaving him standing there drenched in cold sweat but unharmed. Jing mutters a shaken complaint at Ivalbane for not warning him, but even now he forces himself to stay standing straight instead of collapsing. Inside his sea of consciousness, a new stretch of Ivalbane's blade forms above the shattered guard and deepens Jing's grasp of Sword of Tranquility. But instead of celebrating, Ivalbane is stunned that its vessel has completely withered away even though its soul survived intact. Ivalbane's shock gets worse when it realizes the blade itself holds none of its missing memories, as if someone stripped them out and left only the soul behind. Jing stays calm and asks how he can help, immediately treating Ivalbane's crisis as his own problem too. Ivalbane blames the heavenly fiends, then reins itself back in and tells Jing not to chase that ancient mystery yet because they are still far too weak. Even without the memories, recovering this shard still matters because Ivalbane can now steady Jing's sea of consciousness and hide his presence better. The shard also upgrades Ivalbane's world-crossing power, stretching the pathway from a few hours to a few days and letting Jing emerge within about a li of his original point instead of one fixed spot. It can now open pathways at every sunrise and sundown, and Ivalbane regains enough dignity as a weapon to directly harm souls and evil things again. At Ivalbane's prompting, Jing forms his blood-red lethal chi sword again and sees a new silver edge wrapping around it. Ivalbane explains that its soul can strengthen Jing's weapons and maybe even his sword talent, then openly marvels at how absurdly skilled he already is for a 12-year-old. When Ivalbane praises the flying sword technique that killed the Manor Lord, Jing dryly decides not to explain that it was actually a gun. That awkward praise leaves him wondering again what kind of previous life taught him to use firearms so naturally. But he shoves the question aside and decides to move. After confirming there is nothing else worth taking, Jing leaves the Jade Hall and races back through the stone passages instead of walking into the Crimson Guard's siege head-on. He slips around the besieged manor by climbing the steep slope, reaching the rear yard near the waterfall, and following the river toward the undefended backside. From a high vantage point, Jing sees the Crimson Guard grinding against the manor's defenses at the front and west while the east side stays comparatively empty. Using that gap, he creeps toward the eastern farm plots where neither the instructors nor the defenders have any chance of noticing him. As he moves, Jing checks what he looted from the manor lord and learns the metal tubes are dangerous drugs, the jade dagger is really a ritual tool, and the other small valuables may be useful cultivation resources. When Ivalbane confirms the soul jade can even help a martialist cultivate, Jing immediately puts it away with almost comical care. Just before scaling the eastern wall, Jing abruptly stops because he senses people already inside. He slips onto the wall with profound step, peers over in silence, and catches 3 cultists using a dark gold dish over an open medicinal vat. To Jing's horror, the dish pulls crimson vigor and white life arc power out of the sludge, crushes them into powder, and condenses them into tiny blood brew pills. Hidden above the courtyard, Jing spots the vital boon dish on the ground and realizes the cultists are rushing to salvage blood brew pills before the Crimson Guard overruns the manor. He forces himself calm with Sword of Tranquility because a gunshot would bring every nearby cultist running and ruin his chance to save the children first. Jing sizes up the 3 enemies and immediately knows the problem. Instructor Han is the strongest instructor after Instructor Lee, and even the other 2 are still real aura realm threats. He decides the survivors matter more than revenge, so if these men just take the pills and leave, he is ready to grab the children and avoid a suicidal fight. Below him, Instructor Han curses the slow process and snaps that brothers are dying while the life vessel crawls along without the old manor lord's special life arc. Han also reveals the cult is collapsing fast, even the Lord Inspector of the North is tied up, so they plan to grab the pills, patch up the wounded, and flee. Listening from cover, Jing grasps how big this was supposed to be. The ritual drew one of the cult's top sages, and without his betrayal the awakened children would already be heading to headquarters. One young cultist laments that he only got a single blood brew pill when he joined, while Han bitterly says the manor should have been showered with rewards after 2 miracle arcs appeared. Han's daydream dies fast, and he suddenly remembers the children in the cells with a dangerous look in his eyes. He orders one cultist to keep collecting pills and another to loot the best life vessels and destroy the rest, while he personally heads to wipe out the children so the Empire gets nothing. As Han strides off, his overdriven body-hardening technique shows its terrifying weight when a casual bump of his elbow crumbles solid bluestone. Seeing that and hearing the children called trash finally clears Jing's hesitation, because now he knows Han is going to murder them on purpose. He stops holding back and swallows one of the stimulant pills he took from the manor lord, deciding this is exactly what it was saved for. With one cultist sent away, Jing sees the opening he needed, and Ivalbane tells him to use the jade dagger as a medium to forge an even deadlier blood sword from his own blood. He slices his own palm and smears blood across the jade dagger, and crimson lethal chi coils around it into a sword-shaped haze. The stimulant hits hard, flooding him with boiling heat and yanking aura back out of his body until his bloodshot eyes and swelling veins make him look half feral. Han catches the smell of blood and the vice apothecary's medicine a heartbeat too late, just as Jing dives out of the dark and aims straight for his eyes. Han trusts his steel-hard body and throws up a hand to block, only for the blood sword to punch through his palm, spear through his eye, and kill him on the spot. The cultist at the Vita Boon dish turns in shock, and Jing reaches him before he can react, chopping off both forearms and taking his head in the same relentless rush. The third cultist runs back at the noise, but Jing launches into him like a diving hawk and tears him open on impact. By the time the third man hits the ground with his torso ripped open, Jing's blood sword has drunk 3 lives and flares into a near-solid crimson blaze. In less than 10 breaths, the courtyard is silent, and Jing exhales a long thread of crimson chi as the killing rush finally steadies. Ivalbane praises him for cutting down evildoers like a true righteous bearer, but Jing shuts the victory short because missing cultists will draw attention fast. On the way to the dungeon, he sees the fallen Vital Boon dish spilled with more than 20 blood brew pills and remembers exactly what kind of horror made them. He hacks the life vessel apart, and as its glow dies into a plain black dish, a crying sound escapes it, and his sword picks up a darker, purer gold light instead. That strike leaves Jing with a new instinctive grip on soul lethal chi, and Ivalbane is startled that his life arc may involve more than the Pyre Star alone. He does not understand the change himself, but he remembers how shaken the cult was when his life arc awakened and pushes on toward the dungeon. Now strong enough to skip the keys, Jing cuts the locks apart with his blood sword and forces open the dungeon entrance. Inside is a nightmare of darkness, rot, dried blood, and black drag marks, where even the surviving children are too drugged and exhausted to cry anymore. When he opens the first cell, a shriveled girl can barely believe her eyes, and Jing awkwardly introduces himself as the senior disciple who came to save them. That single promise breaks her, and she clings to his hand sobbing after months of watching children vanish one by one in the dark. Jing helps the children out one after another, and the grim count becomes clear. Only 11 were still alive in the dungeon by the time he arrived. The cult's sedation kept them docile enough to survive this place, so even in their numb state they obey Jing and follow him into the light outside. He starts to tell them about a narrow path out of the manor, but the sound of fast-approaching footsteps cuts him off. Leaping onto the wall, he spots 5 cult riders racing toward the dungeon with the Crimson Guard hard on their heels, and he knows this fight cannot be avoided. He orders the survivors to stay put and defend themselves, then vanishes back into the smoke to intercept the riders alone. One rider recognizes him and starts to explain, but the moment he sees Jing's cold sword and remembers the eastern farm plots, panic replaces his excuse. The rider reaches for his crossbow and silently signals the others to attack, and Jing answers that betrayal with a disappointed look instead of mercy. Before the rider can fire, Jing cuts him clean in half with one slash and crushes the fallen's spine underfoot, asking the rest if they really want to fight too. After Jing drops the cult leader in one strike, the last 4 cultists break apart on the spot, with one charging, one fleeing, and the others collapsing in panic at his river aura stage power. One rider begs for his life and reminds Jing that he was always kind to him, so Jing halts for a heartbeat instead of cutting him down immediately. Jing quietly admits he remembers the man's orange candy and small acts of kindness, which makes the moment even harder to stomach. But Jing also remembers hearing that same man oversee the slaughter at the eastern farm plots, and he cannot understand how someone gentle by day could help turn children into blood brew by night. Asked to explain himself, the writer answers with full sincerity that the children were doomed anyway, and that killing them quickly and folding them into the blood brew was his version of mercy. That honest compassion is exactly what revolts Jing most, because these killers are still human enough to pity the children they butchered. Jing calls him a decent man among demons, then lifts his head with white steam burning from his eyes as his confusion hardens into murderous resolve. He declares that in a better world the man might have been good, but here Jing will become the disaster that kills them all and stop them from sinning again through slaughter. The hesitation ends there, and Jing twists his whole body into one savage strike that turns into a crimson flash and cuts down the last attacker. At the same time, the fleeing cultist is pinned to the ground by spears from the pursuing Crimson Guard, ending the fight around Jing for good. The Crimson Guard stop short when they realize the blood-soaked fighter helping them is not an adult assassin but a boy carrying a terrifying chi weapon. They whisper that a river aura stage child this young must be the ritual survivor tied to their real mission, Commander Gu's missing granddaughter. Because Sword of Tranquility sharpens his hearing, Jing catches every word and realizes there is a mole inside the cult who already leaked his name. The captain steps forward carefully, asks if he is Jing, and the boy answers yes without relaxing his grip on the sword. Once the captain reveals they are Crimson Guards sent to rescue the children and asks for Gu Yechi, Jing is stunned that the herb girl he knows is their true target. Before Jing can answer, the rescued children emerge from the dungeon with scavenged weapons, having come to back him up only to find the fighting already over. When Jing blurts out that Gu Yechi is basically senior brother An's little follower, the soldier's suspicion melts into sudden warmth. With that connection confirmed, the Crimson Guard treat Jing far more kindly and explain that the manor's defenders were already broken before he ever reached the dungeon. They tell him the cultists tried to retreat deeper into the mountains, and that Jing's killing of Instructor Han mattered because it stopped the blood brew pills from reviving wounded defenders for a last stand. The guards also pieced together that a 12-man cult group had gone to the eastern plots, and the 5 who broke through to continue the mission all ended up dead by Jing's sword. Inside the manor, the Crimson Guards start acting like real rescuers, tending the 11 survivors and giving each child a mouthful of sweet floral jade to keep them going. Even children with necrotic flesh are treated without hesitation, and the sight makes Jing lower his lethal chi sword for the first time, though he still keeps some doubt. Seeing that they held back heavy weapons to avoid killing trapped children, Jing realizes the Crimson Guard came to save lives first, not simply wipe out the cult. Once the guards praise him as the 12-year-old genius who survived the ritual, awakened in ability, and wrecked the cult's plan, Jing decides he can finally tell them where Gu Yechi is hidden. Jing leads 3 of the lucky guards into Direife Canyon, and more Crimson Guard join along the way until he is moving under a protective escort instead of under suspicion. The hidden children are quickly found and brought under expert care, ending the last desperate pocket of uncertainty in the canyon. When the soldiers say they came for her, Gu Yechi is left completely dazed because she has always believed she came from an ordinary family. Her denial starts to crumble when the Crimson Guard produce a portrait of a younger Gu Yechi sorting herbs, precise enough to prove they have been watching her for years. The final doubt disappears when a drop of Gu Yechi's blood hits a jade disc and the disc shines gold, confirming beyond argument that she is the commander's direct descendant. After the test, even Jing can only marvel that the herb-loving girl beside him was actually the granddaughter of the commander of Hahai all along. Sung Linzu sits with Jing and asks if he had noticed anything special about Gu Yechi before, clearly unable to believe the reveal either. Jing answers that aside from being especially cute and gifted with herbs, Gu Yechi never stood out much, which earns him a quick complaint from Sung Linzu about the brutal mountain lapse. But even with the proof in front of him, Jing cannot make the timeline fit and starts turning over darker possibilities about why no one came for Gu Yechi until now. While watching the camp from the shade, Jing briefly wonders if Gu Yechi's missing family story could be some dramatic hidden identity mess, then immediately dismisses the idea as too convenient. Even so, the new connection eases his worry about the future, because Gu Yechi has already proved herself kind and frighteningly gifted. After Ivalbane approved it, and Jing shared the mind-strengthening part of Sword of Tranquility with Gu Yechi and Sang Linzu so Fiend Chi would not twist them. Sang Linzu learned the technique quickly, but Gu Yechi mastered it even faster, which tells Jing her natural affinity is unusually strong. That concentration of talented children also makes Jing suspect Granshin is not here for a simple rescue and probably wants to seize an opportunity from the chaos. Ivalbane lightly mocks his overcomplicated theory and jokes that his half-remembered spark sounds like the mind of a wandering storyteller. And Jing fires back that both of them are stuck with broken memories, and Ivalbane admits the heavenly fiend stripped away its past. Looking at the children and the Crimson Guard in the sun, and Jing admits he feels like he does not belong among them. He quietly spirals through the gap between himself and this brutal world, wondering if he is too sensitive because he cannot accept cannibalism, murder, and the idea that this is just normal. What truly shakes him is not his own resolve, but the fear of dragging other people into a path they may never understand. Ivalbane cuts through that hesitation with brutal clarity, telling him ordinary people drift with the world, but a cultivator like him is meant to become a pillar strong enough to reshape it. The sword's soul pushes even harder, saying that if the world blocks his way, he should beat it into the shape of his own justice, and leave everyone else to live inside what he builds. That blunt answer finally lands, and Jing laughs at himself as he remembers he never needed to become like everyone else in the first place. He closes his eyes and settles his heart, deciding that even in a corrupt age there are still honorable people, and his strength gives him the right to fight for a different order. His confidence turns fierce in an instant as he decides he can overturn this world, rewrite it, or crush it if he must. Ivalbane starts to praise that breakthrough, then suddenly freezes and senses something far worse than a bad omen. The sword soul erupts in panic and fury, warning Jing that a powerful heavenly fiend is hidden inside the incoming Crimson Guard unit, and is likely searching for Ivalbane. Jing bolts up so abruptly that Sang Linzu and Gu Yechi both jerk toward him in shock. Without slowing down, Jing launches into the wilderness and shouts that everyone must get away from Direife Canyon because a heavenly fiend in the Crimson Guard is trying to free the one sealed there. He throws one last command over his shoulder, telling Sang Linzu and Gu Yechi to teach the contemplation technique to the others after he is gone. The long-bearded captain almost demands proof, but the warning about a heavenly fiend in the canyon is too dangerous to ignore, especially coming from Jing. Trusting that Jing can sense things ordinary soldiers cannot, the captain immediately orders a full retreat. More than 100 Crimson Guards sweep the stunned disaster children down the mountain, and crimson flames surge from their armor into a giant protective formation. Sang Linzu is left reeling, unable to understand why Jing was joking with him one moment and gone the next. Gu Yechi watches the forest more carefully and pieces together that Jing probably fled alone to keep everyone else from being dragged into whatever secret lets him deal with Fiend Chi. Inside the retreating unit, one ordinary-looking soldier named Fan Ji notices the withdrawal and quietly realizes the trap has been exposed too early. When another soldier questions him, Fan Jin simply says goodbye, and that calm answer makes the moment turn instantly sinister. Then darkness crashes over the squad as sweet rotten Fiend Chi gushes from Fan Jin's armor and floods everyone around him. The Fiend Chi churns like a living sea of rot, breathing in and out as it gathers into something huge. Out of that corruption rises a heavenly fiend incarnation, a giant bloated humanoid with too many heads, eyes, mouths, and a chest full of endless teeth-lined darkness. Its mere presence crushes the area so hard that the Crimson Guard panic and call for retreat like ordinary men facing a disaster they cannot fight. But the incarnation barely cares about the humans, because its real target is Direife Canyon and the shard of Ivalbane hidden there. When it reaches into the canyon and senses the shard is already gone, the heavenly fiend is genuinely shocked and starts searching for whoever took it. Pressed for time, it stops searching and corrupts the river with a single touch, turning the rushing water black and oily. The mountains quake, the ground splits, and black sword-like Fiend Chi erupts from the cracks to form a second being above the canyon. That new fiend, Liferot, takes shape as a flawless dark humanoid with torn wings and golden eyes that seem to look straight through every human heart nearby. Even Liferot finds no obvious trace of the person it wants, and the search is interrupted by two terrifying powers flaring to life in the distance. Sage Mystic Mirror and the Lord Inspector of the North halt their own battle and turn their attention together toward the manifested heavenly fiends. The first heavenly fiend orders Liferot to help find a very interesting person who may have inherited Ivalbane's legacy. Liferot sends off a smaller piece of itself into the deep forest, but both fiends know they have to leave before the sages fully close in. Cracks of primordial chaos tear through sky and earth, opening a rough pathway to the netherworld for the heavenly fiends to escape through. The pressure vanishes the moment they disappear, as if the nightmare was erased from the world in a blink. An instant later, the two sages' delayed attacks slam into Direife Canyon together, ripping the fiend-filled land apart with frost and flame. When the dust settles, a new divine-looking hole has been punched straight through the center of the canyon. The two sages face each other across the ruined canyon again, still tense, but the Lord Inspector coldly decides to stop the fight here. Instead of pressing him, the Lord Inspector flies off to collect the surviving Heavenly Demon cult members with black-green lethal chi hands. Sage Mystic Mirror orders everyone else to leave, warning that the ancient Heavenly Fiends have broken their seal and this ground now belongs to Grand Chen's fiend response. The Crimson Guard obey at once and push the evacuation even faster. Hovering over the rescue, the Lord Inspector notices only one miracle arc bearer in hand and starts wondering where the other gifted child has gone. Bai Qinghan silently realizes Jing's strange power really may be tied to something divine or fiend-related, because he predicted this danger and vanished before the fiends arrived. Under heavy guard, Gu Yechi also looks back toward the mountains and concludes that Jing saved them by leaving alone, not by joining the fiends. Sage Mystic Mirror opens his eerie arcane eyes, confirms Ivalbane's shard is gone, and grows uneasy when he still cannot find the second star-associated miracle arc he sensed earlier. Failing to locate either clue, he decides the Heavenly Fiends are becoming too active and resolves to report the crisis to Enmo's Sky. Meanwhile in the forest, the fragment life art sent out keeps changing shape until it becomes a fake Crimson Guard with a face replaced by a gaping abyss. The construct sniffs through the woods for Jing and still comes up empty, just like everyone else now hunting for him. Far away in ancient ruins from another world, Jing finally wakes beside a sealed rift, drenched in cold sweat but alive after his desperate escape. Realizing the outside is still far too chaotic, Jing decides to stay hidden in the ruins a little longer. After escaping Direife Manor, Jing finally catches his breath and realizes he has landed in an even worse mess, caught between Grand Chen, the demonic cult, and newly exposed Heavenly Fiends. He forces himself to think clearly and asks the biggest questions at once. What happened to Grand Chen, how deep the fiend infiltration goes, and how long he can survive in this world. Ivalbane answers with one hard limit, and Jing only has 3 days before he must return. When Jing looks inward, he sees 3 shimmering orbs circling the broken sword in his sea of consciousness, and the first one is already fading away. He pieces together the travel rules. He can return within about 1 li of where he left, but the pathway only resets after a full round trip and another full day and night of recharge. That means one ugly truth: once he goes back, he will be stuck on his own for at least a full day before he can enter this world again. Ivalbane stays calm and reminds him this problem is temporary, because every recovered shard will strengthen the pathway and eventually remove these limits entirely. Ivalbane also judges that the Heavenly Fiends have already fled, so Jing's best chance is to keep his head down, leave the mountains, hide his identity, and survive. Even so, Jing cannot stop thinking about the Crimson Guard and the children he left behind, and he asks if going back to find them is still possible. Ivalbane immediately warns him off, saying Grand Chen may already be crawling with lesser fiend hosts and walking back in like this would be suicide. That warning cuts deep, because Jing already suspected it, and now the idea that hidden fiends could be waiting inside the Crimson Guard feels horribly real. He still hates leaving his juniors exposed, but Ivalbane bluntly tells him the fiends are after him and the sword, not those children. With the immediate panic over, Jing turns practical and realizes this time he cannot just break through and leave in a few hours. He needs food, water, air, fire, and a safe place to last 3 full days. He also reminds himself not to trust those foreign guns too much, because a whole armed expedition with even better weapons was still wiped out in this place. His worst-case plan is simple and bleak: stay hidden until morning if he can, and if things go bad, retreat with Void Embrace. By then the crash finally catches up to him, and after the ritual, the fights, the rescue, and the world jump, Jing is so exhausted that even moving hurts. He searches the building and confirms it is empty, just a dead old shrine or hall buried in dust and ruin. The place is miserable, but the main hall's beams are still solid enough, so Jing climbs up into a corner and takes the safest shelter he can get. Before resting, he asks Ivalbane to keep watch while he uses Sword of Tranquility to recover, and then sleep hard enough for his battered body to mend. As Jing falls into deep fetal breathing sleep, a pale sword mark opens on his forehead and Ivalbane quietly takes over the night watch. While guarding him, Ivalbane senses familiar fiend chi in this world and concludes that whatever destroyed the armed expedition was probably some kind of fiend spawn. Ivalbane studies Jing's life arc and is shaken by how unusual it is, realizing his fate may be tied to the ominous 7 ruinous luminaries. In the end, Ivalbane accepts that it may not be guiding Jing at all, and decides to keep following him to see where this dangerous destiny leads. 6 hours later, Jing wakes from fetal breathing fully clear-headed, with only lingering hunger and minor muscle pain holding him back. After confirming the night stayed quiet, he judges his strength honestly. If he had been attacked on arrival he was crippled, but now he can fight at roughly 90%. With his condition stabilized, Jing compares his options and immediately rules out pushing deeper into the ruins, because even the prepared search team died there. Still, he notes warm damp air drifting from inside and realizes there may be hot springs and another opening farther ahead, proof that something living could survive down there. That thought only makes him more cautious, so he turns back toward the path by the dead expedition instead of gambling on whatever lives in the depths. At the corpse path, he suddenly stops because the bones are no longer where he stacked them before, which means something came through here after him. He lowers himself to inspect the tracks and realizes they do not belong to any beast, hoofed animal, or human he recognizes. The marks look more like something crawling with feelers, and when he spots traces of glowing vines on the bones, his suspicion shifts toward a plant-like predator. A cold breeze brushes past him, and Jing reacts instantly by slashing his palm with the jade dagger and forming his lethal chi sword in the same motion. His counterstrike lands first, carving into a shadowy figure that had crept up behind him and drawing a bubbling shriek from the thing. The creature answers with whipping vines, but Jing rushes straight and so the lashes cannot build full force. His blood-red sword tears through the vines and then slices the dark body clean in two. Jing almost relaxes, until Ivalbane snaps at him to stay alert, and he realizes he probably only cut off one attacking vine, not the real body. In the next instant, every luminescent vine in the cave flares to life at once, revealing a huge network around him and crushing the chamber with soul pressure strong enough to kill ordinary martialists on the spot. Even under that mental assault, Jing holds on, and when the severed vines lunge again, he hacks them apart again and again in a storm of bloody sword light. He drives sword chi out from his whole body, turning the area around him into a cutting zone and finally smashing the creature's attack apart. As the glowing vines dim and the soul pressure vanishes, Jing realizes the ambusher was strong at surprise attacks but far weaker once he stayed guarded. Still not taking chances, he starts chopping the fallen vines into tiny pieces so the thing cannot come back. Halfway through the grisly cleanup, Jing discovers something buried among the vine pieces that changes the whole scene again, a human skull. Jing finally rips the ink jade skull loose from the vine monster, and the thing turns even uglier when dark tendrils start crawling out of its eye sockets like living flesh. When the skull tries to squirm away, he pins it to the ground with his sword and realizes his lethal chi still can't cut through it cleanly. Ivalbane explains that this is the fiend's true body, a dead cultivator with wood spirit roots who fell to inner demons and became a mindless fiend fallen using spirit vines as its body. On Ivalbane's calm order, Jing drives his blade through the skull's mouth and finishes it off for good. The shrieking vines melt into black fiend chi, and what remains inside the skull is a strange gray mist that glows with an eerie little light. Ivalbane recognizes the mist as a fractured echo, a reward left behind when evil is cleansed. As the danger eases, Jing presses for answers, and Ivalbane tells him fractured echoes are distilled mystical chi that can preserve memory, cultivation, and even produce rare miraculous effects. Ivalbane adds that the canyon ritual used its power to purge inner demons, condense mystical chi, and help awaken a life arc, so these echoes are tied to the same deeper laws. But Ivalbane suddenly falters, because in its memory only far stronger fiends should leave echoes like this, and the mismatch leaves it briefly shaken and confused. After a long pause, Ivalbane brushes the mystery aside, and Jing quietly waits instead of pushing. Jing asks if stronger echoes could restore Ivalbane's lost memories, and Ivalbane answers with a dry little laugh that only a heavenly fiend's echo would matter. Since the weak echo is almost useless to Ivalbane, it tells Jing to absorb it instead and use it to steady his mind after the attack. Following Ivalbane's instructions, Jing draws the fractured echo into his sea of consciousness, where it turns into a dim flame circling near the broken sword. Once his soul feels steadier, Ivalbane finally answers the other question and starts explaining the old spirit root path of cultivation. Ivalbane says that before the current life arc martial path, cultivators followed the immortal path, and just like life arcs, spirit roots are the key that lets someone break past the first realm. That answer makes the rule clear to Jing. Ordinary people can cultivate a little, but without a life arc or spirit roots, they can never truly advance. He immediately asks the obvious question about himself, and Ivalbane tells him he does have spirit roots after all. Ivalbane reveals that Jing carries metal, earth, and wood roots, but the way they restrain and support each other leaves his metal roots strongest, which is why Ivalbane gave him the Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal. The good news comes with a catch, because Ivalbane admits they still lack the resources to keep training that technique. Then Jing looks around the collapsed hall, sees how much of it is built from metal, and a new idea lights up his face. He asks if the hall's metal scraps can count as mystic metals, and Ivalbane realizes exactly what he's planning. When Ivalbane confirms that scrap is still metal, Jing moves at once and starts scavenging the ruin. Most of the crimson bronze on the pillars and beams has rusted too badly to use, so he has to strip away only the last thin salvageable layer. The purple tin lampstands survive much better, and their remaining sheen tells him this metal is far higher quality. He also digs pristine black iron nails out of an old wall, grateful that whoever cleared the place before him left the easy scrap behind. After combing through the hall for a full day, Jing ends up with a satisfying little stash of usable mystic metals. Ivalbane is pleased too, saying the haul is modest but enough to lay a proper foundation if Jing combines it with the sword's lethal chi. Understanding what comes next, Jing formally kneels and asks Ivalbane to teach him the initiation technique of its school like a disciple receiving a true inheritance. Ivalbane accepts the rite in a solemn old-fashioned tone and begins passing down the orthodox immortal method called Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal. The teaching describes a body refinement art that turns Evenstar metal chi into an internal seal, forging the body itself into something as tough as a flying sword. Under Ivalbane's guidance, Jing takes the broken sword in hand, runs Sword of Tranquility, and starts gathering the pure sword lethal chi needed to form his first seal seed. Ivalbane lays out the full legacy clearly: a steady mind, refined chi and body, and killing arts that actually finish enemies all have to grow together. He begins his first true chi cultivation in the foreign ruins, and Ivalbane corrects every mistake fast enough that the training becomes surprisingly smooth. And Jing's spark and sharp comprehension let him keep up immediately, and even Ivalbane is quietly impressed by how quickly he understands the method. Ivalbane judges that in Jing's spirit roots are only somewhat above average, but his character and understanding are strong enough that he would have stood out in any era. Half a day later, and Jing has mostly grasped the essence of Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal and learns that it strengthens the body from the inside out rather than by brute physical training. The technique contains 108 internal seals, and every new seal marks another step upward, making it far more demanding than simpler body refinement methods. But understanding the art is the easy part, because real progress still demands months of effort and a large supply of high-quality Evenstar metal chi. Ivalbane warns that the very first seal seed especially cannot be built from mediocre chi, or the whole advantage of the technique will be crippled from the start. Since the scraps alone are not pure enough and there is no time to search elsewhere, Ivalbane decides the best source will be its own sword lethal chi, supported by soul jades. At Ivalbane's signal, and Jing brings out the soul jades and starts absorbing their spirit chi to stabilize a high-quality core. With Sword of Tranquility carrying him deeper inward, and Jing enters a metal landscape of cultivation and begins drawing in Ivalbane's dense gray lethal chi. The sword chi feels like packed metal granules flowing like mercury, intense enough that it should have been agony if not for Ivalbane's method. Instead of burning him apart, the chi moves through his meridians as a strong steady warmth that spreads through his limbs, spine, and dantian. As the cycle deepens, 3 spirit roots appear in his sea of consciousness, and the metal root shines brightest as the others feed into or are suppressed by it. And Jing uses that dominant metal root to steady the whole circulation and channels the soul jade spirit chi straight into it. Then Ivalbane reminds him not to forget the salvaged mystic metals and the fractured echo, because all of them have to be fused into this first foundation. And Jing guides the white-gray echo flame into his spirit roots, and the mystic metals answer by pouring fresh lethal chi into his body. The fusion turns unexpectedly nourishing, and wave after wave of pleasant power strengthens his soul, body, and spirit roots all at once. As the whole cycle sharpens, a new waterway opens through his spirit roots, marking the first real breakthrough of this dangerous training. As Jing keeps cultivating in the cave, his spirit roots finally start resonating with both spirit chi and lethal chi, and his control over metal and sword lethal chi turns much sharper. Following Ivalbane's guidance, he condenses the chi into a tiny seal seed inside his dantian, building the core that Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal will use from now on. The new seal seed behaves less like a single spell and more like a toolkit, letting him pull out different seal structures later as needed. When the seed settles in place, and Jing feels it spreading through his blood, breath, and thoughts, and the boost is strong enough to make him blurt out how amazing it is, he quickly realizes the change is real. His meridians feel sturdier, his aura flows more smoothly, and his endurance has gone up with it. Ivalbane explains that this breakthrough is the start of true spirit root cultivation, the same first realm, also called spirit awakening, embarking on the path, or nourishing the meridians. The sword soul goes further and tells him the martial aura realm and early chi cultivation come from the same root, so his martial foundation and immortal path can strengthen each other. When Jing opens his eyes and checks himself, he finds his aura control is cleaner than ever, and his usable aura has grown again by drawing out more innate chi. That surge makes sense, because Direife Manor had already fed him so well that his breakthrough into the aura realm left a huge reserve of innate chi still untapped. Now that he has entered spirit awakening, that leftover potential starts converting into more aura, and even his sea of consciousness grows steadier and wider. Ivalbane confirms what Jing suspected. With both a life arc and spirit roots, he can turn resources into real strength far more efficiently than an ordinary cultivator. But the sword soul also stays cautious, admitting there may be hidden dangers in cultivating both paths together, which is why it only taught him a shortcut technique that he can stop if needed. And Jing accepts that risk immediately, because right now he needs power more than caution. Ivalbane then lays out the shared early ladder of cultivation for him: silk, river, and tide, with real external chi refinement only starting once tide essence fills the whole body. That explanation surprises Jing, because he has already refined pure sword lethal chi before reaching tide essence, which means Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal is breaking the normal rules. Ivalbane confirms it with a hint of amusement. This ancient body tempering art uses external metal essence to bypass the slow middle stages and reach chi refinement early. The payoff is huge, because once Jing forges his first strand of Evenstar lethal chi, his combat strength should jump up to fortification level. Even so, Ivalbane warns him not to forget the basics, because this shortcut is only being used now because they are desperate for immediate combat power. When he examines the seal seed again, Jing sees just how slow natural progress would be, with the structure growing only a little at a time unless he feeds it outside metal chi. That is when the full nature of the technique clicks for him, and he can't help smiling at how greedily this so-called even-star metal devourer wants mystic metals. He quickly calculates the benefit. By combining martial cultivation and spirit root cultivation, he can cut a year of slow build-up down to about 6 months and still borrow stronger combat power ahead of schedule. The catch is obvious, though. To keep advancing, he will need more mystic metals and eventually better martial techniques than the ones he has now. He even wonders how strong the cult's Heaven's Child art really is. But for the moment, hunger slams back into him hard enough to end his cultivation session. After surviving too many fights and burning through his body with stimulants, and Jing is so ravenous that even the dead glowing vines start looking edible. Ivalbane immediately talks him out of that desperate idea, warning that glowing plants are probably poisonous, and he does not even have enough clean water to purge toxins safely. Instead, Jing follows the damp path the vine creature used, reasoning that moisture ahead should mean water and maybe something safe to eat. That search leads him into a little stalactite cave where water drips from above, and the vine creature had built its nest among clusters of mushrooms. Some of the toadstools near the nest look suspicious, but Jing spots a safer-looking batch of drumstick mushrooms and treats them like a life-saving find. He drinks some of the dense dripping water first just to stop the thirst, too hungry and tired now to be picky about where any of it comes from. Then he notices the ugly truth beneath the mushrooms. They are growing right out of a polished jade-like skeleton. Ivalbane identifies the remains as a cultivator with a well-developed jade skeleton, and warns that if the whole body had fully fiend-corrupted, it would have become a jade bone zombie far too strong for them. Studying those bones, Jing realizes something deeper in these ruins must be luring cultivators here again and again. But he also knows he is nowhere near ready to chase that treasure. So he takes only the mushrooms and heads back to the first cave instead of gambling on whatever killed that cultivator. Back at the original cave, the dried vines turn out to be perfect fuel, and Jing uses his refined aura control to spark a fire. He builds the bonfire higher with torn cloth and dead plant matter, finally bringing warm light back into the cave. With no oil or seasoning, he still roasts the mushrooms like a feast, because after everything he has endured, hot food is enough. He devours more than 20 of them, and the food plus his circulating aura finally push back the dizzy, almost feral hunger. Once he can think clearly again, Jing decides staying in the ruins is too risky and that he needs to leave before another creature or a lack of supplies traps him here. He starts preparing for the trip out, salvaging fuel and kindling because every practical resource matters now. While foraging among the dead, he also recovers more bullets and a usable rifle, choosing the longer gun now that he no longer has to hide firearms inside Direife Manor. He even keeps the vine creature's hardened jade skull, planning to use it later as a medicine ingredient or, if things get bad, crude protection. Fully packed, he retraces his route through the dark winding caverns in near silence, using profound step and his faintly red eyes to move like a ghost. As he slips deeper along the exit route, the natural cave gives way to ladders, ruins, and more corpses, hinting that someone once built into these depths before it all died. Deep in the ruins, Jing walks through a dead zone where people once suffocated so suddenly that their bodies still look frozen, in panic. Among the bones, he spots newer corpses in armor and exploration gear, and the wreckage around them shows they died fighting each other, and something they could not see. Ivalbane cuts in with a warning. A powerful formation here drags weak minds into illusions, and anyone who turns back can be driven to madness and death. Jing stays calm because he already survived worse mental terror, but the warning makes him wonder who set a trap this cruel inside the ruins. Looking at the bodies again, he finally connects the pieces and realizes the illusion formation and the vine creature were probably hunting together. That only hardens his decision to leave, because the deeper ruins now look less like treasure and more like a polished death trap. He keeps moving through the hellish caves without flinching, his steps steady even as dripping darkness and the dead crowd the path. After hours underground, a burst of daylight finally appears ahead, and for the first time he lets himself believe he made it out. Even at the exit, he does not relax for long and slips forward under concealment, ready to fight if something is waiting outside. The outside is strangely empty, so Jing steps through a long sword-cut crack in the mountain and sees a whole new world spread below him. He stares across the desolate landscape in shock, taking in the barren mountains, the river, and the faint signs that people still live in this ruined land. Then he notices an impossible shadow in the distance, something so huge and orderly that it can only be a man-made city. Before he can make sense of it, Ivalbane urgently tells him to look up. A deep well-like hum rolls through the sky, and the sound alone hits Jing like a warning from something far beyond his level. Acting on instinct, he flashes out a blood-lethal chi sword and prepares for a monster-sized threat. The cloud wall splits open, and beams of hard light spear down as a colossal immortal warship descends from above. The sight is so unreal that Jing lets his sword vanish and can only stare at the sky in disbelief. He can barely get the words out, because this foreign world clearly has immortal warships and technology far beyond anything he expected. As the warship lands in the distance, the surrounding haze thins and finally exposes the grand immortal city built beneath it. Then the clouds close again, hiding the miracle from view and leaving Jing cold with delayed shock. He drops onto a nearby rock to steady himself, still trying to process how this world can have spirit weapons, guns, and now flying warships. Ivalbane agrees the warship is extraordinary, but its real concern is the cultivator aboard it whose divine will sweep the land and may have noticed them. That warning jolts Jing to his feet, and he immediately asks the question that matters most: can anyone tell he does not belong to this world? Ivalbane firmly says no, because its pathway disguises him as a native of this place, even if being sensed by a gold core cultivator is still dangerous. With that fear eased, Jing looks over the settlements again and guesses he will blend in as just another wilderness cultivator if he keeps his head down. Ivalbane does not let him get complacent, and reminds him that his life arc keeps pulling him into major disasters whether he likes it or not. It explains that his two life arc manifestations push against each other enough to keep his luck from turning fatal, but they still make him a magnet for upheaval. And Jing quietly absorbs that warning, because his own survival is already proof that his life keeps veering straight into chaos. While he studies the land again, the warship's passage stirs the sky into a storm and sends rain clouds rolling toward his mountain. Ivalbane senses the fiend chi in the storm and warns that even the rain here is corrosive, so Jing heads back into the cave for shelter. The storm breaks hard, warm and heavy, and from just inside the cave Jing reaches out to test the strange purple-blue rain. The droplets make his Direife Manor uniform sizzle and smoke, confirming that the rain really is acidic. What surprises him more is that the same rain barely bothers his skin, which makes his awakened body feel even less human than before. Sitting deeper in the cave, he starts treating that resistance as one of his biggest survival tools in this foreign world. With nothing to do but wait out the storm, he and Ivalbane piece together the first hard truths about this land. It also suffered a fiend calamity, and the corruption still lingers. The next conclusion is better news for him. This world kept its chi cultivation legacy, which means Ivalbane can actually guide him here. And after seeing the immortal city and warship, he realizes this world has deep resources and advanced technomancy, which could help him find the mystic metals he needs. By the end of that quiet planning, Jing sees the foreign world as more than a danger zone and starts treating it as a second source of power he can exploit. While hiding in the cave, Jing settles on a two-world survival plan. If one world turns deadly, he will jump to the other and keep moving until he can disappear into a town under a new identity. He maps out the foreign world too, planning to reach people fast, learn their language and customs, and survive by trading the soul jade and ink jade skull he still carries. But the weapons in this world already scare him, so he reminds himself to move carefully and maybe sees a local alive instead of rushing in blind. With the plan decided, all he can do is wait for the corrosive rain to ease off, hungry enough that his stomach starts growling. Then he hears hooves through the thunder, and the board waiting snaps into alert danger. He instantly slips behind a boulder with profound step, vanishing into ambush position near the entrance. Two pig-like fangboars burst in from the rain to shelter themselves, shaking off the corrosive downpour with thick hides, muscle, fat, and oversized tusks on display. To Jing, the beasts stop looking like a threat and start looking like dinner. Ivalbane identifies them as Dankangs, old harvest guardian beasts whose bloodlines are now so thin that these two count as only minor spirit beasts. Ivalbane warns that luck only created the opening, because even weakened Dankangs are still stronger than what an ordinary or a realm fighter should handle. And Jing barely cares about the lore and cuts straight to the only question that matters to him right now: can he eat them, and how should he cook them? Ivalbane answers just as bluntly, yes, roast it. That is all the permission Jing needs, and he draws his jade dagger while forming his lethal chi sword for a clean kill. He launches out with profound step and, in the first breath, drives armor-pierce impetus straight through one boar's eye and into its brain. The second boar roars and lashes out by making dark roots burst from its fallen companions back to snare Jing's arms and legs. In the third breath, Jing uses those same roots as a springboard and cuts the charging boar's head clean off in midair. Only 15 minutes later, the fight is over and a cooking fire is already burning in the cave. Ivalbane is openly impressed, calling his technique nearly Grandmaster Perfect after watching him kill both beasts without breaking a sweat. When Ivalbane wonders if he used to be some kind of martial grandmaster, Jing shrugs it off and says his ambush worked because his current techniques fit surprise killing perfectly. He breaks down the combo himself: concealment, sudden movement, a burst of piercing force, and a manifested blade sharp enough that even stronger martialists could die to his first strike. Even after that display, he still doubts himself and assumes his skill might be ordinary compared to the kind of martial life he can no longer remember. Ivalbane flatly rejects that idea, but the moment they try to chase their missing pasts any further, both of them run into the same empty wall in their memories. He pushes the question aside and butchers the fangboars with startling speed, stripping away bones and innards and saving only the best cuts, legs, and fat he can actually carry. The more Ivalbane watches him work, the more certain he becomes that this kind of field dressing and survival efficiency is far from normal. And Jing looks at his own hands again and realizes even this skill came from a past he still cannot access. Once the stove is set, the roasting starts, and the meat gives off a rich scent that only gets stronger as hot fat begins to drip into the flames. As he skins the beast, he finally understands why its back was so hard to kill through. Living plant roots had woven themselves into armor tough enough to resist the corrosive rain. He also realizes the cave saved him, because out in the forest those beasts could have commanded far more plants than the few roots still clinging to their own backs. Too hungry to wait, and Jing bites into the blackened roots first, and is startled to find they are edible, spicy, salty, and weirdly refreshing. He quickly decides the beast practically seasoned itself, so he keeps the fire steady and lets the layered fat do the rest. The moment a piece is ready, he tears into it, ignoring the heat and devouring the rich oily meat and caramelized roots like a starving man brought back to life. He keeps wolfing down piece after piece until the food finally starts putting real strength back into his body. Color returns to his face, heat rises from his body, and once the worst hunger is gone he immediately turns that fresh energy into training. In the cave, he starts running the Imperial Sky classic forms with full concentration, breathing hard as if he is fighting enemies no one else can see. As his movements deepen, pure aura begins moving through his lungs and meridians, fed by the beast meat and by the hard training his path demands. The nourishment from the Fambor starts repairing the harm left behind by stimulant pills, especially the damage around his chest where he had forced too much aura out before. Instead of waiting for those hidden injuries to harden into something worse, he deliberately drives aura through the pain to force a faster recovery. Then the pressure gathers into a single point, and Jing instinctively raises 2 fingers toward the cave wall. He compresses the lingering damage into his hand and fires it out in one violent burst, blasting a hole through the stone wall. In that instant, he realizes he has awakened a proper spell of his own, ailment sword finger. The ugly pressure in his chest vanishes all at once, leaving him almost giddy from how cleanly the technique purged it. Ivalbane quickly sees the bigger picture, and Jing just proved his Kiform arsenal can shape not only lethal chi, but also aura and vigor into a technique that both heals and attacks. Ivalbane even tells him this could grow into something nastier later, because the same method might someday turn expelled ailment chi into a curse. And Jing stares at his hand in honest surprise, realizing his life arc ability is even more useful and flexible than he first thought. A trace of foul-smelling blood leaks from his fingertip, and when he studies it, he understands he really did force damaged, rotten chi out through that strike. By the end of the breakthrough, the stimulant pill backlash is fully gone, and Jing knows he now has a practical way to expel lighter corruption, toxic chi, and minor internal damage before they can linger. In the cave, Jing tests ailment sword finger again and stares at the hole it punches out, impressed that he can fire his own vigor like a hidden projectile. Ivalbane explains that life arc abilities are close to the Grand Tao itself, so techniques born from them feel as natural as moving a limb. The sword goes further, saying many sect founders turn their own abilities into teachable techniques, and those grew into entire legacies stronger than the original gift. Ivalbane says cultivation eventually outgrew life arcs, but now Void Embrace has looped back to its starting point, building power from life arcs again through the martial path. That idea fires Jing up, and he jokes that if he keeps growing, he might found a whole new lineage himself. Ivalbane gives him a cool, non-committal answer, but Jing does not care and turns straight back to practical work. Knowing his time in the foreign world is nearly over, Jing starts turning Fambor meat into jerky so he will not need to hunt once he is back in Void Embrace. He also packs nutrient-rich roots and saves the boar's fangs, because even if he has to leave most of the carcasses behind, the best parts are still worth carrying. At sunset, with only minutes left in this world, Jing bursts out of the cave and runs hard for open ground before scavenging beasts can close in on the blood scent. Back at full strength, he tears through the woods so fast that birds explode upward and nearby beasts hesitate instead of attacking the unknown threat. By the time the animals realize he is only one human and start chasing, Jing's 3-day limit finally runs out. A powerful pull yanks at his very being, silver sword patterns flare around him, and he vanishes from the foreign world in an instant. The cave he left behind goes quiet again, with only dying embers and the butchered Fambor remain showing he was ever there. Inside the space-time rift, Jing appears as a light-wrapped figure and sees a one-lee sphere of possible return points spread around his original entry spot. Realizing he could even emerge inside rock or in midair, Jing makes a fast, careful choice and picks a secluded ravine instead. Back in Void Embrace, a faint silver doorway opens in the dark gold evening mountains, and Jing steps out into dense brush near Direife Manor. He orients himself from memory and disappears into the trees at once, using his improved aura realm body to move with frightening speed even under a full load. With aura in his legs and profound step under control, he ghosts over rough mountain ground in near silence, and covers almost 10 li in minutes. His quick choice pays off, because not long after he leaves, 2 counterfiend guard soldiers creep into the same area to investigate a formation alert. The rookie is baffled that the formation sensed a medium-sized intruder, but the veteran calmly assumes it was some beast slipping past the system rather than a fiend. After finding only clean scent and crushed leaves, the older soldier decides there is no merit in chasing it, and quietly turns the false alarm into an excuse to claim used recovery pills. Hours later, under cold moonlight, a soldier-shaped shell leaks oily darkness from inside its helmet as the hidden subfiend searches the canyon again. A whistle cuts through the night, and the Crimson Guard instantly identify the fiend's spawn and snap into battle formation. Their glowing crimson formation and exorcising radiance flood the forest, forcing the subfiend to abandon its hunt and melt back into the shadows. Even though the creature could have tracked Jing, his 3-day disappearance trapped it in a losing hide-and-seek game around Direife Canyon instead. By then, Jing is already 200 li away at a nameless canyon stream, finally stopping to drink, eat, and plan the next leg of his escape. As he tears into smoked farm boar meat, Jing calculates that one hard day and night of running should get him back to settled lands near Grand Chen's northwestern border. That thought gives him a surge of hope, because once he reaches ordinary towns again, the demonic cult will finally lose him. After resting, he climbs to the tallest nearby peak so he can memorize a safe route before the giant forest below swallows the sky. From above, he sees just how unnatural the deeper forest is, with titanic trunks, blocked moonlight, and hanging luminous vines that create strange glowing pockets below. While moving through the treetops, he spots a gigantic abandoned bird nest, and immediately decides that whatever laid those eggs is something he never wants to meet. He pushes on fast through the mountains, and most beasts that notice him decide he is too dangerous to challenge if he stays out of their territory. One camouflaged lizard beast is bolder, flattening itself against a tree and snapping a long tongue at him from ambush. Thanks to his awakened spirit roots and sharpened senses, Jing feels the danger in time and slips past the tongue instead of getting dragged in. He whips around, raises his gun, and unloads 8 shots into the tongue before the beast can react. Shrieking in pain, the ambusher retreats into the labyrinthine forest, and Jing wisely keeps moving instead of wasting time on a chase. The beast's howl spreads through the area like a warning bell, and after that, the rest of the forest keeps its distance. After even dodging a hidden spiderweb trap, Jing finally takes a short rest and marvels at how much his spirit roots have sharpened his senses and aura control. That makes him ask the obvious question: if spirit roots and chi are this useful, why did Void Embrace stop cultivating them? Ivalbane admits it is strange too and says they finally have enough breathing room to test chi cultivation properly now that they are hundreds of li away. Jing agrees at once, sits beneath the tree, and closes his eyes to begin meditating. As soon as Jing settles into meditation on a high branch, a pale sword mark appears on his forehead, and Ivalbane starts examining Void Embrace's spirit chi through him. A heartbeat later, Jing jerks awake in shock because what looked like normal spirit chi is actually contaminated everywhere. He stares at his own hands and the world around him in disbelief, realizing every trace of local spirit chi is polluted by fiend chi. The contamination is so severe that trying normal chi cultivation here would slowly poison a cultivator from the inside. Jing goes cold at the thought that if he had tried refining this chi with his spirit roots, he would have polluted himself immediately. Ivalbane is even more disturbed, because a world this poison should already look like a hellscape instead of a bright, thriving wilderness. That contradiction gives Jing an idea, so he deliberately activates his life arc to test what it does to the corrupted energy. He finally sees the answer. Life arcs pull in the blackened spirit chi, filter out the fiend corruption, and turn it into clean power the body can safely absorb. With that, Jing understands why only life arc bearers can cultivate in Void Embrace at all. He pieces the rule together further. Spirit root cultivation is like breathing poison through the lungs, while life arc cultivation works like protected fetal breathing through the whole body. That means Void Embrace did not abandon the old spirit root system by choice. The world was damaged so badly that life arc cultivation became the only safe path left. Ivalbane spirals into doubt, because if the ancient war was truly won, this level of fiend pollution should not still exist. Jing steadies Ivalbane by suggesting the lost memories were deliberately stripped away, either by enemies or by Ivalbane's own side for some hidden reason. Ivalbane reluctantly accepts that idea, complains that a sword should not have to untangle this mess, and then tosses the burden of choosing the future back to Jing. The sword quickly recovers its confidence, and reminds him that the Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal can still be cultivated without touching the world's poisoned spirit chi. Jing agrees and appreciates just how badly one wrong cultivation choice could have ruined him. He confirms to himself that the Evenstar Seal is an internal body refining method, so real chi cultivation will have to wait until he can gather clean resources from another world. With the mystery parked for later, Jing jumps down and resumes crossing the wilderness instead of wasting time on questions he cannot solve yet. As he races through the forest, he grabs sour seasonal fruit along the way to cut the grease of the boar meat and keep his aura in check. He keeps traveling for the rest of the day, covering an enormous distance through the northwestern mountains without stopping. By his second evening on the move, he finally comes out of the ancient forest and spots smoke and lamplight from frontier villages ahead. Relieved, Jing figures a few more days should get him to the frontier cities, and for a moment it even seems like no one is chasing him anymore. He debates whether he still needs to hide in another world, because his original plan was to vanish completely once Ivalbane's pathway recharged. Ivalbane shuts that idea down at once, warning that someone this valuable would absolutely still be worth hunting across 2,000 li. Ivalbane spells it out, and Jing is a miracle arc bearer with obvious potential, so both allies and enemies could use their influence and special abilities to find him. That makes Jing realize simple running is not enough if life arc users have tracking methods that can point straight to him. So just as he prepares to erase his presence and slip into the foreign world, his sharpened hearing catches a faint mechanical hum in the sky. He looks up and sees a flying shuttle closing in over the forest, a machine he did not expect to find in Void Embrace at all. The shuttle does not slow down for long before 8 searchers jump from hundreds of meters up and slam into the forest in spreading clouds of dust. And Jing stays hidden and watches, trying to figure out who found him and how they managed it. Then he recognizes 2 familiar faces aboard the shuttle and realizes the search party belongs to the demonic cult. Ivalbane immediately points to the scribe in white, whose spinning eye-shaped totem gives away the truth. They tracked Jing here with a life arc ability. In the autumn mountains, Jing hid high in a tree under Ivalbane's cover as heavenly demon cult searchers closed in on the exact spot where he had just been. He stayed in place on purpose, because if he vanished too quickly, he would learn nothing about how the cult was tracking him. Watching the airship, Jing spotted the white-robed scribe channeling life arc and guessed the cult was using a karmic tracking method instead of ordinary pursuit. Even after an hour with no result, the cultists refused to give up, convinced their target was still somewhere nearby. Their muttering turned absurd as they talked about checking every tree and leaving nothing untouched, not even bird eggs. They still could not find him, because Jing kept slipping behind the search line and hiding in places they had already checked. But winning this little game did not solve the real problem, because the cult would just lock onto him again the moment he returned from the foreign world. He realized the next sweep would only get worse, and if the cult escalated from aura fighters to fortification experts or a clearing realm adept, hiding would stop being enough. And Jing judged that firearms and his own abilities might still let him handle fortification opponents, but a true clearing realm adept would be another matter entirely. That left him with one ugly answer. Before stronger enemies arrived, he had to find a way to break the cult's tracking or kill the person guiding it. He still forced himself not to strike, suspecting the scattered cultists might be bait meant to draw him into an ambush. Accepting that his old plan to slip into a city had collapsed, Jing finally chose to gamble on the foreign world instead. He cut open the dark spatial passage with Ivalbane, silver light pouring from the void beyond. Before stepping through, Jing openly called out to Instructor Lee and the white-robed scribe on the airship, making it clear he knew exactly who was hunting him. He gave them one last warning: turn back now, and he would remember the debt they once owed his mother, keep chasing him, and next time he would show no mercy. Then he vanished into the foreign world and left the cult staring at empty air. On the airship, Scribe Su was more amused than alarmed, brushing off Jing's threat as a bookish speech from a stubborn brat. Instructor Lee laughed too, saying that if Jing truly managed to kill them, that would only prove how monstrous his talent was. The mood shifted when Scribe Su pointed out that Jing had disappeared in exactly the same strange way as before. The one-eyed martialist leaned in as Su showed that Jing's name had vanished off the Mountain River registry entirely. Instructor Lee confirmed the reading and reminded Su that last time Jing had reappeared hundreds of li away, which meant this bizarre escape was real. Su admitted that his ability only worked so well because they had discovered Jing early and put his name on the registry, but even then, they had still underestimated him. Instructor Lee added another doubt. He still could not explain the hidden flying sword-like weapon Jing had used to kill the vice apothecary. Even so, either man truly panicked, because they believed a lone fugitive on foot could never outrun an airship and a whole organization closing in around him. Their only real worry was Grand Chin interference. But even that seemed manageable because the nearest safe city was far away and the cult had already planted people there. So Su ordered the search to pull back, rest in a nearby village, and wait, trusting the airship and registry to catch up once Jing showed himself again. Meanwhile in the foreign world, Jing rushed toward a distant town because he had only 3 days to find resources strong enough to break the cult's pursuit. As he drew closer, he saw a rough settlement near a corrosive river, ringed by metal towers and built around a massive furnace that dominated the skyline. The place looked hard to approach unseen, so Jing slowed down and planned to wait for a safer chance to slip inside. That careful plan shattered the instant a gunshot cracked through the dusk and Jing threw himself flat just before pellets ripped through the ground around him. From behind a boulder, he saw 2 local gangs blasting each other through the streets and shouting in a language he could actually understand. The stray shots were bad enough, but the battle got even wilder when the gangs chased each other out of town in heavily modified vehicles covered in spirit patterns and shields. One vehicle even took to the air and dropped bombs until concentrated fire turned it into a brief fireworks display. When the fighting drifted farther into the wilderness, the people left behind kept cursing but stopped wrecking the town, which told Jing this chaos still followed some local rules. Ivalbane was startled for a different reason, because the locals were not just understandable, they were speaking D's and even felt like sword cultivators. Jing was less convinced by the sword cultivator part after nearly getting shot, so he asked Ivalbane what D's even was. Ivalbane explained that D's was the language spread by the ancient Tao court, a legacy tied to the true immortal who brought humanity to Void Embrace. It went on to say that the immortal later left, the Tao sect fractured into the 10 continents, but the shared language survived across Void Embrace. Since this world held one of Ivalbane's shards and its people still spoke D's, Ivalbane guessed the Tao court was deeply tied to this place too. Ivalbane finished on an upbeat note, arguing that a shared culture and language might make this dangerous world far easier for Jing to work with. Jing was not sold, pointing out that his clothes and accent would make him stand out long before anyone welcomed him. Ivalbane answered with a simple fix. Take clothes from one of the dead after the gangs finish each other off and use that as his way in. And Jing accepted the idea and turned his full attention to the fighting outside town, ready to use the aftermath for his own survival. Hearing the gunfire fade, Jing decides the risk is worth it, and heads straight for the battlefield, still hoping someone there might be alive. At the scene, he finds a world that looks half familiar and half alien, with dead fighters dressed less like soldiers and more like high-tech fishermen. Ivalbane is startled because the raincoats, hats, flying swords, and even the sword cases are all artifacts, which means this world's technomancy is far beyond what Jing expected. When Jing hears that, his looting slows, because artifact gear like this should only work for cultivators. Ivalbane confirms it. The dead were all low-level cultivators, and from what it sensed, nearly everyone in the nearby town is a cultivator too. That does not mean everyone has spirit roots, though. Ivalbane explains that in this world, cultivation has been spread so widely that almost anyone can train basic chi, even if true advancement is still rare. Ivalbane sounds almost nostalgic as it says even great powers and Void Embrace struggled to arm everyone like this, which makes this world's mass cultivation even more striking. And Jing presses further and asks where life vessels fit into all this, because Ivalbane itself clearly belongs to a much deeper mystery. Ivalbane says life vessels are unranked artifacts born from a matching bearer entrusting their soul to an object, and when the right bearer and vessel meet, the result can be terrifyingly powerful. He stores that away carefully, reminded again that even Ivalbane does not fully know its own origin or limits. Once he settles on a disguise, and Jing pulls gear from the smallest corpse and puts it on, grimly noticing the dead boy was only around 14 or 15. The sight hits him hard because this world, like Void Embrace, treats young lives as disposable. As he searches the weapons, and Jing realizes this world uses both normal firearms and spirit beam guns, just like the strange weapons he found in the ruins before. The old spirit beam guns from the ruins were huge and ore-hungry, but these newer compact models are light enough that even weak cultivators can fire them. That convenience comes with limits, because ordinary gunpowder rounds are what really punch through most of these raincoats, while spirit shots mostly left black scorch marks. Then noise rises from the town, and Jing instantly understands other looters are coming for the bodies too. He grabs what matters most in the little time left, taking 2 spirit beam guns, 3 handguns, and a handful of smaller useful items before slipping away. Some of the medicine he finds looks like treatment, but the rest is obviously a nasty stimulant or banned drug that the fighters probably used before the battle. Now hidden in a blood-stained raincoat, gas mask, and veiled hat, and Jing disappears into the dark as the whole wilderness keeps roaring with violence. As he moves from town to town, he finds the same madness everywhere. Every settlement is tangled in armed conflict, and the night never goes quiet. More than once, stray bullets nearly kill him, and one slams into his raincoat hard enough to leave him sweating under the mask. Even the wild beasts are fleeing the towns, and for one strange moment Jing and a pack of wolves pass each other like fellow refugees from the same disaster. He also spots rough villages and scrap-built shelters in the wasteland, but the people inside are too heavily armed and too alert for him to approach safely. Far away, Deep Night City looks wrong too, glowing so brightly it seems like a fallen moon, with airships circling and unrest pulsing even at this distance. Staring at the city, Jing starts to suspect this whole outbreak of violence began when that warship arrived. Instead of guessing any longer, he solves the problem the practical way and captures a gang member who somehow survived the shooting. The survivor lived because a spirit beam shot burned through his shoulder cleanly and a normal bullet only knocked him out through the helmet instead of killing him. Jing gives him basic treatment, water, and stimulants, and the young man wakes up fast by circulating chi through his body. Up close, Jing sees a 17-year-old who already looks half dead from exhaustion, with dark brows, heavy eye bags, and the beaten-down air of someone living a miserable life. The boy instantly understands why he was saved, so he swallows the pain, looks at the gun pointed at him, and asks what Jing wants. Jing keeps it simple and cold. He will ask questions, and Jing will answer. Because the fear of dying is finally sinking in, Jing chooses survival and starts talking without holding anything back. He tells Jing this world is called Sky Source, and the wilderness around them is Mortality Plains, a safe zone belt surrounding Deep Night City on one of the world's 4 great spirit veins. Jing introduces himself as a boy from Pill Jungle Town and says he belongs to one of Mortality Plains' 4 major gangs, the New Tigers, who are fighting the Flanklaws tonight. His story is painfully ordinary. His parents died early, his gang member uncle kept him alive, and that road eventually pushed him into the gang too. He was supposed to be an accountant and secretary, not a fighter, but after the Luofu group's warship Grand Void Skyark returned a few days ago, his bosses threw him into this gun battle anyway. He still has no idea why tensions exploded or why he was sent to the front, but that is already enough for Jing to connect the larger pattern. Jing realizes the chaos is centered on Deep Night City, and the elites likely stirred up all these gang wars as cover for something bigger happening there. That also explains why the outlying towns fought more for show than for destruction, keeping the violence loud enough to serve the plan without wrecking their own homes. Once the immediate answers are clear, Jing starts asking the stranger about Skysource history, which leaves Jing baffled. Jing suspects this armed questioner might be some outsider from beyond the safe zone, but since his life depends on it, he answers anyway. Luckily for Jing, Jing turns out to be unusually educated and can explain the history of Sky Source in a way that actually makes sense. He says Sky Source was once united by the Tao sect, and that unity pushed civilization and cultivation so far that almost everyone could practice. Then a world calamity struck, panic fed inner demons, and within a century cultivators everywhere were being ruined the moment they tried to cultivate. As cultivation lines broke apart, heavenly fiends invaded from the netherworld and finished driving an advanced civilization into collapse. Some corrupted cultivators twisted into dominance, while other fiends hid inside powerful people and waited for the worst possible moment to cause chaos. Sacred lands and sect ruins were lost, 3 of the Tao sect's 7 great lines died out, and most survivors had to retreat to safe zones around the 4 major spirit veins. Everything outside those safe zones became badlands swarming with fiends, demons, and other monsters, but Sky Source at least survived long enough to keep its cultivation path alive. After hearing that, Ivalbane notes that Sky Source follows a classic immortal cultivation system and, more importantly, confirms that Sky Source and Void Embrace must come from the same wider civilization under the Tao court. That connection does not shock Jing much, because the shared language, culture, and scattered Ivalbane fragments already pointed in that direction. He is genuinely pleased to have learned this much, and at first he only plans to leave Jing with some supplies and send him on his way. But the more he looks at Jing's injuries, the clearer it becomes that sending him off alone would probably just get him killed. There is another problem too. If Jing limps back to town alone after tonight's fighting, his own gang might brand him a deserter. And Jing refuses to save someone only to abandon him right after. And he also realizes Jing could be his cleanest way into town and into this new world's resources. So Jing helps Jing to his feet and tells him to point the way, because he is taking him back. Jing is stunned and grateful when Jing really lets him live, because captives on mortality planes are usually silenced after interrogation. Because Jing can barely move with his shoulder injury, and Jing simply takes him along and questions him on the way to town. From Jing, and Jing learns that Jungle is one of the bigger towns in mortality planes, with over 50,000 people and huge alchemy industry lines making weapons, artifacts, and medicinal goods. When they reach the outskirts, and Jing finally sees Jungle anchored around the colossal leaf pill Viridian, and is genuinely awed by how alive it looks in this ruined world. After a whole night of being hauled around, Jing finally sees the giant tree and realizes he really made it back alive. As dawn breaks and the night fighting dies out, Jing suddenly relaxes because a fresh notice says the gangs are calling a daytime ceasefire. And Jing immediately notices that Jing got new information somehow and presses him on where that notice came from. Jing explains that town people are born with a chip that serves as identification and communication, while anyone without one is treated as a badlander. That revelation hooks Jing at once, because if he can get a chip for himself, it could become a huge advantage in this world. So Jing drops the disguise and bluntly asks how a badlander like him could get one. Jing can only admit he does not know the method, but he promises to ask around after they get back. And Jing accepts that for now, because his real urgent goal is still to buy enough powerful weapons to survive the demonic cult back in Void Embrace. At close range, Jungle looks less like a town and more like a fortress, with walls, a moat, and glowing gate towers built into a serious defensive formation. Ivalbane identifies the defenses as a simplified 4 Guardians Fiend suppressor, and confirms this place was designed by someone truly capable. The moment Jing nears the town, he feels the air turn crisp and clean, a shocking contrast to the poisoned wilderness outside. At the south gate, official guards in towering light blue exoskeleton armor scan everyone who enters. When Jing casually removes his gas mask, Jing is jolted again by the sight of how young his ruthless savior really is. The guard labels Jing a badlander and asks for 5 merits for a first entry, proving the town has no record of him at all. Before Jing has to improvise, Jing immediately pays for him through the chip system. Once inside, Jing quickly realizes the gate soldiers and patrols are stronger than the manor lord he killed, which makes Jungle feel even more dangerous and organized. That only makes Jing wonder why gangs still run wild here if the mayor's guards are this powerful. Jing explains that the gangs are basically private armies for major corporations, while the mayor answers to the same interests, so either side has any reason to crush the other. The picture clicks for Jing. These bloody gang wars are really just corporate warfare wearing a local face. Now that he is safely inside town but still broke, Jing deliberately lets his stomach rumble to steer Jing into feeding him. Jing takes the bait and awkwardly offers to buy Jing a meal so he can repay him properly. Jing agrees at once, because whether he can squeeze out merits or sell his loot, Jing is finally his way into the supplies he needs. As they walk deeper in, Jungle reveals its layered layout, with the giant tree and botanical center at its heart, tall factories inside, residences in the middle, and gang-heavy commerce at the edge. Jing leads Jing through his own neighborhood near the commercial zone, where the streets are surprisingly clean despite the night's violence. That eerie normalcy drives the point home. Once the corporations call a stop, life in town snaps back into place and only the dead lose their voices. Instead of going home first, Huiqing brings Jing straight to a roadside stall he loves and swears has the best soup around. At the stall, Jing sees a big steaming pot, blazing fire, and the dark, muscular owner Boss Lu calmly working through the morning rush. When the food arrives, the fragrance alone nearly knocks Jing over, because after days of hardship this simple hot meal looks incredible. Huiqing gulps down the soup and admits that after nearly dying, the thing he wanted most was one more bowl from Boss Lu. Boss Lu laughs and tells him again to quit gang life, study hard, and try for an elite school and a corporate job instead. Huiqing only shakes his head, making it clear this is old advice he still cannot accept. Jing tries the soup and flatbread for himself and is hit with pure relief, because the hot broth and spice are the best thing he has tasted in days. But Huiqing suddenly stops him, shocked that Jing is eating like an ordinary person instead of a cultivator. Jing stays calm and asks him to explain, trusting that if he does not act nervous, people will just blame his ignorance on being a badlander. Huiqing explains that good food also contains chi essence, so a cultivator should circulate a technique while eating to digest the essence instead of just the flesh. He even demonstrates it, showing innate chi working like an internal grinder that breaks the food down completely and leaves no waste behind. Watching that, Jing instantly realizes he is looking at a serious nourishment method, something that could be even more valuable and resource-rich void embrace. Even Ivalbane admits this is a legitimate line of cultivation, and that Jing should absolutely learn it if he can. When Jing comments on how stable Huiqing's method looks, Huiqing proudly reveals it is his family's secret technique, pentaorgan life force nourishment. Huiqing's philosophy is simple and stubborn: weapons, money, and merits can all be lost, but what you consume becomes truly yours. That settles it for Jing, because to martialists who burn through resources, this kind of nourishment technique is a treasure. Before Jing even has to ask, Huiqing sincerely decides this family secret is the best repayment he can offer for having his life saved. He pulls out a jade slip and places the instructions for pentaorgan life force nourishment on the table in front of Jing. Jing does not pretend modesty for even a second and immediately picks up the jade slip, confirming the technique is really his now. At the food stall, Jing thanks Huiqing for the secret technique, but he can tell this gift is far too heavy for a simple favor. Looking Huiqing over, Jing realizes the blacksmith was never weak at all, just trapped in gang life and ground down by harsh labor. Jing decides Huiqing is wasting real talent in the gang, and that makes the man's stubborn loyalty feel even sadder. So instead of keeping things formal, Jing finally gives his surname and offers Huiqing something more equal than a debt. Huiqing instantly understands, lights up, and happily calls him brother, and as the two finally start acting like friends. Jing eats enough to prove one bowl never stood a chance, and Huiqing gladly buys more as the tension between them melts away. When the meal ends, Jing lays it out plainly: the life debt is settled, the technique made them even, and from here on they are just friends. He only asks for one practical favor before leaving: a trusted buyer for his spoils, and maybe another meal together if they meet again. Huiqing starts recommending a recycling house run by one of his elders, but Jing's expression suddenly changes before the answer can even finish. In that same instant, a vibration rises from deep in Jing's soul and he realizes his life arc has somehow evolved. Even Ivalbane is stunned, because a life arc is supposed to be fixed by heaven and almost impossible to truly improve. Jing's first wild guess is that saving Huiqing changed some larger fate, but even he knows that explanation sounds wrong. Before either of them can make sense of it, a burly man across the street calls out in shock that Huiqing is still alive. Gunnar piles on the fake surprise, saying he heard Huiqing was shot and thrown from the vehicle, but his face gives Jing a very different feeling. Huiqing almost walks right into the trap, calling him Uncle Gunnar and stepping forward like he's meeting an ally. Jing catches the real danger first, spotting a guard quietly reaching for a dagger while Gunnar keeps acting friendly. He shouts a warning and fires his chopsticks like darts, knocking the hidden dagger aside before it can stab Huiqing. Huiqing stares at the fallen blade and finally understands that the people he trusted were about to kill him. Jing stops sugarcoating it and tells him flatly that these men came here to murder him. Boss Lu rushes out from the stall to calm things down, still hoping this can be talked through like a normal dispute. Gunnar answers by shoving Boss Lu so hard that he cracks his head on stone and drops bleeding to the ground. With the fake manners gone, Gunnar snarls that this is gang business and accuses Huiqing of missing supplies that should have died with him. Huiqing is completely blindsided, because he has no idea what supplies they are talking about or why his own people want him dead. When another guard moves in for Huiqing's chest, it becomes obvious they were never here to arrest him alive. Jing cuts in first, stepping between them and driving a fistful of armor-pierced impetus straight into Old Blade's face. The punch is savage enough to crack armor, break bone, and spin Old Blade through the air before he crashes down. That one blow finally makes the rest of Gunnar's men realize the teenager at the table is the real threat here. Gunnar reacts like a veteran, snapping a long stick from his belt open into a spear while his men move to flank Jing. Jing has already made his choice. If they insist on deciding who lives and dies around him, he will crush them first. He charges Gunnar instead of waiting, driving a crushing armor-pierced punch so fast the older man has to abandon his spear and block with both arms. The hit rattles Gunner's whole frame, and he realizes this kid's raw power should not exist at his age. Before Gunner can recover, Jing sticks to him and chains a second attack that knocks the gang elder off balance. Then Jing snaps a left straight under the chin and drops Gunner cold with a concussion. Jing plants a foot on Gunner's unconscious head, ready to launch into the rest of the group and expecting gunfire any second. But the guards only twitch toward their guns and stop, as if firing inside town would bring trouble worse than losing this fight. Realizing they cannot win hand to hand, the 4 remaining men throw themselves down and beg for mercy almost instantly. Jing does not trust the act, so he beats them down anyway, only to realize they were genuinely desperate to surrender. That makes Jing suspect town rules are stricter than he thought, and that killing openly here may be exactly what these gang men are afraid of. The whole fight ends so fast that the bystanders vanish, leaving the food stall eerily empty, like everyone here has learned exactly when to run. Only then does Boss Lu stagger back out with a meat cleaver, too late to help and completely stunned that the whole battle is already over. Jing casually picks up Gunner's dropped weapon and finds the spear can collapse neatly back into a compact stick. To Jing, the strange weapon and gang gear just raise a practical question about who these men really are and how much money they have behind them. Then he turns back to the real issue and asks Huiqing why his own people were trying so hard to kill him. Huiqing tries to answer, but all he can manage is a stunned, miserable truth: he is just an accountant. When Huiqing says he's just an accountant, Jing instantly understands why this quiet man became such a convenient target. Jing presses him bluntly, and Huiqing admits the mess is everything at once: missing cash, fake supplies, and cooked books. It gets worse when Huiqing admits he also handled Gunner's finances and inventory, making him the man who covered up the whole scheme. Huiqing explains the Nun Tiger's real rule: everyone with authority steals, and Gunner's crew made their money by secretly reselling weapon stock while he balanced the ledgers. He only got dragged this deep because Gunner raised him when he was orphaned, and Huiqing treated that debt like something he had to repay no matter the cost. For smaller thefts they could fake a robbery or blame a rival gang, but this time Gunner's crew skimmed nearly 10,000 merits and pushed the scam past repair. Then the gang war exploded, which means the higher-ups are already checking supplies, and the missing stock can no longer be hidden under smoke and excuses. Jing calmly spells out the obvious ending: Gunner already chose his own way out, and that plan starts with killing Huiqing and dumping the whole crime on him. Huiqing realizes the frontline posting and even his own near death were probably part of that setup, and Gunner's men came here to plant evidence after he disappeared. Even so, Huiqing says he can't stay in the Noon Tigers, because he falsified the books for too long and the boss will never spare him. The problem is bigger than Gunner, because during wartime the gang can use this embezzlement case as an example, and Huiqing is too exposed to survive it. Jing cuts through all that dread with the simplest answer possible: if staying means death, then Huiqing should just leave. Huiqing answers with bleak reality: the corporations behind the Noon Tigers reach every town and even Deep Night City, and running to the Badlands feels like trading one death for another. Jing sees the deeper truth too: Huiqing is the kind of man who chains himself to anyone who once showed him kindness, even when that loyalty is ruining him. That same loyal streak is why Huiqing already tried to repay Jing by handing over his family legacy the moment this new debt appeared. Before Huiqing can sink back into that trap, Jing warns that patrol guards are already coming and orders him to move now. The sound snaps Huiqing out of his despair, and he finally agrees to run. The two men give Gunner's crew one last hurried search, and Jing slings the unconscious Gunner over his shoulder as they bolt. As they run, Huiqing says he still has other uncles he can trust, including one who runs a recycling house near Deep Night City's waste disposal facility. Jing tells him to focus on getting them clear first and save the details until they are out of danger. Only moments after they disappear, a disciplined patrol unit reaches Boss Lu's stall and finds the fight already over. Boss Lu quickly climbs up and calls for help, loudly accusing Gunner and his men of coming to cause trouble. The squad leader is startled that someone dropped Gunner's whole team this fast and asks Boss Lu who did it. Boss Lu pretends he was out cold, because he would rather protect Huiqing than drag him into official questioning. The squad leader inspects the bodies and concludes the attacker was a tough river essence cultivator with body refinement skill, probably a badlander rather than a gang assassin. That guess makes the case easy for him, since a street clash like this barely matters compared with the fugitives his superiors are actually hunting. Meanwhile, Jing and Huiqing head for Deep Night City's southwestern waste disposal zone, carrying Gunner toward one of the few places gangs usually leave alone. Huiqing explains why that place works: the disposal facilities answer directly to the city, so gangs and small firms usually do not dare start trouble there. When they arrive, the place looks like a graveyard of metal, with abandoned flying craft and broken industrial machines piled across open ground. The yard itself stays strangely peaceful, and the smell of rust, machine oil, and scrap hits Jing with a jolt of old memories. Hidden beside the wreckage, Jing senses unusually strong fiend chi and worries that something dangerous may be lurking nearby. Ivalbane checks for him and says no, this world just lives under a constant haze of fiend chi, unlike a fresh heavenly fiend outbreak. Jing still cannot tell how bad that haze is, and Ivalbane admits the differences are subtle even when the danger is real. Ivalbane explains that trash, waste, and decay naturally gather fiend chi, while true disaster zones like mass graves and battlefields can breed far worse fiend spawn. It also says Sky Source is a world that survived a massive calamity, but only barely, and that leftover corruption may be part of why people here turn savage so easily. Then Ivalbane turns the question on Jing and asks why heavenly fiends never seem to twist his mind the way they should. And Jing answers with simple honesty. The worst things already happened, he avenged his dead comrades, and surviving Dire Life Canyon left him unexpectedly at peace. Ivalbane rejects that explanation, saying fiend influence should still stir anyone's mind, no matter how steady their heart seems. After thinking it through, Ivalbane reaches a bigger answer, and Jing's life arc must be powerful enough to push that corruption back. Ivalbane finally names its suspicion, and Jing may carry the Seven Ruins arc, the celestial arc of 7 ruinous luminaries. Ivalbane finally says it outright, and Jing carries the 7 Ruins arc, a celestial arc born from calamity itself and naturally resistant to the world's evils. As Ivalbane explains, ordinary arcs can be low, middle, or high virtue, but celestial arcs stand apart as rare responses to an age of disaster rather than blessings handed to lucky people. Ivalbane points to Jing as proof, saying Jing's arc evolved because he saved a man who was supposed to die and overturned a fixed death calamity. And Jing quickly catches on and asks if helping someone escape a death calamity really counts as subverting destiny. Ivalbane bluntly breaks Jing down as a decent but self-loathing man who would have drifted straight into ruin without the strength or will to escape his end. By dragging Jing back from 2 separate death traps, and Jing did more than save him once, he cut a brand new route through a life that should have ended. That makes Jing understand the unsettling part. Once he changes someone, their new path may become tangled with his own destiny. Ivalbane warns that every known bearer of the 7 Ruins arc has been a historical wrecking force, someone who knocks whole eras off their rails and leaves chaos behind. Even so, Jing refuses to panic and decides to test the arc on purpose by nudging a few more people's fates and watching what kind of feedback comes back. Ivalbane immediately turns severe and warns that even suspicion would make the demonic cult hunt him, because they worship celestial arc bearers as their future divine son. That warning also explains the cult's obsession with gathering disaster children. They were trying to force out a 7 Ruins divine son all along, and Jing was lucky they never recognized him. Jing mutters that a celestial arc sounds incredible, but in practice it feels more like a strong ability mixed with constant trouble following him everywhere. Ivalbane answers that celestial arcs are weak at the start, and only become terrifying after the bearer actually fulfills enough destiny, karma, and timing to make the arc bloom. To prove the point, Ivalbane argues that Jing's arrival in Sky Source may not have been chance at all, but his arc answering the city's brewing calamity. Jing comes away from the talk with one blunt conclusion: a celestial arc is not a lucky title, it is an upgraded trouble magnet. Still, the revelation does not change his core attitude, because whether fate pushes him or not, he only acts on things he already chose to do himself. By midday he lays out 4 priorities in Sky Source: get spendable money, buy a real long-range weapon, gather resources for Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal, and find somewhere safe to finally rest. His need for a better gun is urgent, because he believes the demonic cult's white-robed scribe is still vulnerable to bullets, and must be killed before the cult can keep tracking him. He also decides to switch toward Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal, since his current technique feels too weak in direct combat, and too risky to trust completely. Because Sky Source is full of industry and mystic metals, and Jing sees this foreign city as his best chance to feed that new technique what it needs. He also chooses to keep helping Jing, partly because the exhausted accountant can bargain through local contacts, and partly because Jing wants to watch how his first successful fate change develops. Once he confirms the disposal facility's fiend chi is unrelated to heavenly fiends, and Jing relaxes enough to bring Jing with him to Recycling House No. 2 in the Southwest District. Recycling House No. 2 looks strange even from outside, a small clean building rooted among heaps of colorful rusted wreckage with vines crawling over the walls and a suspiciously new roof. A line of rough local scavengers is already waiting outside, but instead of causing trouble they just grumble that Boss Metalhand must have overslept again. And Jing sees what they do not say aloud. Those creeper vines are spirit plants tied into a formation deadly enough that nobody here dares test the owner's temper. Because Jing knows the owner and needs help fast, he steps forward anyway and rings the bell while the others stare in alarm. The bell's echo is answered by furious shouting from inside, with the unseen owner cursing the scavengers for ruining his sleep and threatening to butcher them. Then the door slams open and Boss Metalhand appears, a giant of a man with a rooted metal arm and a red jade eye that immediately sizes up the scene. Metalhand instantly reads the danger, demands to know why Jing is hurt, why Gunner is down, and who the masked Badlands kid beside them is. Jing forces himself to explain that Gunner tried to set him up, and Jing beat Gunner down for him, and now the gang has more than enough reason to kill Jing on sight. Metalhand erupts in anger midway through the story, cursing Jing for helping Gunner steal gang funds and calling him a fool who walked straight into his own grave. Jing answers that fury by dropping to his knees and kowtowing, admitting everything without trying to defend himself. Metal Hand kicks him so hard he flies back with broken bones, but Jing still drags himself up and comes right back. That stubbornness finally gets through, and after one more hard slap, Metal Hand tells Jing to get inside and use the medical supplies, which is his rough way of taking the boy in. With the matter now serious, Metal Hand turns on the waiting scavengers and shuts the shop for the day, sending the whole crowd away cursing but obedient. Once the others are gone, Metal Hand faces Jing properly, thanks the masked kid for saving Jing, and invites him inside out of the wind. Jing accepts Metal Hand's invitation right away, realizing a late-stage Chi refinement boss with a formation behind him can keep Jing safe and put his own plans back on track. Inside, the shop is nothing like the outside, bright, clean, and obsessively tidy, with shelves of artifacts, firearms, bullets, and talismans that make Jing sure this place can supply what he needs. The moment they settle in, Metal Hand starts treating Jing's wounds with zero gentleness, cursing him for his mistakes while Jing grits his teeth and refuses to cry out. Even through the abuse, Metal Hand admits Jing has finally grown up a little, because for once the reckless kid survived long enough to learn something. Jing tries to explain that the gang did not save him, but Metal Hand's brutal handling leaves him too winded to get the words out. Watching closely, Jing realizes Metal Hand's violence is deliberate. The kick resets the shoulder ruined by the bullet, and only the slap is pure angry uncle energy. Once Jing is patched up, Metal Hand lays down the judgment. Jing can never return to town, because everyone must believe Gunner already killed him. He also condemns Gunner as a traitor to both family and gang, making it clear this is no private scolding anymore. Then Metal Hand raises his prosthetic arm and drives a vine straight into Gunner's spine, dragging him awake just long enough to cripple his cultivation. Instead of killing him, Metal Hand decides to hand Gunner over to the new tigers, promising a public punishment that will finish the matter properly. As for Jing, Metal Hand strips away his old life on the spot, gives him a new name, and orders him to stay hidden in the recycling house and study. Jing still forces out one important thing before he leaves. He owes Jing his life and wants to use his own perks to help him trade his spoils. Metal Hand instantly shuts that down with another flick to the forehead, and snaps that any so-called perks are just his pocket money anyway. After sending Jing to the back, Metal Hand finally turns to Jing with genuine gratitude and offers to buy everything at a fair price. Relieved, Jing opens his large bundle and asks for more than a sale. He wants long-range firearms and special metals like black iron, purple tin, and crimson bronze. Metal Hand starts to answer casually, until Jing pulls out one old spirit beam gun and the boss freezes on the spot. What shocks him is not the rest of the loot but the weapon itself, an oversight sword case, a Luofu Group military spec model that should never be lying around in ordinary scavenger hands. Jing admits he found it among rotting corpses in the wilderness and only guessed it might still work, which makes Metal Hand look at him like he just stumbled into buried treasure by accident. Metal Hand explains why it matters. The oversight hits far harder than commercial models, can fire twin shots, and even has target tracking. When Jing tries to price it modestly, Metal Hand scoffs at his bad haggling but also confirms the weapon really is valuable. He also points out the catch. A spirit awakening cultivator like Jing can barely power something this hungry, so he was lucky to find it before anyone stronger did. To show the alternatives, Metal Hand brings out two weapons from storage, the quiet freezing ice burst beta rifle and the remote control Hawkeye Type 3 sword case. He guesses Jing wants them for hunting three-legged flame crows, and casually reveals the Expedition Bureau is paying 50 merits for each one. Jing keeps his real reasons to himself, but the reward catches his attention and the misunderstanding saves him from explaining anything. As he studies the gear, Jing finally understands what this world calls a sword case, not a fantasy scabbard, but a rail-driven weapon built around a crystal core and flying blade projectiles. That realization also makes the ruined loot click into place, because those corroded tiny daggers on the corpses were not knives at all but ammunition. Metal Hand says the Hawkeye line is basically an imitation, and the real prize inside Jing's old weapon is its far better military-grade core. He adds that with a Spirit Chi crucible to feed it, the oversight could outperform the new guns so badly Jing might not need to buy either one. Jing immediately spots the deeper problem. A military weapon like this has to be locked behind authorization, and a chipless badlander should not be able to use it normally. Metal Hand answers with the local rule in one line: locked gear can still be used if someone is skilled enough to crack it. He goes on to explain that advanced equipment in Sky Source often needs authorization, and bypassing that means either risky cracking or a safer but more costly spirit usurpation technique. Then Metal Hand makes his offer. Because Jing saved Jing, he will crack the oversight for free if Jing leaves it here for one day. Jing does not buy the generosity at face value and says so, sensing the old man clearly wants something out of this too. Metal Hand finally admits the truth. Chances to work on a Luofu military core are rare, and in all of Mortality Plains only 5 people can and dare to crack gear like this. Testing him, Jing jokes about trading the oversight straight across for the Hawkeye and Ice Burst, only for Metal Hand to reject it immediately. Metal Hand explains he cannot openly own a military weapon without inviting prison, but he is still willing to crack and restore Jing's old sword case for free. That convinces Jing the favor is real, even if Metal Hand's fascination with the military core clearly comes from some deeper personal motive. And Jing agrees, but he expands the deal at once by asking for a full set of flying sword projectiles, spare parts, and other supplies. A new thought hits him right away, and he adds one more request that matters even more for scouting Void Embrace: drones. As Metal Hand starts totaling everything, and Jing learns the rough prices for the Ice Burst, the Hawkeye, and a Spirit Chi Crucible, and sees that his current haul will not stretch as far as he wants. Because Jing has no chip, Metal Hand also knocks his payout with a cash processing surcharge, though he still offers 850 merits for the spoils, partly out of respect for helping Jing. Even with that money, Jing knows he needs more than guns and food, because real drones would give him a huge advantage in the dangerous ruins ahead. Metal Hand shuts that hope down halfway. He can sell cheap bullets and supplies, but drones are too advanced for him to handle through legal channels. Then he reveals the real barrier and the real temptation in the same breath. Only a few companies in the city can legally sell drones, but for a badlander like Jing there is always the black market. At Metal Hand's counter, Jing asks how to reach the black market, and the boss immediately warns him it is inside Deep Night City and impossible to enter without an expensive city pass. When Jing calmly asks the price anyway, Metal Hand notices the half-open bundle in his hands and names the fee at 1,500 merits, clearly probing whether the kid has anything worth trading. Jing agrees to show his goods because he has a quiet escape plan in Ivalbane if anything goes wrong, and he also knows he needs money and a proper referral if he wants real access to the city's black market. He starts with pills, but Metal Hand barely reacts, treating them as nothing special. The fawn boar meat and low-grade wood aspect fangs get a little more interest, but only enough for Metal Hand to price them cheaply. That reaction makes Jing study Metal Hand more carefully and suspect the boss is a wood aspect cultivator, with his vine-like prosthetic arm hinting he may want something much rarer than beast fangs. So Jing finally reveals the real prize, the ink jade skull he took from the wood aspect fiend spawn in the ruins. The moment he sees the skull, Metal Hand loses his smile, jolts upright, and blurts out that it is fiend bone, stunned that Jing somehow killed a wood aspect fiend spawn. Metal Hand quickly recomposes himself and says this kind of item counts as service duty material, then warns Jing that a badlander like him probably does not understand what it is really worth. Instead of answering at once, Jing asks Ivalbane about fiend remains and learns that once they are cleansed, they resist fiend corruption so well that they become strategic materials in a world drowning in fiend chi. Ivalbane even gives a brutal example. A divine craftsman once forged a peerless anti-fiend sword from a grand heavenly fiend's spine, proving how precious such remains can become. After hearing that, Jing decides the skull's true value does not matter as much as getting into the city, and he tells Metal Hand access is still his top priority. Metal Hand accepts the skull and, because it happens to be exactly what he needs, openly offers Jing a premium price of 2,100 merits instead of cheating him. Jing stays wary for a beat, but neither he nor Ivalbane senses any malice from the burly recycler. Seeing that caution, Metal Hand chuckles and says his name means something in Mortality Plains because he does not break trust or snatch what he has no right to take. He calls Jing a lucky star for saving Jing and bringing both a Luofu military core and a wood aspect fiend bone, almost saying more before catching himself. Jing does not chase that mystery and cuts straight back to the real point, asking about the city pass. Metal Hand says it is handled, offers to escort him once the token arrives, and tells him to use the name Metal Hand Zhang as his referrer if anyone asks. Jing declines the escort because he needs freedom to move soon, and instead asks for good quality mystic metals. Metal Hand says he has plenty of metal in the disposal yard, but refuses to sell it for real crafting because the grade is too poor. When Jing asks why, Metal Hand points up at the patched roof and reveals that badlanders bombed his shop 2 weeks ago over a faulty converter he sold them. Jing dryly suggests that clearer sales terms might have prevented that, and Metal Hand admits the bombing at least taught him to be more straightforward. Metal Hand directs him to proper black market stores for industrial black iron and vehicle-grade parts, which is exactly the better foundation Jing wanted. The deal finally closes with a long list of purchases and fees, leaving Jing with an arranged city pass, a strong Spirit Chi Crucible, repairs, ammo, food, thunder beads, and 680 merits in cash. As Jing tests one of the canned meals, he realizes a merit stretches surprisingly far and starts asking how money in Deep Night City actually works. Metal Hand explains that 1 merit equals 100 credits, with ordinary city life running on credits while merits are reserved for cultivators and combat supplies. He hands over the remaining 680 merits as physical banknotes, and the shimmering talisman-like bills make the city economy feel suddenly more real to Jing. Metal Hand estimates that amount could buy nearly 3,000 Jing of mystic metal and warns that the real problem will be hauling such a load, still assuming Jing is shopping for his tribe. Worried Jing might blunder into trouble, Metal Hand patiently explains the black market's background and rules in detail so his own name does not get dragged down with him. He also tells Jing not to worry about the new tigers and offers his place as shelter, promising to handle anyone who comes looking for him. Then Metal Hand suddenly tosses over a pair of gloves and tells Jing to hide those young-looking hands before going into the city. Jing thanks him and heads to the rear building, while Metal Hand watches him go and quietly realizes this boy is far too talented and dangerous to be ordinary. Left alone for a moment, Metal Hand guesses Jing is already at River Essence and nearing Tide Essence, then worries that with Luofu and Shuyang clashing, even the Badlanders may be sending their young elites into the chaos. Unable to do anything about that bigger storm, he decides the safest move is to close the shop for now. The rear building turns out to be even messier than the storefront, packed with appliances, beer bottles, technical papers, gun part catalogs, and medicine notes that make Metal Hand's life look half engineer and half wreck. Inside that clutter, Jing is still treating his injuries, and he brightens the moment Jing walks in. And Jing cuts off the question before it starts, says his business is settled, and decides to wait here with Jing for a day before leaving. Jing lets out a relieved breath and says he is glad he did not get in the way, which only confirms to Jing how habitually self-effacing the injured smith has become. Jing reflects that Jing seems like someone shaped by a lack of affection into always putting others first, and though he does not dislike that kindness, he wishes his friend had a stronger backbone. Still, this is finally a safe place, so Jing sits down on the couch to rest and cultivate, while Jing keeps working on his injuries. As he opens another can and chews the tough meat, Jing turns inward and asks Ivalbane to finally explain the basics of cultivation, because he has stepped onto the path with far too many gaps in his knowledge. While Jing asks how cultivation really works, Ivalbane answers like a proper teacher and starts from the first step. Chi essence is the body's innate living energy, born when body and soul move as one. Ivalbane explains that training methods may differ, but both martial and immortal paths begin by building vigor and awakening that first trace of inner chi. Then Ivalbane gets to the real divide. Without spirit roots, turning vigor into true cultivation and drawing in outside spirit chi is nearly impossible. He lays out the first round clearly. Spirit awakening is the long work of restoring and expanding innate chi until the purple mansion and spirit roots can finally support real cultivation. At the peak of that realm, Ivalbane says, spirit sense opens and the body starts refining environmental spirit chi into true spirit energy, marking the start of chi refinement and a longer life. Ivalbane pushes further and explains foundation building as the no turning back stage, where a cultivator chooses profound essence and profound chi to remake body and soul for good. He warns Jing that this is why foundation building is called the gateway of no regrets. Once a profound chi is chosen, every future technique has to match it. After laying out the realms, Ivalbane finally ties it back to Jing's technique and says even Star Ivory Divine Seal can cheat ahead by mixing Mystic Metal Lethal Chi into his own chi essence. Ivalbane also makes the catch painfully clear. If Jing wants stronger Even Star Lethal Chi and a better future foundation, he has to feed the technique pure mystic metals. Jing quietly pieces it together, and realizes this body refining art was originally meant for much stronger sword cultivators who could afford to burn absurd amounts of mystic metal. Instead of brushing that off, Ivalbane openly admits it chose this method because it still works in every realm, and won't be wasted even if Jing is forced toward the martial path later. That care lands with Jing, and he settles deeper into meditation instead of panicking over his lack of resources. As Jing's breathing smooths out, his body starts radiating furnace-like heat, and the intensity is enough to jolt Jing out of his own recovery. Worried something might be going wrong, Jing quickly calls Metal Hand over to look at Jing. One look is enough for Metal Hand to drop his impatience, and mutter that Jing must be some prodigy from a major Badlands tribe. Metal Hand keeps his deeper suspicions to himself, tells Jing not to interrupt, and quietly sets up a mini wood spirit formation to help Jing along. The free help works beautifully, and over the next day the formation's vitality plus the canned meat steadily wash away Jing's fatigue and old injuries. When Jing finally wakes, a dark crimson gleam flashes through his eyes and his first breath hits the ground like a metal-tipped shot. The noise brings Metal Hand over at once, and he calls Jing out with good news. The oversight sword case is finally restored. Jing takes the restored weapon and immediately feels it recognize him, almost like a locked device that has already accepted its owner. Metal Hand tells him the final step is to imprint his chi essence into the core, but Jing notices the smith is oddly secretive about whatever else he did during the repair. Excited to see the result, Metal Hand drags Jing outside to test it, and Jing brings the new Spirit Chi crucible that will keep the sword case fed. Up close, the crucible looks like a tiny black and blue furnace, and its glowing crystal still shows a nearly full charge at 99 out of 100. Jing learns this common 9-lance crucible can power artifacts for users who do not have enough chi of their own, so he slots it into the oversight and starts authorization. The imprint clicks into place, and suddenly Jing can feel the sword case as naturally as one of his own limbs. A pale aiming ring appears in Jing's vision, and Metal Hand explains that the sword case locks onto targets for him and lets the flying swords correct their own path mid-flight. Even Ivalbane sounds impressed and says it can pour its own power into the case, making the flying swords hit even harder, faster, and truer. With that, Jing locks onto a target in the trash mountain and finally pulls the trigger. The crucible flashes, the rails crackle, and a white flying sword beam tears out in a curved arc before detonating the target into scrap. Jing is thrilled by the shot's sheer force, because this kind of military-grade strike could kill a normal Tide or a fighter outright and even threaten stronger martialists. Metal Hand is just as stunned, because he expected a strong hit, not a shot powerful enough to blast the target apart like that. When Jing checks the crucible, the excitement cools a little because one shot has already drained it from 99% to 72%. Metal Hand confirms the bad news with a shrug. Military-grade sword cases are notorious spirit chi hogs, and most users can only squeeze a few shots out of them. Even so, Jing decides the trade is worth it, because 3 powerful shots inside Void Embrace could change everything. He thanks Metal Hand sincerely, knowing the real value is not just the restored weapon but the flexible military-grade core inside it. Metal Hand takes the praise with a grin, then warns Jing that the city is still unsafe and lightly suggests he stay hidden a bit longer. But Metal Hand can already tell Jing plans to leave, so he hands over a city pass and a black market token to help him move around. He even tells Jing the name to use as a referral, making it clear this is a real favor and not just empty advice. Before going, Jing quietly checks his gear and confirms he now has enough weapons, supplies, and backup tools to risk another trip. Seeing how battered Jing's old sack is, Metal Hand tosses him a much sturdier camping rucksack so he can actually carry everything properly. Metal Hand also lays out what comes next for them. He has to drag the crippled gunner to meet the Noontiger's boss, while Jing stays hidden here under his fake death. Before Jing goes, Jing grabs his hand and says it plainly. Being saved twice is a debt he will not forget. Metal Hand immediately mocks the speech to keep things from getting too heavy, but the joke only makes Jing's resolve look more real. Jing accepts the promise instead of dismissing it, quietly recognizing that Jing has already started becoming a different person. With the goodbyes done, Jing leaves the recycling house and vanishes back into the mountains of trash. Behind him, Metal Hand and Jing turn to their own dangerous cleanup, preparing for a negotiation that still might go bad. Then, without anyone in this world noticing, Jing disappears completely and returns to Void Embrace. Back in Void Embrace, Jing slipped out as soon as he was safely unobserved, choosing not to waste the full 3-day window. He emerged about 1 li from his last exit point, using the light fog and forest cover to stay mobile while he checked whether the hunters were still nearby. The cult airship was gone, but Jing knew that only meant they were searching in intervals, not that the danger had passed. This time he was not just fleeing, and he sprinted through the forest with the confidence to strike back if the chance came. In a nearby village, Jing suddenly opened his eyes under a tree and realized Jing's concealment was weakening after about 2.5 days. He pulled out the Mountain River registry and saw Jing's crimson mark racing across the map at startling speed. Instructorly pushed through the quarters flap in surprise, and Jing told him Jing was close and apparently unable to stay hidden while moving. Jing warned that Supervisor Zhang was already coming from Lake Light, and once that adept with the Eye of Clarity arrived, catching Jing would become easy. He added that 2 more cult adepts from Keysight and Skybless were nearly there too, which meant 3 powerful trackers would soon be involved. Instead of relaxing, Instructorly immediately whistled for departure because he did not want Supervisor Zhang to steal the credit for capturing Jing. Li bluntly told Jing that this was his chance to impress the Lord Inspector of the North, since Su still had a future while Li himself lacked a life arc. Jing admitted what really worried him. His life arc kept revealing less and less about Jing, and Jing's earlier jump in cultivation made him fear another breakthrough. Instructorly dismissed that fear and argued that Jing reaching the River Aura stage early was believable because of his talent, training, and dire life manners resources. He explained that Tide Aura was a different level entirely, not just more chi but a body fully saturated and sealed so the aura no longer spilled out. To prove the difference, Li casually pulled a stone into his palm with external spirit chi and crushed it into dust under precise control. Jing admitted that even as a Tide Aura cultivator, his own control was not as sharp as Li's. Li said Jing's real problem was the opposite. His capacity was monstrous, so filling it enough for Tide Aura would take far too much chi all at once. He insisted Jing's River Aura body could not survive that kind of surge, especially with the brutal Imperial Sky see-through nurturing art, and no body-refining support to protect him. Li took Jing's shorter concealment as proof that hidden internal injuries were finally surfacing, so they needed to capture him before he ruined that valuable body. Reassured by Li's confidence, Jing finally boarded the airship with him. As the cult prepared to leave, happy villagers clutched the salt bricks and knives they had been given, treating the raiders like benefactors. Nearby, lingering cultists lined up village children and tested their aptitude, as if human tribute were just another routine duty. For many frontier families, the demonic cult was both a nightmare and one of the only paths upward, because the Empire could not truly reach these mountains. That was the ugly truth of the Northwest. Grand Shan took grain and money, but the cult collected children as a blood tax, and not everyone even resisted it. While the cult tightened its grip on the frontier with supplies and recruitment, Jing had already stopped running and chosen the ground for an ambush. He planted the long sword case firmly into the ground and began lining up a shot on the airship from extreme range. His eyes gave off a faint glow as oversight synchronized with his vision and locked onto a tiny white figure on the deck. The cult airship cruised openly through the clouds because they thought they were the ones closing the trap. A cult observer spotted Jing standing on the hill and reported that the target seemed to be waiting for them. Instructor Li first wondered if Jing had finally given up and decided to surrender. Su Changjing was more cautious and warned that a young man cornered like this might be preparing one desperate final strike. Then the observer noticed the object in Jing's hands and hesitantly called it some kind of artifact. That single word finally set both men on edge, but at only 6 li away they still thought they had time. Instructor Li suddenly realized what that artifact meant and shouted for an immediate course change and evasive ascent. But on the hill, Jing already had only 2 heads in sight, and the targeting reticles closed around Su Changjing first. Spirit chi surged from the crucible into the sword case's rails, and bright azure sparks crackled as Jing pulled the trigger. A white sword beam burst out like dawn light and screamed across the sky toward the airship. Su Changjing understood in an instant that he could no longer dodge, and instead of begging, he laughed at how right Jing's warning had been. In his last moment, he even praised Jing as someone far too dangerous to be trapped in a small place like Direife Manor. The flying sword hit and instantly blew apart both Su Changjing and his life vessel in a blinding flash. Instructor Li panicked, drew his sword, and yanked up cover, knowing too late that he needed time. He did not have to survive that kind of shot. When the flash cleared, all he could see of Su Changjing was blood, a pair of legs, and the awful proof that they had underestimated Jing completely. Instructor Li cried out for his fallen ally, finally realizing they never had enough people to seize someone like Jing without stronger support. Far below, Jing was already packing away the sword case and preparing to disappear before the cult could answer back. He felt a brief, quiet regret that he had killed the white-robed scribe without ever learning his real name. Even so, Jing knew this was not the end, because the cult, Granchen, and the heavenly fiends would all keep hunting him. But he also knew every chase bought him more time to gather stronger techniques, gear, and resources from Sky Source and Ivalbane. With winter winds sweeping the northwestern mountains, Jing vanished back into the wilderness without leaving a trace. After forcing the demonic cult to pull back, Jing does not chase them and sprints straight for the frontier city instead. He knows the retreat only happened because the cult was shocked by the oversight sword case's range and killing power. But Jing also sees the weakness clearly. The weapon can tear people apart, yet it cannot bring down an airship with just a few hits. His Spirit Chi Crucible can safely launch only 3 flying swords, and forcing a 4th would mean pills, overdrawn energy, and real risk to his body. He realizes a smarter commander could have spent lives to drain him dry and forced him to surrender, so this escape is partly skill and partly luck. With the scribe dead and the tracking gone, Jing suddenly feels light and clear, as if invisible shackles have finally fallen off him. That freedom makes him look at the Sky Source sword case with fresh fire, because this foreign weapon completely changed the balance of the hunt. He trusts his own strength in a fair duel, but this artifact let him stop being the prey and start dictating the fight. He also knows ordinary Sky Source fighters use bulletproof mantles against sword cases and guns, so if the cult closes in, his own mantle may become another nasty surprise. He expects the cult to come back better prepared with shields, armor, artifacts, or stronger experts, and he hardens himself to answer whatever they try next. Now that nobody is locking onto him, Jing knows he can even slip into Sky Source if he must, and that thought leaves him ready to keep hitting his enemies with new surprises. As Jing races toward the border, the story cuts to Yinzhou, a rebuilt capital city on the South Han Highway that shines so brightly through winter clouds it almost looks like daylight never ended. At the Heavenly Divine Cult's northern altar atop Cloud Tower, the Lord Inspector of the North stands above the city with a wine goblet, calmly enjoying the view. A little drunk and thoroughly pleased with herself, she looks down on the crowds below, and enjoys the feeling that she has truly risen above ordinary people. She reflects that the cult turned her from a powerless washerwoman into a northern sage with longevity and status, which only makes her cling harder to that lofty view. Her quiet moment ends when melting frost condenses beside her into a hovering water screen and a deep voice calls her, Inspector Lin. The Lord Inspector of the West bluntly tells her the tracking team failed, Su Changjing is dead, and Jing has vanished while heading toward Key's site or Sky Bless. He says he has already mobilized all his northwestern people to intercept Jing, but the frontier is turning dangerous because Granchen has sent major experts into the area. He warns that local forces could turn this into open war, so she must be ready to move at a moment's notice if the situation gets worse. She does not sympathize at all and snaps back that his failure has nothing to do with her, especially after he hid in seclusion and left this mess for others. She reminds him they already agreed to take 1 miracle arc bearer each, first come first served, and she refuses to let him steal the one she marked first. She adds that miracle arc bearers are hard to catch by nature, and with someone like Jing, Trick's failing was almost inevitable. Then she reads his real worry and mocks him for being afraid of Mystic Mirror, the Dust Donner genius he once could not face head-on. She openly says that even she could only stall Mystic Mirror with her life arc ability, while a crooked Life Force secret art user like him would be crushed even faster. The Western Inspector answers with a dark chuckle that her 100 lives transference is hardly any cleaner than his own art. He insists he no longer fears Mystic Mirror anyway, because he left seclusion after reaching the same Omni-insurmountability stage. She laughs in his face, saying bold words are cheap from a man who once fled, then coldly defends her own technique by claiming she follows the ancient rules and gives every host what they wanted before they die. Their exchange lays bare how twisted the cult's top arcana have become, with old lawful rights now degraded into predatory methods for stealing life arcs and pushing tribulations onto others. Done arguing, the Western inspector tells her this case is not normal and orders her to look at something. The water screen switches to an airship combat recording that shows the forest chase from above. At first she only frowns, trying to make sense of what the airship caught. Then the recording hits her properly, and her casual confidence disappears into open shock. She makes him replay it, because even with all her knowledge she can barely believe what she just saw. Only after watching a second time does she set aside her wine and finally name the impossible thing in front of her, and Jing used a flying sword through some sword case arcanum. That revelation forces her to reconsider Jing completely, because he somehow got an esoteric flying sword artifact and even mastered it well enough to kill Su Changjing in one clean hit. She remembers that Bai Qinghan and the disaster children all held Jing in strange esteem, and now she finally understands why. What impresses her most is not just the weapon, but Jing's nerve. Hunted for days, he still stayed calm enough to expose himself on higher ground and bait the airship into the perfect kill shot. She is equally shaken by the power behind the strike, because someone at Jing's level should not be able to unleash that much force in a single blow without absurd foundations or outside backing. The Western inspector says this is exactly why he is so cautious, because Jing may be tied to a larger faction and not acting alone at all. But she still refuses to call Jing a true traitor, arguing that killing a few disposable cult pawns does not mean he cannot be brought back into the divine cult's fold. To her, someone like Jing is too unruly to serve Grand Chen forever, which makes him exactly the kind of dangerous talent the cult still wants. The Western inspector hears the greed in her words and warns her not to reach for him again after everything was supposed to be split evenly between them. On Cloud Tower, the Lord Inspector of the North flatly refuses to help hunt Jing, making it clear she will only step in after someone else fails. The Lord Inspector of the West presses her one last time, but she stays amused and firm because she already has Bai Qinghan secured and does not want to jump back into Shishan's chaos. The two inspectors end the call with a shared prayer, and the water screen collapses into fog. Right before the link fully dies, the West warns her that Grand Chen has been critically compromised and hints the old Han-Hai fiend calamity was never what it seemed. The message cuts off at the worst moment, leaving Lin Yongye visibly irritated because she understands just enough to realize how serious the connection between Grand Chen and the heavenly fiends might be. She drains her goblet and stares out over the city, dragged back to memories of South Han being ravaged by the Han-Hai fiend calamity. In her bitter view, the old disaster was a political slaughter. Imperial vultures crushed reformers, used the demonic cult as cover, and let the righteous be the ones who paid. Even while grumbling, she decides Shishan is too important to let burn, and if Jing escapes the West alive, she still wants the chance to claim his miracle arc herself. After a quiet pause, Lin Yongye thinks of a cleaner approach, winning Jing over by protecting his still-living parents instead of dragging him back by force. She immediately sends talisman orders into the storm, directing the Han-Hai and South Han altars to move on her new plan. Elsewhere in the hidden depths of a Shishan canyon, a tall man rises from a sea of tiny skeletons and reveals that he also knows Jing carries a divine arc. Laughing at Lin Yongye's naivety, he says power comes from devouring one's own kind, and now he sees Jing's divinity as his path to altar sanctification. He sends out scarlet talismans of his own, ordering adepts from Keen Sight and Skybless to join the hunt. Far away again, another old voice orders a Crimson Guard camp to seize Jing quickly, noting the boy seems tied to secrets beyond a miracle arc and must not reach the Imperial Court. Jing knows none of the deeper conspiracies, but he clearly understands the real problem. Every side wants his life arc, not his life. 2 days after killing the white-robed scribe, Jing still has not rushed away. He keeps pausing through the mountains to study the terrain and choose the safest route. He deliberately avoids villages, knowing a strange young outsider would stand out immediately and might walk straight into cult sympathizers. He also chooses not to return to Sky Source yet, partly because he is not desperate enough to spend that escape and partly to hide the Grand Void Pathway's 3-day cooldown. Instead, he stays nearby on purpose to see what trackers the cult might still send after him, ready to deal with whoever finally catches up. He picks a cliff above an enormous canyon as his trap point, because for anyone else it is suicidal terrain, but his cross-world escape gives him room to gamble. When the pressure in the air turns wrong, Jing realizes the pursuer is not a cultist at all but something far more twisted. A humanoid in crimson armor steps out of the woods trailing black smoke, and Jing instantly feels that the thing is wearing a human shape without being human. Ivalbane urgently identifies it as a heavenly fiend, the same greater fiend's subfiend from Dire Life Canyon. The subfiend has finally traced him down through the faint energy he left behind and laughs like a predator that just found its meal. Then the fake human shell splits apart, with armor turning into flesh, scale, feather, and smoke as the fiend sheds its disguise. Its true form is a towering stag-headed fiend covered in scales and feathers, with twisted horns, claws, hooves, and monstrous hybrid wings. Ivalbane explains that fiends can reshape themselves from consumed creatures, and this one is physically as tough as a clearing realm martialist. That is enough for Jing, and he abandons any thought of testing it further and runs straight for the route he prepared in advance. The fiend roars and whips up a black gale that rips pine leaves into a storm of blade-like projectiles aimed to hurl him forward. And Jing does not look back. He powers his mantle with the 9 Lands Crucible and lets the shield take the hit. The shield holds, but the impact is so brutal that it launches him forward like a thrown stone. He leaps off the cliff on purpose, choosing the abyss over capture because he knows the fiend wants him alive for something worse than death. Midair, and Jing spits blood because the mantle blocked the blades but not the crushing force, and his lungs and aura flow are shaken badly. He quickly judges the cost of that one exchange. The fiend held back to avoid killing him, yet the mantle is near failure and the crucible charge has crashed from 60 to 12%. Even the fiend is briefly shocked that a river aura stage boy could survive that strike with such a strong artifact. It recovers instantly and hurls its huge body forward, desperate to stop Jing from escaping into death itself. But before the fiend can catch him, Jing halts right at the cliff edge, turns around, and pulls out a strange artifact that sends a chill straight through the monster. Bleeding but still steady, Jing raised the oversight sword case at the charging vile spawn fiend and forced his own aura into the weapon when its spirit energy reserve ran dry. The moment he saw it clearly, Jing realized this monster was the karmic leftover of the heavenly fiend once pinned down by Ivalbane's shard, and he treated this shot as the final wall between escape and death. He poured almost everything into one attack, locked the target on the fiend's head, and fired. The fiend sensed the danger instantly, shrieked, and swung a claw hard enough to burst the air with a thunderclap as it tried to swat the flying sword out of the sky. The flying sword exploded against its palm, blasted one claw apart, and hurled the huge fiend backward across the cliffside. What really hurt it was not just the blast, but the lightning charge and Ivalbane's hidden fiend-slaying sword intent tearing into its scales from the inside. Stung and confused, the vile spawn fiend answered with a piercing fiend noise scream that made Jing's jaw ache and his aura lurch out of control. The fiend guessed that some hidden artifact was behind his threat level, but Jing's mind held together long enough for him to see the truth. He only needed more firepower. Satisfied that he had measured the fiend's defenses and its mind-breaking attack, Jing stopped gambling on a second shot and chose escape instead. Before the fiend could pounce again, he threw himself off the cliff and vanished into the river below. The furious fiend rushed to the edge, but the living flow of the river erased Jing from its senses and left even this creature afraid to follow. A moment later, 4 airships converged on the battleground, with the demonic cult chasing Jing and Gran Chen's forces chasing the cult. Instead of finding Jing, the newcomers ran straight into the vile spawn fiend as its torso split open into a maw and spat a beam of black light into one of Gran Chen's ships. Fiend, she swallowed the wreck, and when it cleared, the shuttle dropped from the sky as a blackened shell with charred skeletons raining down around it. Surviving Crimson Guard soldiers burst out under spirit radiance, saw the monster below, and realized they were facing a fully grown vile spawn fiend. The soldiers blamed the demonic cult for feeding the fiend with innocent lives, and the cult snapped back that the counter-fiend guard had framed them. Both sides nearly turned on each other completely, but the fiend was too dangerous, so they forced down the hatred and agreed to contain it together until stronger adepts arrived. Gran Chen's airship rose back into position and answered with siege-grade crossbow fire that even the heavenly fiend had to dodge. By then Jing was long gone, spiraling through the void toward Sky Source and deciding that no matter the risk, he had to enter Deep Night City and buy power on the black market. Back in the Sky Source waste disposal zone, Jing did not rush off right away and instead hid inside a half-buried damaged airship to rest under Ivalbane's watch. The fiend's strike had injured his lungs and the fiend noise had left his mind shaky, so he sat down to circulate aura and force his body back under control. 2 hours later he exhaled a blood-scented breath, frustrated that even with the oversight he still could not seriously injure a true heavenly fiend spawn. Ivalbane cut in with a rare note of encouragement, reminding him that a 12-year-old at River Aura stage with even one even-star Ivory Divine Seal seed was already an outlier. Jing accepted that he was growing fast, but the enemies in Void Embrace had been so ruthless that he still felt badly underpowered. Once his breathing settled, he laid out his priorities clearly: better weapons, a way to keep moving under fiend noise, and more cultivation on the immortal path since martial progress would take too long. He also broke down the fight itself, concluding that the vile spawn fiend had clearing realm flesh, likely strong regeneration, and enough durability that he should shop for fire or ice effects next time. Ivalbane agreed with the core assessment, adding that vile spawn fiends healed by devouring life and traded brute physical power for weaker arcane output. The sword soul even pointed out one bright spot, and Jing's awakened ailment Swordfinger and Kiform arsenal already outclassed the fiend's passive corruption in pure arcane force. But Ivalbane's tone turned grave when it warned that the greater heavenly fiend behind that spawn had taken interest in Jing, and escaping alive would only make that attention worse. Jing pressed on the practical question, and Ivalbane explained that heavenly fiends seemed heavily restricted in the real world, usually able to send only subfens unless they paid a major cost to manifest. That helped, but both of them knew the danger would spike if the fiends ever realized Ivalbane itself was traveling with him. Ivalbane advised him to prioritize lightning weapons instead, since the Oversight's acceleration and the sword's fiend-slaying enhancement had already proven they could hurt that kind of target. Then came another hard truth. Weapons strong enough for fiends would not be enough on their own, because real chi refinement cultivators and clearing realm martialists had many ways to survive flying sword shots too. And Jing pressed a hand to his chest, admitted his lungs needed a full day to recover, and accepted that all of this would take money and merit he did not yet have. That settled the next step for him. No matter what the city demanded, he and Ivalbane had to get inside Deep Night City. Before leaving, he finally took out the tablet Metal Hand had given him, though he stayed cautious because he had worried from the start that it might also be a tracking device. Only after asking Ivalbane to check it for hidden power flow did he turn it on. The screen lit up with a red dot for his position and a marked path to Deep Night City's entry gate, showing that the route across Mortality Plains was shorter than he expected. He learned that the disposal facility sat only about 100 li from the city because Mortality Plains existed as a buffer zone between Deep Night City and the Badlands. But Metal Hand's warning still stood, even with a city pass, and Jing would be checked at the gate and officially registered, leaving behind a traceable file with his name and information. As he plans a fake identity, and Jing realizes names and faces are easy to swap, but a spirit signature is much harder to fake. Ivalbane calmly tells him spirit profiles can be masked too, either with life arc power or rare objects that carry their own energy flow. Ivalbane warns that the other options are ugly ones, like stealing another life or using face souls, and those dark methods are far beyond what Jing should touch. The warning hits a nerve for Ivalbane, who bitterly remembers that he once hunted evil cultivators for using exactly these tricks. And Jing eases the mood by calling it a covert investigation, and jokes that if this world's law comes after him, Ivalbane can bail him out. He settles on the safest plan, hide his true spirit energy with his own life arc, and if this identity burns, he can always register another one later. When Jing activates the disguise, a crimson spark flashes in his eyes and his whole aura turns into someone far less trustworthy. Even Jing doubts the look, muttering that anyone carrying the Pyre Star arc hardly resembles a decent person. 2 hours later, he reaches Deep Night City's outer checkpoint and sits through a manual first-time immigrant inspection under the name Xian. The officer is surprised that a 16-year-old Badlander is this strong and already holds a city pass, which makes him assume the boy's tribe must be formidable. Then the questions stop, and the officer gives Jing the kind of silent look that clearly asks for a bribe. Jing plays along, sliding merit bills under his city pass and politely asking the officer to check it again. The bribe works instantly, and the officer's whole attitude flips from cold suspicion to cheerful approval. When the pass needs spirit energy to activate, Jing quietly floods it with his altered life arc signature and gambles that the disguise will hold. Nothing trips the system, and the officer officially clears Xian into Deep Night City without suspecting a thing. Once he steps out of the room, Jing finally exhales, stunned that fooling the checkpoint turned out to be this simple. Then thunder cracks over the outskirts, and Jing looks up as night rain and purple lightning roll across the sky. In the flashing storm, Deep Night City finally reveals itself as a towering neon megacity of skyscrapers, airships, zeppelins, and holograms glowing through corrosive rain. After everything he fought through to get here, Jing can only stare and whisper that this is Deep Night City. The shock quickly turns into excitement, because a city this powerful should have both the danger and the tools he needs to hunt something even deadlier than ordinary fiends. He forces himself back to business, reminding himself he only has 3 days to gather power, buy a fiend-killing weapon, and secure drones for scouting. Following his map through the city outskirts, Jing arrives at an abandoned southern plaza where the underground black market lies hidden below. On the way in, Jing recalls Metal Hand's explanation that this black market grew from an old anti-fiend fortress built on land so tainted it naturally disrupted divine sense. That same blind spot eventually drew gangs and free cultivators, who cleaned the land but preserved the anti-surveillance effect and turned it into the city's safest illegal market. Jing also remembers that the market sells almost anything, from guns and artifacts to body mod surgeries and the nearly mythical foundation pills every cultivator dreams about. The thought of foundation pills makes the contrast hit hard. This world can build incredible artifacts, yet its ruined environment has made real cultivation resources painfully scarce. That sparks a bigger idea in him. If Void Embrace has better natural resources and Sky Source has better industrial goods, trading between the worlds could make a fortune. He even remembers the spare soul jade on him and wonders if that treasure might be valuable here too. When he finally enters, the black market catches him off guard by looking bright, polished, and disciplined instead of grimy and chaotic. People notice his torn mantle for a moment, then deliberately look away, because everyone here follows the same quiet rule: mind your own business. A polished staff woman approaches, and the level of service makes Jing suspect this place is really controlled by a major Deep Night faction. Keeping his guard up, Jing says he wants cultivation materials, especially mystic metals, and a weapon strong enough to bring down dangerous regenerative phase. He gets more specific and asks for anti-regeneration weapons, preferably ice, fire, or even lightning aligned, but the staff woman admits that kind of gear would need a custom artificer. Since the weapon is a dead end for now, Jing tells her to focus on the metals first. She guides him down to the third underground level and leaves him at a materials store called Ochre Hill. At Ochre Hill, a veiled female cultivator rises at once to greet the new customer, and her warmth feels genuine despite the careful practiced voice. And Jing asks to browse alone, choosing caution over comfort so he can rely on Ivalbane's judgment and reveal as little about himself as possible. Once the lights come fully up, and Jing finds exactly the kind of stock he hoped for, with cleanly labeled mystic metals lined inside glass vitrines. The shelves hold black iron, purple tin, crimson bronze, sun gold, moon silver, and even ordinary gold and silver, all useful for the Evenstar ivory divine seal he wants to refine. For in Jing, the key is not just owning metal but extracting pure Evenstar metal chi from the cleanest forged ingots, and Ochre Hill's wares finally catch Ivalbane's interest. Inside Ochre Hill, Ivalbane is openly impressed that a common black market shop can sell artifact materials that should belong to major crafting sects. As Jing checks the prices, he realizes Sky Source treats black iron as bulk goods on a scale that would be unthinkable back in Void Embrace. Instead of buying immediately, Jing slows down and keeps browsing because every shelf here could teach him something useful. Ivalbane walks him through strange materials like bright starch stone and greenshade lead, and the sword's spirit sounds almost nostalgic while rediscovering them. The deeper they look, the stranger the market feels. Ordinary metals are dirt cheap, but anything touched by sun or moon essence becomes wildly expensive. Then Jing stops cold in front of one silver ingot, and even Ivalbane loses its usual calm when it recognizes jade sliced steel. The Evenstar seal seed inside Jing stirs excitedly, because jade sliced steel is an artificially precipitated grade 3 metal and one of the best possible materials for his path. Ivalbane can barely believe a shop like this has jade sliced steel at all, but Jing figures the black market is exactly where impossible goods would surface. When he finally checks the price, the shock gets worse. 1 liang costs only 1,000 merits, which is far too cheap for something this rare. And Jing pieces together a theory that Sky Source must have massive underground metal veins under its endless darkness, which would explain why vein-born metals are cheap here. Cheap or not, he still cannot afford enough jade-sliced steel after the bribe he already paid, and he also needs supplies for the coming fight with the vile spawn fiend. So Jing forces himself to walk past the jade-sliced steel without showing any interest and keeps searching for something he can actually use. Just as he is about to settle for refined black iron, Jing spots a translucent white jade and recognizes it as the same kind of soul jade he already carries. The display has no price tag, so Jing asks about it and finally draws the shopkeeper over. The shopkeeper explains that this void spirit stone is a strategic resource. It can power crucibles, block fiend chi contamination, and even buy an injured cultivator enough time to survive the wilderness. Then she names the price at around 150 merits per chien, and both Jing and Ivalbane are stunned that a spent soul jade could be even more expensive than jade-sliced steel. The shopkeeper politely asks if he wants to buy it, but she is also careful not to offend a customer in a place where even poor men may be killers. Instead of answering, Jing quietly takes out his own semi-translucent soul jade and asks what kind of trade-in price their shop would offer. The stone is far beyond the shopkeeper's authority to buy, so she quickly calls in the manager. A masked manager arrives in a fur coat, and Jing immediately notices the heavy scent of blood around a woman Ivalbane judges to be a stable 6th-level chi refinement cultivator. The manager gets straight to the point. Their offer will be low, but in exchange they will ask no questions about where the soul jade came from. Jing agrees immediately, but when he says he has no chip, the manager proposes paying part of the value in goods instead of pure merits. That suits Jing perfectly because he wants materials more than cash, but he hides his eagerness so the negotiation does not tilt against him. To keep the sale official, the manager sends for a black market arbitrator to witness the high-value transaction. Once they are briefly alone, the manager quietly reveals that she knows Jing has more spirit stones than the one in his hand. Jing nearly betrays his panic, and the moment shows him just how bad he still is at hiding what matters. The manager says she is not asking about his origins at all. She simply judged from the stone that it was used recently, and still holds more life than the dead one on display. Then she makes a risky private offer. If he has an unused spirit stone, she will buy it at a premium before the others return. Jing does not answer out loud and instead turns inward, asking Ivalbane how valuable a normal spirit stone would have been in its own era. He explains that one whole stone pushed him into spirit awakening and flooded his spirit roots with chi, so he needs to know whether that kind of result is normal. Ivalbane answers that in its time, an average spirit stone would support a chi refinement cultivator for about a month and mostly served as a catalyst for purifying ambient chi. To Ivalbane, spirit stones were common enough that ordinary cultivators could afford several, common households could save up for one, and larger markets even used them as everyday currency. At the Ochre Hill counter, Jing quickly realizes the price gap between Void Embrace and Sky Source is absurdly huge, with spirit stone profits reaching roughly 30 times over. Once he sees the spread, Jing stops hesitating and quietly offers a soul jade in exchange for jade-sliced steel. The manager starts at 5 liang, but Jing pushes for 8 and makes it clear she would still profit. Sensing people coming, the manager cuts the argument short and offers 6.5 liang if he agrees right now. And Jing notes just how expensive clean spirit chi must be in this polluted world, then pretends to bargain reluctantly before accepting the deal. The manager pulls 5 ingots of jade sliced steel from a hidden compartment, seals them in a jade case, and warns him to store them properly or the ore's energy could be damaged. When Jing hands over the spirit stone, the manager's fingers actually tremble with excitement before she forces herself calm again. With the arbitrator and shopkeeper present, the rest of the exchange is formalized, and Jing trades 2 liang of void spirit stone for 1 more liang of jade sliced steel. For the leftover half liang, Jing takes quick sale cash instead and receives 5 red merit jades worth 100 merits each. By the end of it, Jing has turned a modest starting stash into 1130 merits and 6 pieces of jade sliced steel. As he moves to leave, the manager stops him with a careful question about whether he needs anything else. Jing uses the opening to ask for a safe place to stay and cultivate, hinting that more business could come later. The manager seems to fill in the blanks herself and offers him a private cultivation room through the black market. The bronze-masked arbitrator names the price as 10 merits a day and asks for a guarantor before they can rent him the room. Jing immediately names Meadow Hand as his guarantor and books the room for 3 days, matching the time he has left in this world with a little safety margin. The manager cheerfully puts the lodging on Ochre Hill's tab, making it obvious the shop made enough profit to keep him happy. The arbitrator escorts Jing out of the shop and down to a hidden lodging area built 12 floors below the market. At the center of the underground rooms, Jing spots a softly glowing fountain and instantly realizes the place is built over a spirit spring and likely a spirit vein. Even the room placed away from the spring is rich with spirit chi, and Jing can tell the whole area was arranged to channel it efficiently. Inside, the place feels strangely like a simple hotel room from his old memories, except the centerpiece is a glass cultivation platform and a sturdy training dummy. Jing tests the dummy with a heavy punch, but the impact vanishes completely and the thing does not move at all. Ivalbane explains that it is a metalwood puppet meant for early cultivators. An ordinary force means almost nothing unless Jing can strike with true spirit energy. That only makes the gap clearer to him, so Jing sits on the glass platform and asks the one question that matters now. Is his jade sliced steel enough to start? Ivalbane answers with obvious excitement, and says even half of what he bought would be enough to form his first seal. As cultivation begins, Ivalbane is almost delighted that they got this much jade sliced steel, because nobody sane would waste such premium material on a beginner unless they were aiming much higher. Then Ivalbane turns stern and starts teaching him chi extraction, warning that immortal cultivation begins by refining the body's own gathered essence before reaching for the world outside. Ivalbane lays out the danger plainly. Until chi essence strengthens the whole body and produces the so-called wonders, taking spirit chi inside is like pouring boiling water into weak flesh. If even one part of the body is not reinforced, spirit chi can burst out through it and kill the cultivator on the spot, which is why normal cultivation only properly starts after the body is ready. Even Star Ivory Divine Seal breaks that normal path by treating the body like a spirit item and building arcane seals at pressure points, letting it draw directly on mystic metals instead. For most people that shortcut would still be suicidal, but Jing's 7 Ruins arc makes him the rare case who can actually survive this brutal method. Ivalbane tells him the technique contains 108 seals in total, but with his current supply Jing should only aim to form a single spirit awakening seal before returning. Using Sword of Tranquility to steady himself, Jing slips into perfect focus and begins the real attempt. He soon senses spirit chi rising from the glass platform and underground vein, flowing through his body along his spine and into a circulating pattern around his pressure points. The jade sliced steel in his hand answers that circulation, heating up as pure metal lethal chi starts pouring into him through the same path. What would shred most cultivators only feels scorching to him, and even Ivalbane is pleased to see the 7 Ruins arc blunt the lethal chi's damage. At first the flow is only a slow trickle, but when Jing truly circulates even Star Ivory Divine Seal, the seal seed in his dantian suddenly drags the energy in at terrifying speed. The dense chi hits hard enough to wound his innards and bones, and his whole body shudders under the pressure. Then the same mystic metal lethal chi starts rebuilding what it tears through, and his body turns greedy, absorbing more and more of it like a dry sponge. As mystic metal lethal chi poured in, Jing drove the seal seed to devour it, and the tiny seed split again and again like it had finally found the nourishment it needed. The first true intake of spirit energy hit him hard, reshaping skin, flesh, organs, bones, and blood vessels until the brutal burning inside him finally began to ease. When the change settled, Jing felt stronger down to his frame, and a nascent white seal started taking shape in his dantian around strands of pure Evenstar lethal chi. He sprang off the platform to test it at once, sending Evenstar lethal chi down his right arm until the limb looked like forged steel. The hit landed like a steel hammer, hurling the dummy backwards so hard that Jing had to step away from its violent rebound in disbelief. Then the first surge bit back, and Jing quickly used Ailment's swordfinger to cough out the overloaded crimson chi before it could burn him from the inside. The purged residue clotted into scarlet metallic specks, and the moment it left his body, the pain broke into a hot wave of relief and raw power in his swollen right arm. Ivalbane praised him for sensing the danger on his own, and Jing calmly explained that the first batch of chi was too sharp with jade sliced steel to keep inside. Fresh even-star lethal chi condensed again almost immediately, but now it moved cleanly under his control, and even the old damage from the vile spawn fiend had been healed away. When he checked the dummy, the real shock was the wound itself, a smooth deep gash like a sword slash, not the mark of a hand strike. Ivalbane pointed out what that meant. Thanks to jade sliced steel, even-star lethal chi did not just harden in Jing's body, it turned his body itself into a cutting weapon. Realizing how much his power had jumped, Jing excitedly saw a new edge for the battles ahead. He could better survive the vile spawn fiend and make his sword case far deadlier. Ivalbane cut through his enthusiasm with one warning. The new chi was potent, but he still had too little of it for a drawn-out fight, so he needed to end battles in one strike if possible. Jing accepted that limit, but he still smiled at the simple joy of getting stronger, and immediately prepared to spend the rest of his precious safe time cultivating. The moment he resumed absorbing chi, Ivalbane abruptly stopped him and revealed the real problem in the room. The spirit vein itself carried traces of fiend chi. Jing trusted the warning at once, and when he admitted he could not sense anything himself, Ivalbane told him to close his eyes and lend over his vision. Inside his sea of consciousness, the broken rusted Ivalbane appeared, and a sharp icy pain at his forehead opened his senses with a flash of silver-white light. With Ivalbane's help, the ordinary room faded away and Jing suddenly saw the white-green spirit vein running beneath him and branching deep through the black market's underground terrain. Only then could he make out the danger Ivalbane had noticed first, a razor-thin streak of fiend chi almost swallowed by the larger current, and easy to miss completely. The spirit sight cut out as soon as the strain hit, which reminded Jing that Ivalbane's higher techniques were powerful but too costly to rely on with his current reserves. After thinking it through, Jing judged that the black market was probably not plotting anything. The more likely truth was that polluted spirit veins were simply normal in Sky Source now. He understood that the black market's land had started corrupted, and even after purification by the factions running it, some fiend chi still lingered in the usable spirit veins. That answer sparked a bigger realization in Ivalbane. If almost every cultivator had to fear hidden fiend chi while nurturing the mind, then soul jades were not a luxury but the safest source of truly pure spirit chi. Ivalbane explained the danger plainly. A body could expel a little fiend chi as waste, but if that contamination slipped into a cultivator's purple mansion, their foundation could go haywire or be built weak enough for outside fiends to exploit. If even Jing, with the spark, sharp senses, and dual cultivation, could barely detect the taint, ordinary cultivators had almost no way to be certain their chi was clean without a master or soul jades. From there Ivalbane pieced together the wider order of the world. Corrupted terrestrial veins slowed everyone down, and the major sects controlled the only clean great spirit veins that could produce enough soul jades to push cultivators higher. That meant the sects did not just guard resources, they could quietly lock most cultivators in the early stages, identify the rare talents who broke through anyway, and pull them into their own ranks. Jing was impressed that Ivalbane had thought all the way from a dirty spirit vein to social control, and Ivalbane dryly replied that sects in its era also treated ordinary society like fields where they cultivated future recruits. Once the pieces clicked, Jing finally understood why soul jades were used so sparingly. In Sky Source, they were almost guaranteed tickets to the peak of chi cultivation. He immediately turned that insight into caution, deciding that 2 soul jades would not shake the market, but if he sold too many at once, the black market would start looking at him far too closely. Ivalbane tells Jing to stop worrying about the tainted spirit vein for now and keep cultivating, because the 7 Ruin Arc can protect him from fiend chi until they find a safer place later. Accepting that some risk is better than stopping completely, Jing resumes drawing spirit chi from the vein and lethal chi from the jade sliced steel. The black market keeps him fed with awful liquid rations, but after surviving caves and famine, Jing barely cares as long as he can stay alive and train. Between sessions, he also studies history and current news from borrowed books, preparing himself instead of wasting the quiet time. Once everything is in place, Jing clears his mind with Sword of Tranquility and drops into a deep cultivation state. In that safe room, cultivating the seal becomes strangely smooth for him, and he loses himself so completely that he only surfaces when his body finally reaches its limit. Ivalbane judges his chi talent as only average, but says his mental cultivation is exceptional enough that a proper sect would treat him as successor material. When Jing asks if that means Ivalbane is a good teacher, the sword bluntly admits too much of its memory is missing to truly teach him like a master. Ivalbane settles their relationship simply. It will guide him as best it can, and Jing will help recover its shards so they can survive together. That plain honesty settles Jing's heart, and he keeps building even-star lethal chi until his meridians toughen under its sharp flow. A full day slips by, leaving him halfway through his second day in Sky Source with only about a day and a half remaining, so he keeps pushing toward the seal. Condensing the seal proves brutal, because his chi has to complete a flawless heavenly cycle through every key node without breaking once. Then at noon, the black market spirit vein suddenly surges, and Jing instantly seizes the opening. His spirit chi begins cycling faster and faster, repeatedly returning to the seal seed in his dantian as the whole process locks into rhythm. With every completed circulation, chi essence fuses into the seed and arcane seal script starts taking shape inside him. After 360 heavenly cycles, everything rushes back into the seal seed at once, and Jing feels both completely emptied out and impossibly clear. When he opens his eyes again, even Star Lethal Chi answers his will and begins imprinting metallic script into the deepest structure of his body. A bright force bursts at his forehead, his awareness seems to rise skyward, and yet his core feels anchored like solid metal. The transformation turns physical fast, his mouth fills with saliva, his mind snaps into sharp focus, and even his teeth now clash with a metallic ring. Ivory spirit patterns spread across his body as he rises, and his bones and muscles ring like drawn blades. And Jing has successfully formed the first seal. Ivalbane explains that Even Star Ivory Divine Seal spans 18 seals across the early realms, and every 9 seals must be integrated or a cultivator's progress stops cold. The technique is even harsher than it looks, because its 108 seals eventually become 12 fragmented abilities that only fuse into one complete power much later. Without rich resources, a cultivator would need a massive metal vein and years of patient harvesting at dawn and dusk just to push this art forward. That is why Ivalbane values the jade slice steel so highly, since even half a piece can save more than a year of ordinary extraction for one seal. As the spirit patterns fade from sight, the real change remains, and Jing now carries a clean, cutting lucidity that makes him feel unmistakably different. Looking at his own hand, Jing realizes the first seal has even renewed his body, smoothing over the calluses and scars left by years of hard martial training. His reflection in the glass confirms it too, with a faint relaxed glow now resting in his eyes. Ivalbane names the first unlocked ability Firm White, a passive power that cleanses his meridians, tempers body and mind, steadies the soul, and resists corruption and poison. But Ivalbane immediately warns him that abilities are not something to learn casually, because once they manifest, they keep draining spirit energy even when left alone. And Jing quickly grasps the danger on his own. If he fills his limit with the wrong passive abilities, his path will stall until he can break into a higher stage. Ivalbane confirms it, and adds that major sects gain a huge advantage by planning a disciple's future path from the very beginning. That makes Even Star Ivory Divine Seal especially valuable, because its many minor abilities eventually merge and take only half the normal capacity for the same overall power. Listening to that, Jing quietly suspects Ivalbane or its former wielder may have once paid dearly for learning too many techniques the wrong way. He also cannot shake a stranger question. Is Ivalbane truly a sword with a soul, or the remnant of some immortal sealed inside one? Ivalbane keeps him on track anyway, saying Firm White is the right foundation because it hardens his body, steadies his essence, and helps him endure pain and torture. When Jing asks what matters more, talent or the mind, Ivalbane answers without hesitation that the mind matters far more. Ivalbane explains that body and spirit roots are only foundations, but a true Tao heart is rare, and Jing's reincarnated spark already proves his being goes deeper than one body. Because he also awakened a life arc, Ivalbane says Jing can gain even more from abilities that match it, especially powers tied to lethal chi. Ivalbane rattles off a string of terrifyingly strong techniques and insists that, within Jing's mind, the great sects of old would have chased treasures just to improve his talent. And Jing's curiosity finally draws Ivalbane out, and the sword happily admits it wants to teach him those invincible abilities once he is strong enough. Ivalbane even changes its training plan on the spot, saying Jing's comprehension is so good that he should not rush and should focus on building his foundation properly. Even so, Jing still asks the hard question, can immortal cultivation and the martial path really support each other instead of clashing later? Ivalbane answers honestly that it does not know yet, which is exactly why it has been careful not to dump too many techniques on him too soon. For now, Ivalbane decides the first seal is enough, tells him the second will not come quickly, and pushes him toward a more practical next step, better artifacts. And Jing agrees it is time to move, but first he calmly circulates his energy again to stabilize every change the first seal made inside him. When he finally stands, the Even Star lethal chi flowing through him gives off the unmistakable edge of a sharpened weapon, so people will no longer mistake him for an ordinary nobody. Checking the result, Jing confirms that his body now holds 13 streams of Even Star lethal chi after this first round of refinement. That number comes from Ivalbane making him filter out the impure chi and keep only the cleanest strands, trading quantity for a much better foundation. Even with that sharp technique, he knows the limit clearly now. His control puts him above others in spirit awakening, but his actual energy capacity is still only at the river essence stage. So the final truth is brutally practical. Once those 13 strands are spent, Jing will need a full day of meditation with jade sliced steel just to recover them. Back in his guest room, Jing tells himself he has to keep building energy until he can reach the fortification realm, then hides his face under a veiled hat and gets ready to move. On his way out, the deep gash on the training dummy gives him an idea, and he stops to test what his new lethal chi can really do. He drives a punch straight into the dummy's head, and silver-white Even Star lethal chi floods his right arm until it gleams like forged metal. The result shocks even him. The dummy's head is blasted into a ruined bowl, the wall behind it is damaged, and the punch leaves both a fist mark and a sword-like cut. Jing feels a bracing ache in his arm but realizes the backlash is still minor, and the sheer power of the strike leaves him genuinely pleased. He immediately turns that test into a combat plan, use Ice Burst Beta and the sword case to bait enemies at range, then crush them up close with his fist. The noise brings a staff member to the door, and Jing calmly opens it and offers to pay for the broken dummy and damaged wall. The staff member waves it off, saying the dummy damage is included and even the wall will be charged to Ochre Hill's account. That level of service catches Jing off guard, and the staff member proudly explains that the black market protects its reputation by keeping guests comfortable. When Jing says he wants weapons and a surveillance drone but does not know the layout, the staff member brings out a floating guide device to lead him. Seeing that tiny guide sphere makes Jing hopeful that surveillance drones in this world might be smaller and better than he expected, so he follows it toward the shops. After he leaves, the staff member checks the room, notices how neatly Jing kept it, and is startled all over again when he gets a close look at the dummy. On inspection, he realizes the strike was packed with unusually pure mystic metal lethal chi and explosive force, far beyond what he expected from bare hands. The more he thinks about Jing's age and strength, the more convinced he becomes that this hidden Badlander boy is a major genius with a rare inheritance behind him. He reports what he found to management, and the reply is immediate: be careful, respect the market's own rules, and do not investigate a prodigy who might belong to a powerful tribe. Management even interprets the smash dummy as a deliberate signal, so they decide the safest move is to earn Jing's trust and wait for future business. Meanwhile, Ivalbane quietly warns Jing that the punch was flashy enough to expose how refined his cultivation is and attract greedy eyes. Jing answers without hesitation that he cannot afford a slow, safe approach anymore, because staying weak in Void Embrace is a death sentence. He lays out the gamble clearly, showing off a little makes him look like a back genius, and anyone greedy will wait to strike outside the market instead of causing trouble inside it. He is already planning past that risk too, counting on stronger future returns from Void Embrace, a new disguise, and even a changed signature if he needs to vanish. So instead of hiding, he decides to lean into the Badlander prodigy image and see whether the black market wants to invest in him. Ivalbane senses that this is not reckless bravado but the same stubborn drive that already carried Jing through escape and murder, and he finally gives his approval. The guide sphere leads him out of the free trade area and into a dimmer weapons floor where the surrounding lethal chi from stored arms hits him so hard he nearly recoils. Instead of storefronts, the whole lower area is built as sealed warehouse rows with water screens outside, and every order is delivered safely by puppet back to the secure zone. Jing notices the many light gold talisman seals on the doors, and Ivalbane immediately warns him not to go near them. Ivalbane explains that these are ancient Northern seals that can dazzle and destabilize a cultivator's soul, which means the black market is using very serious precautions here. Jing figures the setup was learned the hard way, because this kind of protection stops buyers from pulling weapons the moment a sale is made. While other customers rush through, Jing takes his time and stops at a warehouse marked with the Shoyoung Mountain logo to start shopping for drones. He filters out everything but drones, revealing a lineup from Gold Dagger Industries that favors heavy, brutally practical firepower. The listings escalate from machine gun models to rail guns and rocket batteries, making it obvious this world treats combat drones as real battlefield weapons. Then he finds the Flame Dragon, a giant formation disc combat drone powerful enough to roast a whole area, and the sheer scale of it leaves him stunned. Its 34,000 merit price tag kills that dream immediately, so Jing gives up on buying overwhelming firepower and starts thinking in terms of cheap utility instead. He decides that if nothing perfect appears, a few basic drones for scouting and distraction will still be enough to help against the vile spawn fiend. He keeps browsing and finds North Firmament models built for speed and illusion cloaking, which fits his need for stealth much better than brute force. That sparks a useful reminder for him. Stealth can hide him from people, but if his movement is sloppy, the heavenly fiends may still sniff him out anyway. He moves through more brands and sees just how specialized the market is, from swarm bomb drones to support units, modular systems, and even soul-disrupting models. The shock really hits when he notices how cheap the self-destruct drones are, because at 50 merits each they look like perfect assassination tools. A staff member patiently explains that armed drones cannot be activated inside safe zones without special licensing, so they are mainly meant for dangerous use out in the Badlands. Once he hears they are especially effective against beasts and fays, Jing knows he has found something useful for the fight ahead and starts adding Crimson Flame drones to his cart. He immediately asks for something better suited to scouting, and the staff member starts narrowing the search by how portable, wide-ranging, and long-lasting it needs to be. After hearing his requirements, the staff member finds a near-perfect match: the Hex Lotus platform, a lotus-shaped main drone that can release 6 smaller scouts. Its abilities make it even better for his situation, because the main unit can blast pursuers back and the subunits can create loud noise to throw off a chase. Then the final hook lands. The Hex Lotus platform is discounted from 480 merits to 320, and even comes with spare subunits, making it almost impossible for Jing to pass up. Jing checks the maker's mark on the Hex Lotus platform and realizes it came from the Schwandu Group, one of the ancient great legacies still powerful in this world. The name hits Ivalbane strangely, and the sword's soul admits Shoyang, Luofu, and Xuandu all feel deeply familiar even though the memories stay out of reach. Ivalbane concludes that even after the world calamity, this universe still holds terrifying old foundations, which means recovering its scattered shards here will be anything but easy. Even so, they stay focused on survival, and Jing adds 4 Crimson Burning Land self-destruct drones to his order. The staff member warns that the drones are brutal anti-fiend weapons that leave scorched wounds hard to regenerate, but setting one off inside the city would bring the Skywatch Bureau down on him instantly. The bill comes to 520 merits, and because he has no chip, Jing pays with Crimson physical merit bills that vanish into the water screen. The moment the sale is done, Jing suddenly suspects he may have fallen for a fake discount, and can only grumble that cultivators apparently get trapped by sales tricks too. He shakes it off, counts his remaining merits, and keeps shopping because he still needs wilderness supplies and a stronger close-range option for future trips outside the city. While browsing, Jing finally understands why elemental artifacts were hard to find here. SkySource prefers flexible weapons and bullets powered by talismans, so merchants profit again and again from reloading rare elements. Then he spots exactly what he wanted, a Peak-Chi Refinement Mystic Sky Lightning Talisman priced at a painful 490 merits. The sales description says it can ward off Fiend Chi and steady the heart when worn, then fire a Mystic Sky Water Bolt when unleashed, so Jing buys it on the spot because lightning is exactly what fiends hate most. Ivalbane immediately confirms the talisman is genuine masterwork from a major lineage and tells Jing that by old standards, this price is absurdly cheap. Even after hearing that, Jing feels the risk of carrying something this expensive on his body and starts asking about a void artifact for storage. That idea dies quickly when he learns even a low-grade void artifact costs several thousand merits, and none are available anyway, so he settles for buying a backpack instead. Before heading for pickup, Jing stops in the second-floor safe zone, where the market's shielding blocks spirit fluctuations and electronic signals, making on-site collection necessary for drones and similar gear. He retrieves the Hex Lotus platform and the self-destruct drones from a wood spirit puppet, packs them into his tactical backpack, and for the first time feels properly armed for what is coming. In the changing room, Jing swaps out his tattered mantle for a new one and adds a lethal chi mask, riding the high of finally looking and feeling prepared. He cannot test the gear in the safe zone, but the staff member already gave him a proper demo elsewhere, so he knows the new equipment actually works. Once Jing actually tries the Hex Lotus platform, the controls feel bizarrely natural, and his smooth piloting shocks even the staff member. Her praise only deepens Jing's unease, because this instinctive skill feels like another clue that his lost past life may have included elite military training. After he thanks her for the help, the young staff member nervously brings up a water screen and asks him for a good review. Seeing how hard she worked, Jing gives her full marks, and her bright, grateful smile leaves him in a better mood as she escorts him back to the trade floor. Back in the free trade zone, Jing moves through a crowded underground market that feels more like a whole city, packed with stores, signs, and masked buyers hunting for deals. Watching the helper drone weave through the crowd, he realizes he still wants an autonomous drone of his own, but true artifact soul models are too big or too expensive for now, so he shelves that idea for later. He reaches a shop called Long Walk on Fortune Road and picks up a budget solo Badlander tool meal set packed with survival gear, medicine, and fasting pills. Jing compares the pricier bundles, then decides the cheap set is enough because his current body, pills, and drone already cover most of what the upgrades would add. The young owner notices Jing's Hex Lotus platform and his physical merit bills, pegs him as a Badlander at once, and casually offers a genuinely useful drone control trick. He explains that if Jing deploys all 6 subunits and uses the disperse function, the Hex Lotus platform can spread itself out automatically instead of demanding clumsy manual control. The owner's excited extra tips make it obvious he is a tinkerer at heart, so Jing thanks him seriously and slides over 5 merits for the help. Then Jing lowers his voice and finally asks the question that has been bothering him all day: what exactly is a chip, and how does a Badlander get one? The owner explains that a chip is basically a soul-linked talisman formation for network access, calculations, and a virtual secretary, and Badlanders can only apply after paying 5,000 merits and completing a service duty. When Jing asks about the duty, the owner spells it out bluntly: fiends, fays, demonids, bounties, dangerous cleanup work, and the real killer is still the price tag. That answer leaves Jing with only a tired sigh about how hard money is to earn, and the young owner can only sigh right along with him before they part on friendly terms. As Jing finishes shopping, the Fortune Road owner casually throws in a stack of refreshing talismans, just enough to offset the small favor Jing gave him. Walking away, Jing grumbles to himself that SkySource's identity chip is essential for deeper travel, but getting one means paying 5,000 merits and taking on fiend hunting duty. He leaves the trip frustrated that he still failed to get a chip, right before the whole black market is rocked by a thunderous blast from above. The ceiling begins to split, rubble rains down, the floor trembles like an earthquake, and the black market suddenly drops into darkness. Backup power returns in a dim yellow glow, and the emergency broadcast starts screaming one name that makes everyone panic: the Skywatch Bureau. The moment they hear that name, seasoned merchants and customers stop pretending to be calm, gear up, and rush for the emergency exits. At first, Jing thinks this is a law enforcement raid, but then he connects it to the city-wide unrest and realizes he has walked straight into a corporate power struggle. Behind him, the fortune road owner goes pale and blurts out that they always paid their taxes, which tells Jing this black market is tied to legitimate power, not just crime. Jing sticks close to the owner as they run, and he notices the man's weak cultivation but surprisingly slick escape gear, especially the belt that lets him glide through the debris. While the owner glides, Jing relies on pure skill, weaving through the rubble and smashing apart any falling rock that gets too close. The owner is startled by how capable Jing is, wondering why someone this skilled bought such a cheap survival kit in the first place. Using the confusion, Jing quietly probes for information and asks whether the raid might be tied to the city chaos from a few days earlier. Even under pressure, the emergency exits stay strangely orderly because everyone here knows a panic stampede would just get them killed faster. In line, the owner admits he heard Luofu recently lost an ancient Dao sect treasure. Shouyang was involved when it happened, and the clash between those groups threw Deep Night City into chaos. Then the owner blurts out that the Skywatch Bureau belongs to Luofu and almost reveals the black market's backer too, stopping only after he lets slip the crucial name Xian. That is enough for Jing to piece it together. Xuandu is behind this black market. The discounted goods were probably stock clearance, and this raid is part of a bigger three-way conflict. As the line shuffles forward, Jing pushes the idea further and wonders if Luofu tracked the missing treasure to this black market, which would explain why they are hitting it so aggressively. The mention of an ancient treasure makes Jing wonder if it could be one of Ivalbane's shards, so he asks the sword soul directly. Ivalbane shuts that idea down at once and says its shards and sky source are still far away, so none of them are near this market. Still, Ivalbane explains that an ancient Dao sect artifact would hide its aura so well that most people could mistake it for an old broken object. When Jing remembers Ivalbane once looked battered too, the sword instantly gets offended and insists it used to be beautiful. After Jing hurriedly smooths that over, Ivalbane adds one useful point: if the ancient treasure is nearby, it can sense it. Before Jing can ask how close is close, a far stronger explosion tears through the ceiling and knocks the entire black market off balance. The dome collapses, rock and earth slam into the market's defensive shield, and several dark figures drop through the rubble like falling meteors. As the dust rolls out, the fortune road owner recognizes them first and screams that the Skywatch Bureau's Fingdu Guard has arrived to kill everyone. Jing finally gets a clear look at them and feels just how monstrous they are. Heavy spirit beam cannons, side weapons, black alloy armor, dragon scale formations, and red spirit patterns pulsing like a living beast. Ivalbane warns that every piece of their gear is a high-tier spirit artifact, enough to push peak chi refinement fighters up toward foundation building strength, and tells Jing to hide immediately. Jing does not waste a heartbeat and bolts for the exit, moving before the stunned crowd fully understands the danger. Seeing someone weaker make the first move finally breaks the crowd, and the orderly escape collapses into full panic. The fortune road owner reacts fast too, tagging onto Jing's path and slapping a Gale talisman on him so they can force their way to the exit together. At the center of the market, a black market manager in armor turns into a giant and tries to stop the disaster before blood is spilled. The Fingdu Guard leader ignores him completely, saying their target is not identified yet and asking over comms how to handle everyone else. An older voice answers with chilling simplicity: put the non-targets down, and casualties do not matter. The guards accept the order at once, black miasma pouring from their armor as the black market's own cultivators scramble into formation to resist them. Ivalbane suddenly snaps a warning, and Jing throws himself flat at the exit while shifting his backpack forward and pouring everything into the Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal. A massive spirit beam detonates behind him, and Jing survives only because the Divine Seal covers his whole body in a last-second shell of light. The shockwave still nearly knocks him out, so he bites his tongue awake, tastes blood, and forces more spirit energy through his body to stay conscious. The fortune road owner and some stronger customers survive with broken bones and bruises, but only because they had enough strength and gear to crawl for cover. For weaker people, the blast is pure slaughter, and one body slams against Jing in a horrible reminder of how completely the beam crushed anyone without protection. Pinned low and soaked in blood, Jing cannot even see the whole room anymore, but he knows the real fight between the black market and the Fingdu Guard has only just begun after this opening massacre. After the underground battle explodes through the black market, Jing drags himself up from a crater of blood and bone, alive but sickened by the air. He quickly realizes he survived only because he slipped into a side passage before the Fingdu Guard and black market cultivators collided head-on. His reinforced bulletproof mantle also saved him, with Evenstar lethal chi hardening it enough to endure the blast like a defensive artifact. The people around him were not so lucky, and the deeper he looks into the wreckage, the more the slaughter turns his stomach. Forcing himself to focus, Jing checks the drones and supplies he shielded under his body and confirms his gear survived. As he steadies himself, he pieces together the bigger truth. This black market was tolerated only while the city stayed peaceful. He remembers that Deep Night City's real corporate giants are not Xuandu alone, and that means the black market could be erased the moment larger powers wanted it gone. In his mind, the massacre becomes brutally simple. Once the place was labeled illegal, the Findu guard could clean it out without caring who died inside. Faint breathing and muffled cries reach him from beneath the emergency stairs, proving a few survivors are still trapped somewhere below the carnage. He also notices the Fortune Road boss is missing, and the fresh tracks tell him anyone strong enough to move already fled for the surface. Then he spots the young staff girl who helped him buy the drone, curled behind a burnt counter and already dead from internal injuries. That ordinary death hits him harder than the battlefield itself, because minutes ago she was still a shy, hard-working girl asking for a good review. Looking over the blood-soaked second floor, and Jing is shaken by how many of the dead had nothing to do with the real conflict at all. He knows anger alone changes nothing, so instead he burns the scene into memory, and decides the people behind it only deserve the same end they gave others. Before leaving, he gently closes the dead girl's bewildered eyes. He starts toward the upper exit through the first floor, hoping to slip out into the main plaza. But after only a few steps, a cold warning crawls up his spine when he realizes the floors above are far too quiet. Instead of walking into that silence blind, he backs off and heads to the less crowded specialty level on the third floor. The specialty zone is still a wreck, but its reinforced shops spared it from becoming the same total nightmare as the upper floors. And Jing deliberately calms himself with Sword of Tranquility and Imperial Sky Art before making his next move. He slips into a collapsed talisman brush shop for cover and carefully avoids a hidden paralysis trap that Ivalbane warns him about. Once hidden, he pulls out the Hex Lotus platform, drone goggles, and remote to scout the floors above without exposing himself. He powers the drone with spirit energy, puts on the goggles, and sends the green lotus silently upward through the ruins. Using the Hex Lotus setup properly, and Jing spreads the subunits across the different exits while keeping two near himself as protection. The tiny drones slip unnoticed through the blood mist and corpse-filled stairs, giving Jing a safer look at the upper levels. One drone reaches the black market's massive front gate and finds even that bank-like entrance has been bent open by brute force. Beyond the twisted gate, the main plaza is unnervingly empty, with no bodies, no guards, and no sign of life at all. That impossible silence makes Jing look up through the drone feed, and the sky above is already breaking apart from a battle on a completely different level. He barely makes out two purple mansion sages clashing overhead, one like a crimson dying sun and the other like lightning splitting iron clouds in half. And Jing understands at once that the powers behind the black market and the Findu Guard have finally sent their real heavyweights into the fight. The clash sends thunder, snow, and spirit chi crashing through the whole area until the drone shatters from the pressure. Feeling the tremor all the way underground, and Jing rips off the goggles and accepts that trying to escape during a purple mansion battle would be suicide. So he changes plans and decides to hide, wait out the sages, and use his remaining time and retreat options carefully instead of gambling everything now. His real worry is the future. Once the corporations seal this place off, returning to Deep Night City through the same point may become almost impossible. That makes him start looking for another route, reasoning that the black market must have hidden loading paths or backup exits somewhere. Even if those routes are guarded, he believes he can still find a moment to break away and retreat to Void Embrace if he has to. Watching all of this through Jing, Ivalbane bitterly says this world's technology has not made its rulers any less savage. Ivalbane is especially furious that the Purple Mansion cultivators fight above civilians while the Findu Guard casually slaughters the very people under their rule. He tells Jing that in Void Embrace's golden age, cultivators and mortals were kept apart, and righteous immortals enforce rules strong enough to stop atrocities on this scale. And Jing is startled to hear that kind of order once existed at all, and he immediately asks whether the old world really avoided massacres and demonic cruelty. Ivalbane admits the old world was never spotless, but says the heavenly Tao still held enough authority that good cultivators could punish evil before it ruled everything. And Jing answers with raw honesty. He is not dreaming of a perfect world, he just wants a world with much less evil and real punishment for the guilty. Ivalbane sees the ambition behind that answer, and warns him that neither old Void Embrace nor Poison Sky Source can simply be restored by copying the past. He says the old heavens are gone, the world has twisted too far, and Jing will have to forge a new path that fits both broken worlds instead of inheriting one blindly. Ivalbane ends by telling Jing that only after he finds his own true path will he be ready to hear what really happened in the past. And Jing forces himself to stop worrying about the distant future, and focuses on surviving the disaster in front of him. He checks his resources and confirms the worst part is his chi reserve. 13 streams started the fight, and only 5 usable even-star lethal chi streams remain. That shortage is dangerous because Jing still recovers slowly, needing about 15 minutes with Jade Slice Steel just to restore 1 stream. He also admits his guns are not the answer after seeing the Findu Guard's full artifact armor, because his firepower is nowhere near enough to break through. Ivalbane reminds him to keep stimulant pills ready, since a burst of vigor plus sharp even-star chi could still let him hit hard if he must fight. As the battle noise fades, Jing gets even more uneasy, because if the Findu Guard wins, a full search of the black market will come next. Knowing his current hiding place is too exposed, he sends out his drones again and scans the third underground floor instead of the distant sky battle. Once the area looks clear, he decides to return to Ochre Hill, the outer mineral store, because its warehouse offers cover and whatever loot remains could still keep him alive. At Ochre Hill, he finds the storefront half collapsed, smoke and soot outside, and signs that looters stripped the place almost clean. Then he catches a faint breath inside and realizes someone is somehow still alive under the wreckage. His flashlight reveals the survivor is Ochre Hill's female shopkeeper, covered in blood and barely conscious. Her injuries are catastrophic, and Ivalbane explains that only a costly vital talisman and an evergreen wood implant are keeping the last thread of her life from snapping. And Jing tells her the truth without cruelty. He cannot save her, but he can give her a quick death or hear whatever she still needs to say. Instead of begging, the shopkeeper studies him with her ocean blue eyes and squeezes out one last burst of strength to speak with dignity. When she tries to sit up, and Jing helps her into a cross-legged position and notices 2 more bullet impacts near her chest that her body barely stopped. She hands him an unsigned merit card with 7,655 merits, offering her life savings and whatever else is left on the counter. And Jing warns her that he might die too and does not even need the money. But the shopkeeper reveals she already knows who he is, the boy who sold the Void Spirit Stone. Then she projects a hidden escape route from her watch and asks for one thing if he survives: tell her son she had to go away on an extended business trip. With her voice breaking apart, she admits her son thinks she works at Ochre Hill headquarters, not the black market, and she dies mid-apology before she can say more. Left alone with her watch and merit card, and Jing quietly feels this death has become another karmic link tied to him. Ivalbane cuts in brutally, saying the woman was probably just trying to keep whoever found her from rifling through her corpse, and that Jing is not obligated to take on her burden. And Jing answers just as honestly, maybe he is the one projecting too, but since he took her money, the least he can do is try to bring her last words to her son if he lives. Ivalbane says nothing, but its silence carries approval as Jing turns from the corpse and starts searching the looted store for anything useful. Most of the best ores are already gone, but Ivalbane dismisses those stolen materials as scrap compared to true treasures like jade sliced steel. He does find a fist-sized bright start stone, and Ivalbane explains it can be turned into a crude bomb strong enough to blast apart a small building. Beside it, he uncovers a box of myriadescence iron, a much cheaper metal source that can refill his lethal chi without wasting precious jade sliced steel. He keeps himself disciplined and decides not to load up on everything yet, because if he has to run, carrying too much could get him killed. At the cashier counter, he finds the shopkeeper's overlooked trinkets, a sword case, a jade armor pendant, and 2 swift talismans. He realizes the shopkeeper was hit so suddenly she never even armed herself, and these useful items survived only because the looters were chasing even bigger prizes. He puts on the jade armor pendant and keeps the swift talismans within easy reach, uprating his odds before anything else. Then he hides inside an empty display case and studies the watch map more carefully before he starts cultivating. The map reveals a coded hidden airway leading toward a waterway near the higher floors, which explains how some people on this level may have fled so quickly. When he sends a drone to verify the route, it finds a pile of corpses outside the airway, proving other survivors already discovered it and killed over it. With the Purple Mansion battle still raging above, and Jing decides the safer move is to stay hidden longer and recover his chi first. He withdraws his presence so completely under the Sword of Tranquility that anyone scanning the area would mistake him for nothing more than a rusted sword. Instead of falling apart after all the killing he witnessed, his meditation cuts through his fear, rage, and pity with eerie clarity. In that calm, Jing finally gives his anger a direction and decides that one day he will slaughter the demonic cult, the heavenly fiends, and the Fingdu Guard alike. His killing intent surges so fiercely that he uses that sharpened hatred to polish the Sword of Tranquility itself before forcing himself back under control. After that breakthrough, he quietly cultivates for what feels like a moment, but is actually half a day, recovering 3 more streams and bringing his usable even-star chi to 8. Ivalbane suddenly wakes him with a warning that someone is approaching the 4th drone subunit. He switches to the drone feed and catches only a blurry, semi-translucent shade slipping across a crossroads under some kind of cloaking technique. At first Jing thinks the cloaked cultivator is just another survivor looking for a safe place to cultivate, but Ivalbane cuts in with the real shock. That chi's signature is tied to the ancient treasure. Hearing that an ancient treasure may be at the center of the black market war, Jing suddenly wonders if it is the same treasure that started the Luofu-Shouyang conflict. Instead of running from the chaos, Jing cheerfully tells Ivalbane they should steal the treasure and leave both sides scrambling. Ivalbane dryly says a divine sword cannot approve selfish robbery or murder, then admits he is broken enough to look the other way this once. That answer only convinces Jing even more that he and Ivalbane are the same kind of man, the sort who charges straight into the storm instead of escaping it. While watching the incoming drone footage, Jing notices one fleeing figure heading straight for Ochre Hill's shared escape route with pursuers clearly behind him. A logo detail finally clicks for him, and he realizes Ochre Hill is tied directly to the Shouyang group. From there the whole scheme snaps into place. Shouyang likely stole Luofu's treasure, lured the crackdown onto Xuandu's black market, and planned to smuggle the thief out through its own subsidiaries. Realizing he may be hiding inside the wrong side's death trap, and Jing immediately starts packing to leave Ochre Hill. But the dead shopkeeper stops him, because her actions never fit a simple burglary or random raid. He remembers that the unsigned merit card she entrusted to him came from a Lianshan bank, which makes her money trail even stranger for someone working under Shoyoung. The more he thinks, the worse it looks. The shopkeeper had time to flee, yet she stayed behind for some reason even though she clearly loved her child. Then he remembers the corpse choke tunnel entrance from the drone feed and becomes certain the escape route itself was a setup, not a lifeline. If the route is bait, and Jing knows exactly who the trap was built for, the person carrying the ancient treasure. Instead of leaving right away, he decides to wait and recheck everything before walking into a hidden snare. To test his theory, Jing returns to the shopkeeper's body and uses metal chi to force 2 buried bullets out of her torso. He follows with the Evenstar Ivory Divine Seal and digs out a 3rd fatal bullet lodged in the shop counter behind her head. When he compares the bullets in his hand, Jing realizes they are all different, which means multiple shooters were almost certainly involved. That makes the story even less believable, because weak gunmen should not have been able to casually kill a 5-fold chi refinement shopkeeper. After asking Ivalbane to confirm her level, Jing becomes sure the shopkeeper had hidden strength and should have had tools to defend herself or escape. He piles up the contradictions one by one. No real struggle, 3 shooters, no visible use of her sword case or jade armor pendant, and an odd warmth toward him from the start. Jing complains that he has barely escaped one disaster before getting dragged into another, and Ivalbane dryly tells him this is what happens when his nature keeps pushing him into danger. Even without the full picture, Jing decides he needs to understand the trap well enough to sabotage the powerful people behind it. He sends the drone to trail the fleeing figure and quietly predicts that someone must already be waiting at Ochre Hill's emergency exit. The prediction proves right when the fleeing man reaches the exit, sees the river of blood and corpse piles, and drops his illusion because he cannot cross without giving himself away. Instead of panicking, the old man calls out and demands that the hidden watcher stop pretending and show himself. A ghost-like interceptor answers the challenge, stepping from the bloody mist in a gold mantle and metallic trigram mask. The old man feels the interceptor's killing intent lock onto him, realizes he is facing some kind of trigram ghost, and braces himself instead of backing down. He suddenly kicks away the tiny box at his waist as a feint and vanishes into motion. Using that split second, the old man explodes forward with a martial charge so violent it blasts apart the ground and turns loose debris into flying shrapnel. The interceptor retreats like a drifting leaf but still gets driven into the wall by the heavy strike. But the hit feels wrong, because the force sinks away like a punch into the sea while icy ghost chi starts crawling back up the old man's arm. He pulls back at once, demands to know who this ghost cultivator works for, and the silent interceptor rises from the crater with a snake-tongued sword in hand. Watching through the Hex Lotus platform, Jing hears Ivalbane size up the 2 fighters as near Foundation experts with shaky paths. One is a pill-bloated martial cultivator, and the other is a ghost cultivator trapped inside a thonic artifact. When Jing asks which side they belong to, Ivalbane can only tell that both are using crude techniques with no true core legacy behind them. Jing notices a small box knocked aside in the fight, but Ivalbane cuts off his hope and says it is only a decoy, while the real treasure is still hidden on the martial cultivator. Then Ivalbane suddenly turns urgent and orders Jing to circulate Sword of Tranquility, hold his breath, and erase his presence at once. A few heartbeats later, something huge and wrong passes by, and the whole tunnel starts trembling under heavy footsteps and crawling shadow ripples. The Fingdu guard soldier marches through in full black armor, his steps spilling dark mist into every crack, but Sword of Tranquility hides Jing so perfectly that the probing ripples pass over him without a reaction. The soldier pauses only briefly near the dead shopkeeper, then heads straight toward the ventilation shaft and the sounds of battle. Once the footsteps fade, Ivalbane explains that this soldier can step into the unseen with a true Fingdu netherlinked legacy, and Jing realizes he barely avoided being caught by something far beyond him. Jing quickly concludes the soldier is not here just for one dead clerk but is systematically sweeping every suspicious spot in the black market. He puts the goggles back on just in time to see the Fingdu soldier crash into the duel and turn a deadly standoff into a 3-sided slaughter. The gray-haired martial cultivator fights like a siege engine, wrapped in crimson stone armor, and driving a stone spear through the tunnel behind a 9-fold shroud of protective shadows. But the masked ghost cultivator is even harder to pin down, slipping around impossible angles and carving back with dark blue spectral chi. Even while holding the edge, the martial cultivator is clearly trying to run, because he knows the real threat is the Fingdu soldier closing in behind them. He gambles on a full-power strike called Earthmire Embers, igniting a fiery glow in his chest and driving a cracked iron-red spear thrust meant to break through everything at once. Instead, the Fingdu soldier blindsides him from behind with a spirit beam shot that blows through his left arm, shatters the stone armor, and drops him to his knees. The soldier also catches the ghost cultivator, using black root-like tendrils from his palm to drag the fleeing spirit back into his grip. With Ghostfire in one hand and a spirit beam gun in the other, he tortures the ghost cultivator for answers and crushes both 9-fold chi refinement fighters with ease. As he soul scatters information out of the ghost cultivator, the soldier snarls that the thieves must be linked to the Justice Restoration Army and hidden corporate collaborators. Then his helmet suddenly flares a warning, and he whips around toward Jing's hidden Hex Lotus subunit. He burns the drone out of the air, and a searching force immediately follows the signal back, forcing Jing to sever the link before he is exposed. That leaves Jing in a tightening trap, because the secret route is in the soldier's hands and every other path is likely under a sweep. When he tries another subunit at the main entrance, the raging purple mansion battle outside blows it away and proves that route is sealed too. Retreating to Void Embrace would only postpone disaster, so Jing finally accepts the ugly truth. If he wants to keep Sky Source as a refuge, he has to fight now. Meanwhile, the Findu soldier keeps interrogating the Ghost Cultivator, now convinced the thief network includes Luofu insiders competing over the true talisman. Pushed to the edge, the Ghost Cultivator's buried seal breaks, his whole spirit body flares brighter, and he erupts into a last mad counterattack. He smashes through the soldier's spirit artifact shield, helmet, and armor hard enough that the elite enforcer is forced to block with raw spirit chi. At the same instant, the supposedly finished martial cultivator wakes up with a spirit beam gun and blasts a bloody hole into the soldier's shoulder. The soldier instantly blows up the gun and floods the martial cultivator with thonic poison, but he still cannot stop the ghostly shade from breaching his body. A deathly frost starts corrupting the Findu soldier from within, and he crashes to the floor howling while white mist and blood scatter across the wrecked tunnel. Knowing whoever wins will kill him next, the crippled martial cultivator is suddenly snatched away by an unseen rescuer before the struggle behind him settles. In a narrow gap between collapsed rubble, the shocked rebel finally sees Jing, and Jing bluntly says he wants the Findu soldier dead before they discuss anything else. Jing makes the terms coldly clear. If the man did not deliberately sacrifice the whole black market to hide here, he might live. But first they work together and finish the soldier. The older man scoffs at being spared by a kid, then says this bloodbath would have happened anyway because Skywatch and Deep Dark Palace were already on a collision course. He also tells Jing not to throw his life away, because once the soldier collects his corpse and leaves, a chipless Badlander like Jing should still be able to escape unnoticed. When Jing asks how he knew he was a Badlander, the man reveals he tried to ping him with chips earlier and got no response, which exposed Jing's outsider status. The man finally names himself by cause if not by name, saying he belongs to the Justice Restoration Army, a rebel force hiding in the Badlands to resist the Megacore and Cultivation sects. That name strikes something older than memory, and Ivalbane quietly recognizes the Justice Restoration Army as heirs to the rebellious legacy of the Ink Saint of Lone Bamboo Mountain. Accepting his own death, the rebel smiles faintly and tries to entrust Jing with the stolen item, hoping the Badlander can get it out when he no longer can. He never finishes, because a metal black hand suddenly crushes through the corner of the wall and cuts off any hope of a quiet deal. The Findu soldier steps out of the shadows half broken and even more monstrous, crimson eyes blazing as black tendrils ride from the bloody gap in his shoulder, and he roars that every insect here will die. When the Findu soldier's shoulder armor breaks open, and Jing sees the real horror underneath, not flesh, but a black cavity packed with writhing roots and shoots that are already regenerating. Even wounded and still stiff from the Ghost Cultivator's interference, the soldier swings a brutal life-and-death punch with enough force to blast wind through the whole tunnel. And Jing had already planned for this, so he kicks the martial cultivator clear and springs away with speed that should be impossible for his level. The punch misses Jing and smashes into the floor hard enough to burst stone upward and crack the passage apart. By now the stimulant pill has fully hit, and scalding chi essence tears through Jing's body until crimson streaks flare across his face. Instead of panicking, Jing steadies himself in midair and commits to one precise target, the armor's knees. He dives in with ailment swordfinger and 2 bursts of even star lethal chi, hammering both fists into the soldier's knee armor with a ringing clang. The armor itself holds, and the soldier's leg lashes out so hard it blasts Jing backward through the air. Jing barely keeps his ribs intact by stacking his spirit chi, bulletproof mantle, and jade armor pendant, but the pendant cracks under the strain and drops out of the fight. The soldier charges to finish him, only for twin blasts to erupt under his feet and freeze his advance. Jing's attack worked after all. His sword finger has numbed the joints, and the thunder beads finish wrecking the soldier's leg mechanisms. Furious and still coldly practical, the soldier gives up on taking Jing alive and whips out a spirit beam gun instead. The muzzle locks onto Jing's right leg, and with his movement cornered, the next shot should cripple him. Ivalbane snaps out a warning to jump left, and Jing reacts on instinct before the beam even fires. The white-hot beam barely misses, ripping his mantle instead of his flesh and making it brutally clear that one clean hit would have ruined his leg. In that kill-or-be-killed instant, Jing goes completely cold and reads the fight clearly. The Ghost Cultivator weakened the armor, the shoulder is costing the soldier power, and staying far away will only get him shot. So instead of retreating, Jing sprints straight back in, gambling everything on closing the distance before the gun can keep firing. The soldier loses a precious breath to surprise, and that tiny delay is all Jing needed to stay alive. Ivalbane calls right, and Jing cuts across the corridor just as a 6-shot volley tears through the space he should have occupied. The impossible dodge stuns the soldier for a heartbeat, and when he glances left, he realizes too late that he forgot the other fighter. the martial cultivator bursts out of the shadows reeking of coal and rust, burning his own life for one last Earthmire Embers charge. His one-arm punch lands like a chain of explosions and finally smashes the soldier's knee plates apart. As he flips clear of the counterattack, the martial cultivator roars for Jing to run because the ancient treasure is already in his hands. The soldier hears that and panics, whipping around to shoot the escaping Jing before he can get away with the treasure. But when he pulls the trigger, the gun only coughs white smoke because Fengdu equipment near the black market is suddenly malfunctioning all at once. Jing catches the malfunction and immediately runs even harder while the soldier's jammed right leg leaves him stuck in place for a critical moment. The martial cultivator steps back in to pin the soldier down, but once their fists clash head-on, the armored soldier still proves stronger in a straight exchange. The soldier follows with a ruthless barrage that breaks the martial cultivator's defense, knocks him out, and slams him into the ground by the neck. Breathing hard over the fallen man, the soldier feels his own injuries catching up, but his greed sharpens instead of fading. He fixates on taking the true talisman back from Jing, dreaming of promotion and realizing with alarm that the Badlands brat might be a real genius. Then he hears a buzzing sound, turns, and finds not insects but a self-destruct drone diving straight at his broken shoulder. Jing is the one piloting it from a distance through drone goggles, because he never actually intended to run while the kill was still possible. He triggers the blast, and the tunnel erupts in crimson fire and golden lightning from the drone's full Badlands-grade payload. The damaged black market suppression setup is exactly why that drone works here at all, turning this city fight into something much closer to the Badlands. Even so, the soldier survives by piling his gloom chi over the shoulder hole, while black tendrils thrash through the flames to keep the heat off him. The heat melts the gunk in his damaged knee joints, and with part of his mobility restored, the half-burned soldier charges Jing like a beast. Jing doesn't meet that charge head-on. He punches the already weakened wall support and springs the trap he set earlier. The ceiling crashes down on the soldier, and his desperate leap only leaves his upper body and wounded shoulder exposed instead of safely buried. That opening is all Jing wanted, so he arms himself with the sword case and ice burst rifle at once and points both at the same wound. He unleashes a non-stop barrage into the writhing wound, angling the shots toward the heart and lungs and burning through the sword case's recharged power. The strangest part is how natural it feels to him, because under pressure Jing shoots with calm, practiced precision he can't even explain. He keeps firing through the heat and smoke until the soldier's tendrils start shattering instead of regenerating. Even when more black roots try to crawl out, Jing methodically pounds them down and refuses to stop for pity or doubt. He only stops when Ivalbane confirms it at last. The Fengdu soldier is dead, and Jing actually won. After emptying the sword case and ice burst rifle into the battlefield, Jing finally lowers both weapons, swaying on his feet from sheer exhaustion. He can barely believe the Fengdu soldier still lasted through 3 flying sword shots and 2 full magazines, and Ivalbane explains why this enemy was so monstrous. Ivalbane breaks down the soldier's advantage. The Fengdu armor converts his own vigor into Northern Gloom Chi, lets him control it perfectly, and pairs it with Greenwood Vitality to run the Greenwood Flourish with a mantra. Ivalbane is impressed despite himself, saying modern people built a clever system with terrifying strength, but one that burns through a cultivator's lifespan to do it. Jing privately thinks this looks exactly like a demonic path trade-off, but Ivalbane suddenly cuts in with a sharper surprise. Ivalbane senses a surviving life sign, and Jing rushes to the rubble to dig out the martial cultivator who should have died in the blast. The man is mangled beyond reason, skull caved in and one eye lost, yet he laughs at the dead soldier like death itself still cannot shut him up. Then Bo Yen turns that surviving eye on Jing and bitterly marvels that after all the schemes of every major faction, the one standing here at the end is a young Badlander nobody saw coming. Accepting that fate picked this winner, Bo Yen decides he would rather entrust his prize to Jing than let Luofu take it. Bo Yen reaches into his own torn chest and pulls out a tiny green jade talisman wrapped in pure white vitality, instantly turning the moment into something sacred and strange. He names it the True Talisman, Heaven Profundity Unity, and says it was recovered from the deep ruins of an ancient sect on Mount Sky Source. As Bo Yen feeds it crimson chi essence from his chest, the talisman keeps drinking in vitality, proving this hidden object was the real source of his unnatural endurance. Ivalbane analyzes the artifact on the spot and realizes this jade talisman was never a lone treasure at all, but one piece from a much larger ancient formation. Bo Yen explains that General Dong used multiple decoys to keep this treasure away from Luofu, but somehow both the Jingyi Company and the Skywatch Bureau locked onto him anyway. Even while suspecting a traitor in his own side, Bo Yen gives up on solving it and insists the talisman will go to Jing now. When Jing starts to answer, Bo Yen cuts him off and reveals the talisman's true value. Once activated with true origin chi essence, it can wipe away fiend corruption, poison, pill toxin, and even tribulation chi. Bo Yen burns with conviction as he tells Jing that a Badlander should understand exactly how world-shaking a relic like this would be. And Jing knows he is not really a Badlander, but he still grasps the danger immediately, because a relic that can cleanse fiend chi would make every power in this ruined world go mad. Instead of talking about the treasure, Jing gently asks the dying man for his name, and what should be done with his remains. The man finally introduces himself as Bo Yen of Northcliff, and after searching in Jing's face for a while, he breaks into a strangely carefree laugh. Bo Yen tells Jing to throw his body into the corpse pile so it disappears with the others, both as punishment for the bloodshed and as a way to hide Jing's identity. He presses the talisman into Jing's hand and warns that the Fingdu guard will come investigate a blast this loud no matter how confident they are. With a final whisper that Northcliff has not failed, Bo Yen dies where he lies. Jing rises in silence and feels the weight of the true talisman, which swallowed all of Bo Yan's true origin chi essence without showing any limit at all. He does not linger on the mystery for long, because escape comes first, so he stows his weapons and starts stripping the dead Fingdu soldier for anything useful. He drags the corpse out of the damaged Fingdu armor and sees the ugly truth inside, blackened limbs and chest threaded with evergreen roots, like the wearer had become one more part of the machine. Following Ivalbane's guidance, Jing skips the rest and rips out the 2 cores that matter most. The first prize is an evergreen core packed with pure vital chi, the reason the soldier could keep fighting like an unkillable beast. The second prize is even better, an Azure Grade 2 spirit stone mounted in a custom hourglass-shaped spirit chi crucible. Ivalbane notes that the stone's chi is probably rechargeable rather than perfectly pure, but Jing only cares that it is real spirit chi and a major upgrade. He lights up at the find, realizing this new crucible can feed his sword case far better when he returns to fight the vile spawn fiend in Void Embrace. He also realizes the ghost cultivator's frost damage saved his life, because if the Fingdu soldier had fully accessed this spirit stone, Jing and the others probably would have died. Ivalbane warns that stolen gear like this may carry a trackable spirit signal, so Jing decides he will only use it away from Deep Night City and Sky Source. There is still more valuable salvage in the armor, but with only one backpack and no void ring, he forces himself to leave the rest behind. Taking the true talisman and Bo Yan's body with him, Jing heads for the escape route through the corpse-strewn remains of the black market. He places Bo Yan among the dead as promised, and the body is already drying into dust until it becomes just another unrecognizable set of remains. At the hidden exit, Jing uses the shopkeeper's watch to scan a blood-marked wall section and reveal the secret waterway entrance. Beyond the opening lies a pitch-black sewage tunnel that smells of rot and feels like a road straight into the underworld, but Jing has no time to hesitate. He needs to shake off the Fingdu guard, avoid city patrols, and find food, medicine, and enough spirit chi to recover before his final clash with the heavenly fiend, so he steps inside. Deep in the hidden waterway, he moves through a broad underground maze where dripping water and flowing channels help cover the sound of his footsteps. Using the shopkeeper's watch map, Jing keeps pushing deeper until he reaches a remote crossroads with no sign of human activity. There he shuts off the map, turns on the watch's flashlight, and studies the split ahead because this choice could decide whether he escapes or walks into a trap. The right-hand route looks clean on the map and should surface near an uninhabited area, but Jing suddenly distrusts it because it was built into the shopkeeper's planned escape. He connects the dots fast. The shopkeeper was clearly linked to another black market party, and the same route meant for her pickup may now lead straight to whoever is hunting the true talisman. Ivalbane agrees the route is too dangerous, but that leaves the immediate problem of how to reach the surface at all without using it. Jing makes the call to abandon the planned path completely and search for another nearby exit, because he does not need a perfect escape tonight, only one that does not hand him over to his enemies. While pushing through the waterway, Jing keeps digging through Nianqin's watch, hoping the dead shopkeeper left behind one clue about the fight over the true talisman. He expects the watch to be clean, because someone used to black market deals and possible rebel work would never leave obvious evidence on a personal device. Then Ivalbane points him to the real hiding place, and Jing crushes the watch strap until a feather-light silk talisman slips out. The silk carries 8 words, and because Jing already met Bo Yan, he instantly understands the message is a contact code for the Justice Restoration Army. That hit makes the whole black market mess uglier. Nianqin was tied to the rebels one way or another, which explains why she stayed put during the attack instead of fleeing. The moment the talisman senses Bo Yan's lingering aura on him, it suddenly catches fire and burns to ash. From that reaction, Jing realizes Bo Yan and Nianqin never properly linked up, which smells like a leak, a mistake, or outright betrayal inside one side or both. He pushes the thought further and concludes Nianqin was probably hit by her own side before she could even use the many tricks she had prepared. Jing figures Nianqin noticed him because he was a badlander connected to her target, and now he can see the true talisman's struggle was layered with moles on every side. The whole thing gives him a headache, and he dryly thinks every faction is spying on every other faction until the truth is buried under pure noise. He reminds himself he can step away from this mess, but that thought barely helps because Void Embrace is its own swamp of cults, fiends, and tangled loyalties. Even though he still wants the truth, he decides not to trust Nianqin's planned route, because if there really is a mole, the Skywatch Bureau is probably waiting at the exit. So he fixes every enemy and hidden traitor in his memory, quietly promising himself he will remember them all. Once his thoughts settle, he finally takes stock and realizes that despite the near-death scramble, his haul from the black market is absurdly rich. He counts what is still left after the fight, including the damaged but valuable Hex Lotus platform set, pills, talismans, the Jade Armor Pendant, and 6 liang of Jade Slice Steel. And the real prizes are even bigger than that, because he also got the True Talisman, the Evergreen Core, and a rechargeable Grade 2 Spirit Stone from the Fengdu armor. He knows those 2 energy-rich items are worth a fortune, but they cannot turn into immediate fighting power yet, unlike the old mantle and gas mask he can still use in Void Embrace. Then he suddenly remembers the refreshing talismans he forgot about, and realizes that was the perfect way to erase Bo Yan's lingering scent from his body. He immediately activates one, and a soft cleansing breeze washes off dust, blood smell, and the dangerous trace that set the hidden talisman on fire. After checking that the smell is truly gone, he relaxes a little and hopes the store owner escaped too, since that man was even better equipped than he was. His mind turns back to the True Talisman, and he holds off using it because it seems to require being embedded into flesh and fed with True Origin Chi Essence. Since even a small drain on True Origin Chi Essence can cost lifespan, and Jing decides he will not touch the talisman until he fully understands what it does and what it takes. Ivalbane finally speaks up and explains the True Talisman is bound to life itself, so without a proper formation or ritual it has to be nourished by life Chi Essence. Ivalbane tells him to wait until the cult crisis is handled, then use the Evergreen Core to raise his Chi Essence into Tide Essence stage so he can try refining the talisman safely. It even promises that once Jing leaves his imprint on the talisman, Ivalbane can pull it into his sea of consciousness and uncover its true function with him. And Jing quietly thanks Ivalbane, and the old sword answers with unusual warmth that their fates are tied together now. Ivalbane adds one more reason to care, because refining this other ancient relic may also help recover pieces of its own forgotten past. By the time he reaches the upper part of the waterway, and Jing can already feel huge spirit chi shockwaves above, proof that the sage-level battle is still being used to lock down the area. He senses no one nearby, uses Sword of Tranquility to avoid busy streets, and slips beneath a narrow alley where the coast is finally clear. Once he is sure no one is watching, he pushes up the manhole cover and climbs out of the sewer. He checks Nianqin's map just long enough to confirm where he is, then heads straight for Deep Night City's outskirts without lingering. He merges into the street crowd, keeps moving at a steady pace, and reaches an unfinished abandoned building on the edge of the city at last. Only after securing that hideout does Jing finally let his body loosen, because he has truly escaped the black market. The moment the tension fades, pain rushes back in, and Jing can only give a bitter smile at how badly he is hurt. His skin is burned, his meridians feel numb, cuts all over his body sting like fire, and the heavy hit from the Fengdu soldier left his chest aching from the inside. His layered defenses kept his ribs from breaking, but every breath still tastes like blood now that the last of his adrenaline is fading. Ivalbane judges the situation fast and tells him they have only about a day before facing the vile spawn fiend again, so healing comes before conserving resources. At Ivalbane's urging, Jing takes out the Evergreen Core and prepares to spend its precious vital chi on his own recovery. As he settles on the empty 7th floor, the Evergreen Core's value becomes clear. This kind of wood is prized not for weapons, but for healing, talismans, and even replacing ruined meridians. He draws the green vital chi into himself, and warm life-rich energy spreads through his limbs, chest, spine, dantian, and damaged meridians. The repair hurts even while it helps, because his nerves are waking back up and the treatment is forcing his body to rebuild fast. Near the end of the treatment, a deep itch builds in his lungs until he suddenly coughs hard and uses ailment swordfinger to force the hidden damage out. He spits out metal chi-infused black blood so hot it burns a hole into the floor, exposing the internal backlash from overusing even-star lethal chi through his lungs. And Jing is relieved he caught that problem in time, because without ailment swordfinger those hidden injuries could have lingered and crippled him later. That relief turns into a sharper realization too, because mastering an ability so quickly is exactly why the demonic cult became so obsessed with him. 2 hours later, most of his surface injuries are gone, his scabs drop away cleanly, and his depleted spirit chi begins to recover as his body stabilizes. He tests his condition by exhaling a clean white stream of air and judges that while his spirit chi is not full yet, his body already feels better than ever. He figures a little more cultivation with Jade Slice Steel should restore the rest of his spirit chi, and Ivalbane agrees without hesitation. When Ivalbane tells him to put the Evergreen Core away, Jing can see it only shrank by about a quarter, proving the healing cost was real but manageable. Ivalbane explains that his bones and organs were never truly shattered, so a foundation-building resource like this core had more than enough life force to patch him up. But Ivalbane is more interested in another clue. Humans from Void Embrace seem physically different from the humans it remembers from long ago. Even allowing for Jing's life arc and lethal chi resistance, Ivalbane says he still needed far more vital chi to recover than expected, enough to suggest a meaningful difference in human constitution. That gets Jing's curiosity going, and he wonders whether Void Embrace people are simply tougher by nature or became that way through generations of martial cultivation. Ivalbane answers that it is probably both, and even hints the extra consumption may point to something unusual about the soul as well as the body. That thought reminds Jing of the Fengdu soldier, and he finally asks the question that bothered him all fight long: How could that man use two opposite kinds of spirit chi so naturally? Ivalbane first lays down the rule again. A cultivator can only build around one fundamental spirit chi, and polar opposites should never coexist inside the same person. Then it reveals the exception. The Fingdu soldier cultivated the greenwood flourish with a mantra and turned himself into something half alive and half dead before sealing himself into the armor. That armor was effectively a spirit coffin, slowly converting the cultivator inside into a ghost cultivator and turning his living vitality into northern gloom chi. Because both kinds of chi were being generated from the same body, the soldier could wield longevity life cycle chi and northern gloom chi together without violating that rule from the outside. Ivalbane sums it up in one grim image. Inside the armor, the soldier's circulation formed the yin-yang cycle that burned his own life into gloom, withering and flourishing over and over again.